vast multitudes.
There's an entire hidden history that mankind collectively has forgotten about, and those who do remember, it seems to be suppressed by many. It seems to be minimized or chalked up to, that's just a myth. Remember we were talking about how people say that, sort of derogatory to truth seekers and stuff? People that, like, for example, there's people that wholeheartedly believe that unicorns are real animals and that they really did exist. But if you try to talk about the reality of the existence, either now or at some time in the past, of a creature called the unicorn, most people would say, that's just a myth. That's not real, because they'd never have seen one. However, we did a whole video series about 10 different animals that are commonly accepted as being real animals in our world today, that are known about, even in academics, that the academic community considered to be mythic and legendary creatures, even less than 100 years ago, including gorillas. Right? So even gorillas, they used to say, that's just a myth. There's no such thing as a gorilla. That's retarded. And then they found gorillas, and now they put them in zoos and people know all about them and stuff, right? All right, so check this out. Before I get into some examples, I want to talk about, in ancient history, there are many, many various legends. I'm going to bring up two specifically. Just as examples, but there's many legends that talk about mutant legendary humanoid beings, right? Somebody in the chat had mentioned the Blemy. Of course, there's going to be some pictures up here for all of you to check out. Also some examples of what may have caused these types of mutations, right? So keep these images in mind, because that's really what I want to talk about. This whole topic was really inspired by my next Truth in Movies that I'll be doing on Sunday, this Sunday, as of this live stream, on a movie called, man, I just blanked on the movie. Now I'm on the spot. Annihilation, I believe that's what it's called. You know that movie about that big, multicolored bubble that, that people, they send people into it or whatever? That's the movie that we're going to be breaking down this weekend. Amazing. I've already watched it twice in the last few days. I'm going to watch it a third time later tonight and take some screenshots and share, some of the esoteric and arcane breadcrumbs with all of you, and we'll sit down together and check that movie out. But mutation is a huge part of that movie, and that's really what got my gears turning and got me thinking about mutations. People would see images like these kind right here, and in the modern world, sadly, they just chalk these up to, these just represent inner qualities, like qualities of humans on the inside. And then they drew them like that because people were stupid a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like, I don't buy all that. I'm sure some of them do, right? There's always exceptions and anomalies, but that also means inversely that there's truth to many of these depictions, that we see, especially in examples like, I've got one here called the Nuremberg Chronicle. The Nuremberg Chronicle and other chronicles and historic types of books and imagery and stuff like that, bestiaries especially, many of those bestiaries, they depict reality as they saw it. And that it's not that, our ancestors were all dumb and stupid and didn't know what a human was when they saw one. You know what I mean? But anyways, so let's check out some examples. Actually, no, before I check out some examples, let me tell you my theory real quick on where I believe mutations come from. And the X-Men, the whole X-Men series, many of the different superheroes in Marvel and DC and stuff like that, they cartoonify these mutations. Now, some mutations will be and were in the past for our benefit. Some things would benefit us, and they would actually, be seen as a sort of superpower in comparison to how we are today in today's world, right? Where we're kind of weak, honestly. In the modern world, humans are kind of weak. I mean, how many people wished or fantasized about having different types of superhuman powers or mutant abilities or, something like that. Maybe, of course, you wouldn't want something that would make you look grotesque or ugly or something like that. However, that's all a matter of perspective and based on social norms, right? In comparison to what we experience today. So, one of the major factors that I believe causes huge major what's the word? Mutantism? Jeez, what's the word? Mutant. Anyways, the thing that causes people to turn into mutants, basically, right? To mutate, basically, right? Is one, there's the ionized hydrogen from above. Hydrogen is very reactive, and it bonds. It loves to bond to whatever it touches, right? In its pure form, and especially in its ionized form. So it will come down and it has the ability and the potential to change the bonds, the actual chemical. Simply Jess, hey, good to see you. It can change the chemical and electrical bonds within nearly anything that it comes into contact with. And we've gone over this in various other truth in movies. For example, and most notably, there was The Color Out of Space with Nick Cage. Remember that? That one's based on H.P. Lovecraft's writings, and he talks about this strange color, which happens to be this magenta red spectrum color, which I believe is ionized hydrogen, because that's the exact same color of ionized hydrogen. Plus, mainstream academics would agree with that, or tend to agree with that, in that we have ionized hydrogen plasma tubes, or whatever they want to refer to them as, that wrap around this world in what is known as the plasmasphere. When the Earth's atmosphere depressurizes, because it's building pressure over time, and now exponentially, now that all of the gas, Mother Nature is releasing all of these gases lately, which are causing, holes to open up in the earth. The gases ignite, causing crazy wildfires the world across. All types of domino effects from the gases that are being released from the earth right now, and the inner earth depressurizing as well. So anyways, the ionized hydrogen comes down. It has the ability to change the chemical structure and the bonds within bodies, right? And I believe that it's sentient. I believe that it's here on a mission to cleanse this world, which is what every religious book and scriptures that I've ever come across, they seem to indicate this, that the apocalypse is here, or it comes, to clean house, to make the world a better place. If you're new to my channel, I know a lot of people are afraid of the apocalypse and whatnot, but I like to talk about it so that we can bring these things to light, so that we don't need to fear the inevitable. We don't need to fear what has already come, but we have forgotten about. Let's cast light on that, right? So that we don't have to be afraid of shadows. So, the plasma itself has the ability, I believe, to mutate and to change things. And what I believe oftentimes it will do is it will read our coding, or activate our coding, our DNA, our genes within our body that are some that are active and some that are dormant, many actually that are dormant. So we still have these echoes from times long ago, right? Some of us, as you can see, right, some of us still have these genes that become activated from time to time, where we become, some people develop mutations, basically, or mutant abilities, or mutant powers, or mutant physique, you could say, right? And all we need is the right change in circumstances and atmosphere and living conditions, and our dormant DNA can become activated again, which means that our DNA will become alive, and it can activate those parts that will be necessary, or that it deems necessary. Not us, not individually, but the coding and the structure inside of our body that it deems necessary in order to survive, or to make sense of all of the genes and DNA and stuff that's mixed up in our bodies today from chemicals and pollutants and, poor diets and all these different types of things, right? So the world changes, and our DNA becomes active, and the DNA itself wants to fix the body, so it will, basically, right? And then there's also other factors, environmental factors that change, that will add to not just mutations, but adaptation as well, as we adapt to a brand new world, in a new age, in a new environment. And this is also, just want to say that this is not a guarantee that everybody in the world will mutate or become some hideous creature or something like that, right? It's just that there are examples of this happening in the world. And I believe that it all depends on your proximity to the stronger streams of plasma, to various gases that are released in the earth, to different earth changes and stuff. Your location is going to be huge. So let's talk about some historic examples. The first example that I'd like to talk about is the story of the creation story out of Babylon. It's called the Enuma Elish. Most people think of it as the story of the Anunnaki and those beings that came down from the sky. Many people who watch my show, I'm sure, have also seen Ancient Aliens, where that's like their favorite topic is the Anunnaki, right? And there's like the guys saying like the gods came down from the sky or whatever, right? And they talk about the Anunnaki a lot. Well, those are gigantic humanoid beings from other places that float down into our world during each depressurization event. When our atmosphere depressurizes, that's when they're able to enter in, and that's when we are able to leave, right? That's whenever the doors of our world, the portals, the stargates, etc., they open up to leave and to change places for those coming in from above or entering up from below, right? And we also can leave at that time as well. That's the time when people can leave, when the doors are open, obviously, right? So this is going to be, I'm going to read a small segment from one of my favorite book series. It's by Zecharia Sitchin, and this one's called, let me see if I can get it here, Genesis Revisited. I think this is my first Zecharia Sitchin book I ever read, and he's most notable for having translated much of the Enuma Elish, or the creation epic, the Babylonian creation epic, into English, right? And I'm not taking sides or anything, you know, like I know a lot of people are like, yes, I like that person. No, I don't. I take what resonates with from everybody, basically. So check this out. There are two main brother gods named Enlil and Enki, right? And they're seen, these types, whether they be actual humanoid alien creatures or whether they be cartoonified and personified representations of acts of nature, right? For example, the blue beam that shoots up out of Mount Meru that turns into the tree of life or the world tree, right? That could be seen as a god, depending on your perspective, or a giant or a titan or a tree or a burning bush or all kinds of things, right? So just keep that in mind as we tell this story. Sandy Smith, welcome to the Good Vibe Tribe. Good to see you, Sandy Smith. High five. All right, so this says, and Enki must have toyed with the intriguing challenge of playing God and conducting experiments in genetic manipulation. Now, the story goes that these fallen beings, or these beings that floated down from the heavens, that they were geneticists, or that at least they had expert level geneticists among their classes, right? That there was many different types and classes of these Anunnaki creatures. I'm totally going to get a Wikipedia article slapped right on this video. I already know. I always wondered when I talk about so many different subjects, if the algorithm gets confused as to like which, they can only put one Wikipedia article on my video, you know, like which one are they going to do today? Is it going to be Anunnaki, or is it going to be, you know, old world cosmologies, or who knows? Anyways, so this god named Enki, he was experimenting with genetics, and it says to aid his experiments, he asked, now this is before, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt myself. This is before the official creation of human beings, right? So the story goes that these Anunnaki giants came down to Earth to mine gold. I'm not so sure if it was gold. I feel like it was something that would be more valuable than just gold. Because if you think about it, like, why is gold that valuable? You know, except for like use in electronics and stuff like that. Or it's pretty and shiny. That, to me, that's kind of a, you know, Cro-Magnon way of looking at value. But anyways, these Anunnaki, they came down and they got trapped in our world for a time, until the next apocalyptic cycle, when the, you know, sky opens up and they were able to leave again. All of the stories talk about how they all blasted off and left all at one time, saying goodbye to humans as they took off, right? But before there were humans, according to the story, they had some of their lesser classes doing all of the work, doing all of the mining and all of the physical and manual labor, right? And they got tired of that. They're like, we're gods, man. What are we doing? Like, why do we have this? Why don't you make some servants, right? So there was a debate, between Enki and Enlil and some others about whether or not they should create robot slaves, which is basically the same word, or if they should create biological slaves, right? Or the human race, humankind, right? Which could be, if that's true, why we might be predisposed to slavery and so accepting of allowing our governments of the world to enslave us and to make us do all of the work, reaping very little of the benefits while they reaping all of them, right? And they're all rich and famous and stuff. Anyway, so Enki is toying with the idea of, creating some biological slaves. To aid his experiments, he asked Ninti, another of his clansmen, to come to Africa and be by his side. The official reason was plausible. She was the chief medical officer. Her name meant Lady of Life or Lady Life. Later, she was nicknamed Mami, M-A-M-M-I, Mammy, the source of the universal mama or mother. There was certainly a need for medical services, considering the harsh conditions under which the miners toiled. But there was more to it. From the very beginning, Enlil and Enki vied for her sexual favors, for both needed a male heir by a half-sister, which she was. This is also another theme you'll see throughout all of the ancient myths and legends about these families of gods, too. The three of them were children of Anu, the ruler of Nibiru, but not of the same mother. And according to the succession rules of the Anunnaki, adopted by the Sumerians and reflected in the biblical tales of the patriarchs, it was not necessarily the firstborn son, but a son by a half-sister from the same royal line who became the legal heir. Sumerian texts describe torrid lovemaking between Enki and Ninti with unsuccessful results, though the offspring were all females. That's interesting too. This whole, I've come across many different examples in my studies of islands that people could only procreate and they would only have females, and other islands where they would only be able to have males of exclusively female inhabitants, basically, like the Amazonians is a good example, and islands of exclusively male inhabitants, inversely. There was thus one more interest in science that led to Enki's suggestion to call in Ninti and assign the task to her. Knowing all of this, we should not be surprised to read in the creation texts that first, Ninti said that she could not do it alone, that she had to have the advice and the help of Enki, and second, that she had to attempt the task in the Abzu, where the right materials and facilities were available. Indeed, the two must have conducted experiments together there long before the suggestion was made at the assembly of the Anunnaki to let us make Adamu in our image. Some ancient depictions show bull men, or men with like bull heads and hooves and stuff, accompanied by naked ape men, or bird men, sphinxes, bulls or lions with human heads that adorned many ancient temples and have been more than imaginary representations. And when Beresus, the Babylonian priest, wrote down Sumerian cosmogony, the tales of the creation of the Greeks, he described a pre-human period when men appeared with two wings. So there's many accounts of a time when humans or humanoids, certain humanoids, had wings on their backs, or one body and two heads, which is not too far-fetched because we have that. There's probably examples that you've already seen already. Or with mixed male and female organs, or some with the legs and the horns of goats, or other humanoid animal mixtures. So what it's listing off right now is all of their failures. Okay, so their genetic failures, their mutations, basically, when they're trying to create humans. It says that these creatures were not freaks of nature, but the result of deliberate experiments by Enki and Ninti is obvious from the Sumerian texts. The texts describe how the two came up with the being who had neither male nor female organs, a man who could not hold back his urine, a woman incapable of bearing children, and creatures with numerous other defects. Okay, so that's all I'm going to read from that little snippet from that book, which is Genesis Revisited. So basically, it's describing these gods who are trying to create humans. And this is, or you could look at this as being like at the beginning, just after the apocalypse, or the creation epic, the Genesis, the Garden of Eden, etc., right? It's a type of that. Whether or not you concur that, this is the story or whatnot, I don't think this is the story. I like to believe, that there's pieces of truth in all of them, basically. But this is right around the beginning time. So this is right around the time when, if the sky did open up and the plasma did come down, or ionized hydrogen and various other gases, and huge atmospheric changes, huge earth changes all over the place, it's reasonable to assume that whatever life existed before that time in this world, in their modern age, that life would have changed drastically, given a drastic change in their environment. Don't you suppose? Right? So that's right around the time. Now, me personally, I see Enki as being a type of the blue beam that shoots up, and it sort of turns into a squatterman or a stick figure in the sky, like a cosmic stick figure. So people, or humans, are watching all of these events, which I believe are cosmic and terrestrial discharges of energy, and they're telling a story. And so this is funny. Speaking of telling a story about things that have happened long ago, I just posted some short videos about me and my son. We went hiking this weekend, and I posted some videos about these caves and stuff that we saw on our hike. Well, when we were walking back home, I was just having conversation with my son, and we were looking at like this huge overpass, right? This freeway overpass or whatever it is that connected these two mountaintops, and the cars were going on it and stuff. And we're down here like in this gorge, where there's no civilization or whatever. It's just all nature. And we're looking up at it. And I asked him, can you imagine what that would look like after the apocalypse? And he was like, yeah, it'd probably be broken and stuff. And he's describing it to me. Now I said, son, I understand what you're saying, and I can envision that because I'm with you now in the modern times. I'm with you right now, and I have all of the intelligence that you have. But how would you describe what you're seeing now to, your great-great-great-great-grandchildren far into the future after the apocalypse? How would you describe a cement bridge connecting two mountains and cars with people inside of them driving across this bridge? Just that scene, just that one scene alone. How would you describe that to them? So he started, trying to describe it, in different ways. And when he brought up certain words like car or rubber or stuff like that, I would say, well, what is that? Because, people in the future aren't going to understand these concepts. They're not going to know what it is. So he tried to adjust the story. He tried to change it so that he could use things that future people would be familiar with, right? And I told him, as he's telling me this story, he has to sort of change it a little bit. And I told him, well, I understand right now the way you see it, because like I said, I'm right here with you. But if I pretend to be somebody who is a survivor far into the future and has never seen the modern age after the apocalypse, right? This is how I saw it in my head. I saw, big metallic rocks and people inside of them, and they're rolling along, or even rock monsters that people are on the backs of and stuff, and we were talking about that, and he's like, yeah, I could see how you would, how you would see what I described as being like that. And I said, that is myth. That is legend. That's what our stories will turn into as we try our hardest to describe to people in the future the modern world. You know what I mean? Because if they're survivors of an apocalyptic event and they're not privy to all of our basic academics or upbringing or education or even just our day-to-day experiences, right? Like I say, there'll be many times in the future, should you survive, right? And you live for a very long time and you become a storyteller and you're telling people of the modern day, just average mundane tasks, just waking up and talking about, making your bed and turning on the TV and, cooking something in the oven and going to the refrigerator. That's all going to be magic. to people far enough into the future after in the post-apocalyptic world that you're going to be forced to you're going to have to like shift the gears in your brain to try to be able to describe it and build bridges in ways that they understand, as this literally is what happened and these are actual real physical people, etc., right? I understand that I need to take this story with a grain of salt so that I can glean from it the truths that I do understand, because I understand that someone in the past is trying to build a bridge to someone in the future. And the interesting thing is, I also told this to my son, the more advanced we get technologically speaking with our society, the more we can actually shed light on these ancient stories, and they start to make more sense when we look at them in the context of like modern technology and stuff like that, right? All right, so next up, we're going to give another example of mutants. This one comes from the book of Jasher, or Jasher, if you prefer. It's a contemporary of the book of Genesis from so long ago. It's just another creation account, basically. Jasher, Jubilees, and Genesis. Those are three huge ones, at least in the Abrahamic faiths. And this story is about a character that's mentioned briefly in the Bible named Anah, or Anach. It's kind of like Anak or Anak, but it's more of a guttural. It's Anach. So Anah, or we'll call him, is mentioned in the book of Genesis in the Old Testament. And this is really interesting because if you've ever read the book of Genesis, there's certain parts called genealogies where it just lists name after name. So-and-so beget so-and-so, so-and-so beget so-and-so, so-and-so had so-and-so. And they just list all of these names, and it can get a little boring, right? So what I started to do was to look into these names, and you'll notice occasionally there's an anomaly when they mention these names. Occasionally they'll mention so-and-so beget so-and-so, and he was the person who did this, or she was the woman who was alive during this time, right? That's whenever I started to research those little anomalies, because those were common knowledge at the time, so the author didn't feel any need to get into great detail about it, depending on the perspective of the account that they're writing. So, for example, Genesis, the author of Genesis, didn't feel the need to go into great detail about for example, giants, right? Because giants were common knowledge at the time, and they didn't feel like they needed to address that with their modern audiences. So that's just one example, right? So in this list of names in the book of Genesis, you'll find Anah, Anah, and it says this was the Anah who found in Joshua, it says found the Yamim in the wilderness, and when he fed the donkeys of Zibeon, his father. That's kind of almost word for word what it says in the Bible too. It says so-and-so beget Anah, and this is the Anah who fed his donkeys in the wilderness. And I'm like, what kind of stupid side note is that? Why would you make a side note of some dude feeding his donkeys in the wilderness? That's not of note, unless it is of note. So I went and found that note, right, about this character named Anah, and it's corroborated, or it goes into further detail in the book of Jasher, right? Which Jasher does a lot with Genesis, where Genesis would leave out some gaps and stories and stuff and not really fully explain some things. Jasher does a great job of filling in those gaps. So it says, and while he was feeding his father's donkeys, so this is the part that's not in the Bible, right? This is the backstory. While he was feeding his father's donkeys, he led them to the wilderness at different times to feed them. And there was a day that he brought them to one of the deserts on the seashore, opposite of the wilderness of the people. And while he was feeding them, behold, a very heavy storm came from the other side of the sea and rested upon the donkeys that were feeding there, and they all stood still. Excuse me. And then it goes on to say, and afterward, about 120 great and terrible animals came out from the wilderness at the other side of the sea, and they all came to the place where his donkeys were, and they placed themselves right there. And those animals, from their middle downward, were in the shape of the children of men, and from their middle upward had the likeness of bears, and some had the likeness of kephas, and with the tails behind them, and they had tails behind them from between their shoulders, reaching down to the earth, like the tails of the Dukifat. I don't know how to pronounce that word. And these animals came and mounted and rode upon the donkeys. and led them away. And they went away until this day. And one of those animals approached Anna and smote him with his tail. And then he took off. He doesn't say he took off. And then he fled from that place. He took off. And when he saw this work, he was exceedingly afraid for his life. And he fled, and he escaped the city. And he told his sons and his brothers all that happened to him. And many men went to go look for these donkeys, but they couldn't find them. And Anna and his brothers went no more to that place from that day following, for they were greatly afraid for their lives. Whew, buddy. Isn't that interesting? So where the Bible just says, this is the Anna who fed his donkeys in the wilderness. And you're like, that doesn't sound important. Now we can see the relevance, right? Now the relevance is this is talking about what seems to be a type of mutant humanoid, we could say. I'm going to say mutant humanoid, basically, right? Or, some people would say chimera or whatever it may be. But these were human-like creatures or humanoids, like that had legs, bipedals, just like humans and stuff. But their torsos on up looked like animals. They actually looked much different than your modern humans, right? And it happened just after a great and terrible storm, right? Just like the plasma apocalypse brings about a world storm. So, very interesting things. Those are two ancient references to what appear to be references to mutants, humanoid mutants. Now, this applies to the animal kingdom. It applies to the plant kingdom. It applies to all of them. This presentation is going to focus more on humanoids, right? Now, let's look at some different types of legendary mutant humanoids. I'm going to start with Pigmen, right? And I'm just going to talk as these pictures play. Oh, that's a terrible picture. Sorry, it's so small right there. I'll do some screen sharing and I'll show you that one because I actually want to show you a couple of these. So, all right. So Pigmen, pig people who have turned into pigs, human pigs, basically, right? Now, there's many videos out there and much research where people talk about how humans may actually be related to pigs. And there's many stories of people who have been turned into pigs, including the story of Jesus as a child, right? This is extra biblical. This is not mentioned in the Bible, but there's many stories about Jesus and other people that's not in the Bible, right? Well, this one was a hugely popular story about the child Jesus. This was drawn out in many medieval manuscripts. There's various ancient pictures of this and depicting Jesus going up to this Jewish family asking if their children can play, and they don't want their kids to play with Jesus. So they tell their kids to go hide in the oven, right? So the kids hide in the oven and they shut the door, and Jesus comes knocking and he's like, hey, can your kids play? And they're like, oh no, they're not here. He's like, oh yeah, what's in the oven? Because he's Jesus and he knows. And they're like, oh, it's just some pigs. We're going to cook up some pigs. And he says, so be it. And then Jesus takes off and they open up that oven door and pigs come out that used to be children. There's also the biblical example of whenever Jesus actually cast out these demonic entities or spirits, right, that were living inside of human beings and put them into pigs. So there's many different religious examples of people turning into pigs. There's also prohibitions in various religions, especially in Judaism, parts of Christianity, and in Islam, where they say you're forbidden. Do not eat pigs, right? Don't eat them. Now, could it be because they used to be people? That's a possibility. But also, there's these dietary restrictions, right, in many different ancient religions. And one of my theories is that when you eat enough of certain types of food and you continuously keep putting that DNA into your body, one of the reasons for these restrictions, like, for example, ocean bugs, which people call seafood, almost all the religions are like, don't touch that. Okay, those are bugs, basically. One of the reasons is that your body's learning. Okay, you're teaching your DNA what you should look like and sound like and how you should adapt and how you should change. We don't tend to notice it because we tend to change very slowly. But the day will come when we change very quickly, in the blink of an eye, to quote the Bible, basically. But changes come during these apocalyptic cycles, and they come quick. They don't happen over millions and millions of years. There's instantaneous changes, very quick and sudden changes, and there's changes that happen with the earth itself, where mountains are formed almost instantaneously, where valleys are opened up, and changes within human beings as well. Okay, so as we're eating all of this nasty stuff and toxins and poisons and bugs and insects and pigs and stuff like that, we're training our DNA of what it should be, basically, right? So imagine that there's this, I'm going to say, a sentient form of spirit or plasma that comes down from the heavens, right? And it comes down because it wants to purify the world. Well, what happens whenever, a strand of that plasma comes down, just like in that movie, The Color Out of Space? The same thing happened, okay? They give you perfect visual references as to how the plasma can mutate biological forms, right? It comes down into this world. It reads the coding or activates the coding that's already existent in our DNA that we say is dormant and junk. So funny. But it turns it on, and all of a sudden the body starts changing quickly, just like in so many different movies, like The Fly comes to mind, right? Where it tried to combine the DNA of the insect with the DNA of the human, and then you get a human insectoid hybrid, right? Because the body's trying to make sense of all of the confusion that's happening within it, right? So pig people are one example. There was also a really famous story about a really famous pig woman. I think she lived in France, either France or England, somewhere over in Europe. But she was famous for quite some time. And she was most notably famous for having a pig's face. Not that she was ugly. It wasn't a euphemism. It wasn't a metaphor. They weren't saying like that's how ugly she was, because she wasn't seen as being ugly. She was actually seen as being desired. And that's why she was so famous. There was this pig woman that was desired by so many people. She had all of these lovers try to approach her and win her hand in marriage and stuff like that. She was Miss Piggy, basically. She was a famous pig woman. And that's part of our actual history. That's a part of our ancient Oblivion stories and legends that have fallen by the wayside because they're not propagated by the mainstream, right? So pig people are one example of the mutations. Next up, let's talk about headless men, aka the Blemies. The Blemies are pretty sweet. They're really interesting topics. So I'm going to read from this article real quick. It says various species of mythical headless men were rumored in antiquity and later to inhabit remote parts of the world. They're variously known as the acephaloi, or the headless ones, and described as lacking a head, with their facial features on their chest. These were at first described as inhabitants of ancient Libya or the Nile system. Later traditions confined their habitat to a particular island in the Bressoni River, or sometimes shifted to India. Blemies are said to occur in two types, with eyes on the chest or with eyes on the shoulders. Now, let me pause, okay? Let me tell you what mainstream academics will teach. They dismiss this so quickly. They're just super quick, okay? They're like, oh, those were monkeys. They didn't know what monkeys were. Like, really? They didn't know what monkeys were? That's total merman right there. You know what I mean? That looks just like the merman from the Cabin in the Woods too. Actually, that doesn't look like your typical beautiful merman or mermaid or whatever, right? The older depictions of mermen, ooh man, they were terrifying looking. Anyways, yeah, mainstream academics, they'll dismiss the Blemies and they'll say, oh, those were just monkeys because they sit with their shoulders way up high like this. Like, do I look like a Blemy right now? No, I don't. Okay, like people in the old world, you got to give them some credit, some kind of common sense. When they saw a human, look at this. This is standing up. They don't depict them as crouched over and sitting down and picking lice out of each other's hair or anything like that, right? That's not how they're ever depicted. They are depicted as human-like or humanoid, right? Regular arms, regular size, right? Just the same size as the other humans and stuff, except for they're missing a head. Or you could say, Mycia, hey, what's up? Welcome to my channel. You could say that they weren't missing a head, but their head was much different. For example, like there's the tales of the various tribes who who learned how to shrink people's heads, right? The like in Beetlejuice, that one headhunter or whatever that sprinkles that stuff on Beetlejuice's head and it totally shrinks. And he kind of looks like a Blemy with a little nub on the top, right? So this is a good example of a possible candidate for mutants, for those people who have mutated, right, in the past, different tribes and stuff, and adapted in different ways. There's many different actual historic records of famous and accepted by academic historians, including Herodotus in his histories, where he calls them the tribe people without a head, right? And he also mentions, in addition to the Blemies, the cynocephali, which is the dog-headed, and the wild men and women, besides many other creatures not fabulous, that dwelled in the eastern edge of ancient Libya, according to Herodotus's Libyan sources. So this is so interesting to me, especially whenever mainstream academics, they will quote Herodotus and other ancient historians all day long, until they get to some weird stuff. And then they're like, oh yeah, he didn't know what monkeys were, you know, like, get out of here, dude. Like, why are you, they're salad bar historians, basically. They're like, oh, well, this fits with, you know, our agenda. So we're going to take what Herodotus says here, but this does not fit with our agenda. And we don't want to talk about ancient history and magic and monsters and giants and stuff. So we're just going to make up an excuse that Herodotus was ignorant when it comes to those things, right? Anyways, Mela, there was another one named Mela, or Mela, was the first to name the Blemy of African as being headless with their face buried in their chest. Pliny the Elder, in his natural history, also reports the Blemy tribe of North Africa as having no heads, their mouths and their eyes seated in their breasts, right? So there's Pliny, there's Herodotus, there's many different references. These are referenced by, I want to say Columbus. I can't remember. There was another explorer that also referenced these as well. But yeah, if you look into these ancient writings and documents and journals and diaries and stuff of ancient historians, of ancient explorers and stuff, they talk about the craziest, weirdest, strangest things that are just dismissed by modern academics because they're all salad bar historians, basically, right? They're all you can eat historians. They just go and pick and they choose and they leave out all of the really good, interesting stuff that I'll eat all day long. I'm glad that they left some for me, basically. Anyway, so those are the Blemies. I don't want to get too much into the Blemies. Let's move on to the Abarimon. Abarimon, or antipodes in mythology, which is history, by the way, are people whose feet are turned backwards. Their feet look like they're pointing the other way, right? Instead of like pointing that way, they point that way, basically, right? Which is really interesting because when I watch a lot of these movies and I'm breaking them down, that's how oftentimes they portray these aliens that are from other worlds. Their knees bend inverse. They have like inverted kneecaps, basically, that bend the opposite direction. Which, if you think about it, would help you to like jump further, run faster, etc. We actually have to create, there's different, I don't know if you've seen them, but we have like these different inventions that you can put onto your feet that look like that. And they help people to like run really fast. Sometimes they have them for handicapped people and they use them in the Olympics and stuff like that. Anyways, the antipodes, or the Abarimon in mythology, are people whose feet are turned backwards. But in spite of this handicap, were able to run at a great speed. Like, imagine that, right? Exactly how we just talked about. Oh, Gaia. What's up, Gaia? Just gifted 5 random memberships in the chat. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Gaia. So, like we said, they were able to run, despite this handicap. It would seem like if they were able to run at great speed with their feet turned backwards, that it wasn't a handicap and that it's us who are now handicapped. Right? Doesn't that's my Blemy. Like the constant shrug is just the Blemy. Anyways, that's just so funny how they say that it was a handicap, and yet it is something, it's a mutation that benefited them greatly. So after the apocalypse, like I said, a lot of these mutations are nature trying to make things better, not just trying to, make people freaks and circus sideshows and weird looking and ugly. Don't look at it like that. That's the modern world trying to paint these things in comparison to what we have today, which is what I call the elven standard of beauty, right? The beauty standard that was set forth by the younger gods who were seen by the public, who were in charge of the public, basically, right? Clean shaven, and like you never see these ancient gods like that were in the public eye with real big beards or anything. Those were their parents, basically. It's the children who are in charge of humanity, because they're still hundreds of years more mature than we are. We're babies in comparison, right? Whenever you're facing eternal beings or immortal beings or whatever. Now, in Europe, this tribe with the backwards feet was first described by Pliny the Elder, another ancient historian, an academically accepted ancient historian. Went into detail describing them in his book Natural History, Volume 7, who considered them to be native to India. A similar tale is recounted by Aulus Gellius in his book Attic Nights. What's up, PJ Warden? What's up, BB? I see you guys in the chat. All right, let's continue on. Let's see. Pliny refers to information that originates from Baton, which was Alexander the Great's land surveyor. So Alexander the Great had a land surveyor who came across these people. And Alexander the Great himself actually has different accounts of meeting monsters, dragons, strange creatures and legendary creatures and stuff as he, went on this expedition to expand the territory. Now, Baton says that the Abadimons, the backwards feet people, could only breathe the air in their own domestic valleys. That's interesting. Because of the special quality of air, which meant if it was breathed for a long period of time, it would be impossible to breathe any other type of air. Now, this is very interesting, right? Because we're talking about atmospheric changes in the post-apocalyptic world. And it makes sense to me that you would have turbulence, right? The world would be turbulent and chaotic initially, but over time, things would, reach an equilibrium. Things would start to settle down. But before they did reach an equilibrium, our atmosphere and our land and various parts of our world would not be in equilibrium. They would not all be the same, right? It makes sense that you would have, valleys and other places that have different types of gases and pockets of, different types of atmosphere and stuff, right? So here's the example, that these people had a different type of air that they breathed, and they happened to be mutants with backwards feet that allowed them to run super fast, or have mutant powers, you could say. Let's see. So they breathed a different type of air. It was impossible to capture them and bring them to the courts of a distant ruler. like, why would you do that? Like, you don't just that's kidnapping. Why would it say capture? That's kidnapping. You know what I mean? You hear how oh yeah, it's crazy. Hold on. God, man. These guys crack me up. All right, so it was impossible to capture them and to bring them to the courts of a distant ruler or to the great Macedonian conquest. It is possible that this is an overly designed ethnographic description of an ancient wildlife strain in the areas near the Himalayas. According to another legend, Abadimon is mentioned as a landscape in Scythia, a valley of Mount Emmaus, which may be identical, blah, blah, blah. Let me see it. Anything else here? Oh, this is interesting too. So later, Abadimon has been briefly described in Thomas Cooper's Thesaurus Linguae Romanae Britannicae as a tribe in the country Tartaria. Wow. Isn't that something? During the Middle Ages, some map drawers, after a familiar heliocentric view, have made monsters in the form of Abadimon people and placed them on the outer border of the world. See, that I don't buy that either. Let me tell you what they're saying here. They're saying that they made these mutants up, that they made them up to scare people away from leaving their countries or whatever, right? No. Now, they may have put them on the maps in order, to scare them away or whatever, but they don't just put stuff on maps just on a whim, okay? They tend to be very honest and truthful whenever they're commissioned by royalty, kings, queens, and God himself, in some cases, whenever they're making these ancient maps. Ancient cartographers didn't just have free reign to just, I think I'll put a cartoon of something that doesn't exist over here. They didn't do that. They made maps for people that, if they put mistakes in there, could kill people, or it could cost the royal family, a lot of money and losses and stuff like that. And if they were to, I could imagine they would get the death penalty, or, worse, torture or something for, just making things up and adding fake imagery on maps and stuff like that. All right, so those were the backwards-legged people. We talked about the Blemies, the pig people, the backwards-legged people. Let's move on. All right, let's see. We got next up. Let's do there's another one called the Gorgades. The Gorgades, Pliny the Elder, writing a comprehensive text of all knowledge in the 1st century AD, includes tales from places few or no Romans would have visited. In his text, he described a set of islands off the Atlantic coast of Africa that he called the Gorgades. Pliny reports that the women of the people who lived there were covered head to toe in thick fur. That's interesting. It also goes on to say that Pliny's not the only account that we have of these people. Writing a century earlier, Pomponius Mela says that the islands were populated purely by these hairy women. Here's another story about an island exclusively of women, as we talked about, right? Which, now keep in mind, these places that they're referring to might not be the actual modern places. They might have the modern names, but if you go back further in time, it might be a totally different location that we mistake for being the modern location because they share the same name, right? And that they reproduced without the need for men. These wild women were savage and strong. They could only be held still by the use of chains. So, not only were they hairy all over the place, but they had super strength, right, in comparison. This is very interesting because I talk about those who survive the plasma apocalypse a lot, and how one of the superpowers that is almost always inherited by everybody, right? It's not even a mutation. It's just a power that you innately have by default by being a survivor, which is super strength. Joshua Adams. Hey, thank you, Joshua Adams. High five. So super strength, right? Because buoyancy increases on our world as the atmosphere depressurizes and it needs to reach equilibrium once more. And so therefore everything weighs a lot less because things, are more buoyant, basically. And so you have super strong muscle structures, or, muscles in your body from just exercising and day-to-day living during an extreme environment, which we now live in under all of this pressure in this world, right? So when that pressure is released and you survive and you go into the next world where everything weighs much less, the weight of those things has changed, but your muscle structure has not. You retain that. So therefore, you're able to pick up and lift and move and run faster and lift up heavier objects and stuff like that. So it sounds to me like it's a possibility that these all hairy women or whatever with super strength, that they might have been possibly either survivors themselves or direct descendants of survivors of the last apocalyptic cycle. And one of the, that would account for their super strength. What would account for them being hairy all over is just simply an extended lifespan, right? So we go through puberty and we're used to a certain form of puberty in this world, right? At a very young age, like I said, we're all babies. I'm a baby. I'm a child, okay? I might have facial hair and stuff like that, but in comparison to immortals who come down from the heavens who don't even get facial hair until they're like 200-300 years old or more, right? I'm a baby that looks like I have Benjamin Button syndrome or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's weird. We're weird to them. We're aging super quick, abnormally fast, and we don't live very long. We die children, essentially, in comparison to immortals, and in comparison also to humans who once lived according to the myths and the legends long ago, right? So what happens is if you extend a human being's lifespan, what does puberty then look like whenever you don't live to be 75 years old, but you live to be 750 years old, right? And how many cycles of puberty will a person go through, right? Is it just one? Is it going to be the same? Do you really think it'll be the same? Like, oh, well, when you're 13, like, that's like an infant, you know, when you live to be 750 years old, when you're 13, you'll start growing hair in strange places or whatever. I'm pretty sure that there will be various cycles of puberty whenever you live to be hundreds and hundreds of years old. So if we start growing hair as one of the first cycles, imagine what the rest of the body will do if you allow it to continue to grow under regenerative circumstances. Keep that in mind as well, right? So after the apocalypse, we talk about how the conditions are right for regeneration, right? Regenerative cells become regenerative in our bodies. So that's one of the reasons why we get to live for so much longer, is because we don't have all this entropy and degradation and pressure and stuff that's killing us, and under a direct light and all this other stuff that's adding to or taking away from our lifespans, right? And causing wrinkles and, you know, causing people to become infirm and decrepit and crippled and stuff like that, right? All right. Anyways, another one is the Astomi. The Astomi, this one's really interesting. It says the eating habits of other cultures can be shocking to some. Pliny the Elder was particularly fascinated by the things that people put into their bodies. Man, if he could only see us today, right? Like, oh my God, people are eating plastics and rubbers and chemicals and stuff that's not even food. Like, we're eating all kinds of weird stuff, dude. Anyways, let's see. Pliny the Elder was particularly fascinated by the things that people put into their bodies. That was why the Astomi interested him so much. According to Pliny, as another ancient historian, this tribe lived near the source of the Ganges in India. Now keep in mind, this might not be the modern location, right? These people did not only eat food, these people not only did not eat food familiar to Greeks and Romans, but they also did not feed on food at all. This is perhaps explained by the fact that they had no mouths. Instead, the Astomi survived by sniffing the scents of flowers and fruit. To travel on long journeys, they would carry perfumed items with them as a source of energy. There was a downside to their diet, however. Apparently, strong odors of the wrong sort could prove deadly. Now, this is extremely interesting to me, and I'm going to relate this to the apocalypse and the post-apocalyptic world. It is one of my strong theories that I have. One moment. It is a theory that I have that whenever the world is imbued with energy once more from above and from below, and the surface where we live fills once more with energy, and our world becomes energized and our atmosphere becomes energized, we also, in turn, reciprocate that. We become energized as well, right? Which means it has a few implications, right? All of the things that we now do in a dying world in order to get energy, like, for example, I have a cup of coffee right here. I'm drinking coffee to get energy right now, right? We would not need that when you are already energetically amplified, right? So your spirit, your soul, your energy, your electrical forces in your body are charged to a high degree in the post-apocalyptic world immediately following the plasma apocalypse and lasting for some time until, like I said, we reach equilibrium once again, right? So things like eating we only do that, or I can't say we only do that. There's people that eat just for all kinds of crazy reasons, right? But eating, the whole point of it, and having teeth in our mouth and mashing things up and swallowing and all that stuff, the whole point of that is so that we can energize the body. So it makes sense and it stands to reason that if you are already energetically amplified all of the time, there will be no need to eat physical food, right? So some people are already tapping into this. I feel like there's a collective subconscious that permeates throughout humankind in the world today. And some of us tap into that collective subconscious, or we tap into and we pick up on these esoteric breadcrumbs from the past. We listen to the song of the world. We tune into a certain frequency or vibration where we remember things spiritually, maybe not with our physical minds or brains, but we feel things, we sense things. One of the things that people sense has to do with their diets. Diet is a huge one, right? And I'm not a judge of anyone's diet, to say that they're evil or bad because of their diet, right? Obviously, there are diets that are healthier and diets that are less healthier, right? So for example, you've got some people who are total carnivores and meat eaters. My brother is a total carnivore. He's a giant too. He's huge. He packs away. He'll sit down and eat a steak as big as the plate, right? And then other people might say, well, I'm a vegetarian and that's what I like because that's all I need. I can get all my energy from vegetables or fruits or whatever. And that's great. And I support that. And other people still would say, well, all I need is just meditation and water or whatever. And then still other people would be like, well, I'm a breatharian and all I need is the air, etc. Just like these guys, right? What were they called? The Astomi. Basically, we're breatharians. I don't know, breatharians? Is that what they're called? Breatharians? But that's basically what I feel like many people will go back to being. Now, after the apocalypse, it may be that in some areas that are less energetically amplified, because like I said, the world will be in flux at that time, there might still be a remnant of what we call hunger today. I think hunger is kind of like a disease in comparison to paradise, where we didn't need, to just shove things into our face, like to get energy. That's weird, I mean, that's weird to me. But anyway, I eat stuff, okay, just like everybody else. So it's not judgmental or anything. It's interesting implications, right? What are the implications on us as individuals and collectively when we change our environment, or when there is, supposing, a drastic change worldwide in our environment, right? So it may be that there's places in the future, especially the further away you would get from energetic sources like those terrestrial beams that I talk about that emanate from the earth, right? The further away from those that you get, the more a person may feel sluggish or need energy or eat. They might need to eat, right? So those are the areas where you might encounter cannibals or, like people who are eaters, basically. And the closer you get to those energetic fountains, or those fountains of youth, you might say, the less, obviously, right? It's inverse. The less people would need to eat or anything like that. They would just basically probably, hydrate, I would assume. Anyways, those are really interesting stories about them. Then we have another class called the Panoi, or Panoi. Now, these people look like they have huge ears, like Dumbo, like elephant ears. Let's check this out. It says here, some people might get surgery if they think that their ears are too prominent. Wow, I could talk about that all day. But they should be thankful that they are not members of the Panoi. Their very name means all ears. Their ears were so large that they were used instead of clothing. They would drape their ears over themselves on chilly nights. This totally reminds me of a song. What's that? Do your ears hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Right? Oh my God. I wonder if that's what that's about. Anyways, Pliny, once again, mentions the Panoi. But they are not his only large-eared people. He describes Indians who are entirely covered by their huge ears. Pliny also quotes an author called Stasius, who wrote about an Indian tribe called the Pandai. The Pandai were covered entirely in white fur that turned black as they got older. They also only had 8 fingers and 8 toes. I don't know why it says only. They had 8 fingers and 8 toes. But it is their ears that interest us. They hung down below the elbow. Now, I want to point something out. Modern academics, once again, right, when speaking of the Panoi, or people who have ears that are just so huge, right, that they can like cover themselves with them. Modern academics would say, well, that's because they didn't recognize tribal people that, like, you know, put gauges in their ears and they got really big, or, you know, loopy or whatever, right? Like they'll try to explain that kind of stuff just like that. I'm gonna give that to Blemy. Anyways, really interesting. So people with huge ears. I also want to say this too. I'll point this out. Remember, in a regenerative condition, when the world is energetically charged, and therefore people live much longer because your cells are constantly regenerating, right? I'm just like thinking. In those conditions, there are certain body parts that will continue to grow as you reach 100, 200, 300, etc. years old. The ears are one of those body parts. They don't stop after puberty. Okay, so just keep that in mind, and maybe that makes sense with the whole elves and, you know, pointy long ears and all that stuff, right? Let's see, Pygmies. Pygmies are huge. Now, Pygmies are a little bit more accepted. Modern academics will say that Pygmies were just midgets. Basically, they're not, okay? They're definitely not midgets. I don't know. Are you allowed to say midgets? I don't know if that's like, is that okay to say that these days? I don't care. I wonder, like, right? All of our what's acceptable and stuff is changing so fast these days. Little people or whatever. Anyways, they're not, okay? They're not Willow. Pygmies are like the brownies in Willow, if you ever seen Willow, right? They're tiny little people, okay? Like you could hold them in your hand. Like they're little tiny people, okay? Little guys, basically. They look like just shrunken people, right? And that's pretty much, I'm not going to get too much into Pygmies. I don't know, maybe I'll just read this one, because Pygmies are pretty interesting. Brownies, Pygmies, right? All these tiny little people. I find them to be very interesting, especially because many of you don't realize this. This is you. In comparison to gigantism that we're going to head into, we're tiny. We're the Who's in Whoville. We're tiny little guys in this world right now. We don't grow as big as we used to. According to the ancient myths and legends and stuff, where people lived much longer and were way bigger and stuff, we're shrinking. We're getting smaller and smaller and smaller, which is also an omen of the end of times, according to many belief systems and stuff, that the lifespans would shrink, right? Society would degrade, and we would get smaller and smaller and smaller in stature, until finally the atmosphere pops, the world depressurizes, and things can grow to larger sizes once more. Now, I know there's some people out there that believe that increasing the pressure actually increases size, and there may be exceptions and anomalies that do exhibit that, but it's my personal beliefs, according to my studies and research thus far, that the opposite is true. That whenever you depressurize and you have less pressure pushing down on all parts of the bodies and organs and everything that comprises us, that we're allowed to grow to larger stature, larger sizes, right? But that's my perspective on that. Let's check out what it says here about Pygmies. For the Greeks and the Romans, Pygmies were a range of diminutive tribes that could be found in various places around the world. According to Homer, in the Iliad, the Pygmies were locked in constant combat with cranes. Birds, basically. Aristotle believed this story to be true. According to him, the Pygmies lived underground and rode little horses appropriate to their small stature. There's many references to everything that I'm reading to you right now. It's weird because for me, it's common knowledge. Like I've read these stories about Pygmies like hundreds of times, almost to the point where I don't want to talk about it. So I'm forcing myself to talk about it, realizing, hey, you know, Jay, there's people out there that have not read these stories and are not familiar with them. So let's talk about the Pygmies real quick. They one of the famous stories about them is that they went to war with cranes or storks or large birds that could scoop them up and pick them up and take them places. Now, in addition to that, I will say that there are many other references to huge birds. And I'm not talking about flightless birds like an ostrich. I'm talking about gigantic birds like the roc. There's a bird called the roc. And there are ancient explorers who have left historic accounts of being eyewitnesses of seeing the roc, which is this gigantic titanic bird that picked up elephants in their talons, swooped down, picked up the elephants, flew high up into the sky, and would drop the elephant and watch it smash onto the ground and die so that they could go down there and just easily pick it apart and, you know, feed their young and stuff like that. And this is not, when they were telling these are historic records that were written in journals and diaries by real explorers that went around the world, you know, expanding territory and whatnot. And they made records of strange things they saw, like giants, humanoids, and giant birds and other things. Anyway, I'm sort of on a tangent now. All right, we're talking about pygmies. So yeah, the pygmies also were said to ride little tiny horses as well. So there's, and also there's, what's really interesting too is because I like to study ancient maps, really old maps, especially maps that have mysterious land masses that are not on modern maps, right? Mysterious islands and whatnot. And most notably, the island that was once on many maps across time up until about, you know, the 1600s-ish, right, was an island mass at the middle of the world at the Arctic. And right in the middle of the Arctic, better known as Hyperborea, right? On some of these old maps, it actually is written in ancient Latin, and it talks about the pygmies residing in an entire island all to themselves. And it does talk about and make reference on some of these maps about how they went to war against the storks, basically. Very interesting stuff. Hey, I got a donation from No, or N-O, who says, I bought a Faraday head wrap. Maybe memory loss is high magnetic fields that we can ride out and keep knowledge long enough to retain the forgetful ones. That's a good point. So what they're referring to, thank you so much. I super appreciate your donation. And what they're referring to, for people who don't know, is I also talk about memory loss, worldwide amnesia, that many people will suffer. People will wake up after the apocalypse and they'll be in such traumatic shock that they will have amnesia, and they won't remember, many people won't remember who they are, where they came from, what the world was like before the apocalypse. They'll have to actually start all over again. And of course, some people that would wear off, but some people it might be longer lasting. And it's not just the shock of the event of the apocalypse. It's also various gases that are introduced and stuff that keep them in a amnesia-like state, basically, for quite some time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Inno. All right, next up we've got, we talked about the backwards feet people already. Let's see. There's the dog people. I'm going to sort of go a little quicker during this last part. Monopods. This one's interesting. So you ever see the picture? I think I put some up here of like the people laying on their back and they have a huge foot that's like covering them and shading them from the sun, allegedly, right? It says that you would think that having only one foot might be a disadvantage, but for one tribe of people, it was a huge benefit, almost as large as their singular foot. The monopods, also called skiopods, with their one big foot, became a favorite image for those who wanted to show how strange things were towards the end of the map. That's a really interesting thing too, like the whole end of the map thing. In Pliny's account, which he says draws from that of Stasius, the monopods were able to leap about with surprising ease. They were also very quick. The land that they lived in was apparently very hot and very sunny. When the weather got too much, the monopods would lay on their backs and use their feet as parasols so that they could rest in the shade. The Christian writer St. Augustine wondered whether humanoids like the monopods and others were descended from Adam. He came to the conclusion that if they exist, if they have human reason, then they must be creatures with souls and therefore descended from Adam. I always think that's funny how, like all these people like, oh, you're not like me, so you don't have a soul. Animals don't have souls. Plants don't have souls. Like all those people that have that perspective, it kind of cracks me up when they're like, I wonder if maybe they do have a soul. Like that's just me. I find that funny because I think everything has a soul. But anyways, so those are the monopods. Now, this is another example, just like the backwards feet people, that this says it was actually seen as a type of superpower, that this helped them out. While you might think that you look strange with one foot or whatever, these beings were much faster than we are today and could leap, leaps and bounds further than we even our Olympic athletes today could, like just traveling, just daily travel. And what's interesting too, like just off the top of my head, I'm reminded of another extra biblical account called the 12 tribes of the patriarchs, I think it was called. I think it's a Gnostic scripture that I came across once. And in that, it talks about these 12 tribal patriarch members, descendants from Abraham, biblically speaking, right? And as it gives 12 different accounts from each family of these 12 tribes. And in it, if you read this book, it describes people with superpowers. It describes people, I think Naphtali in particular, I'm thinking of, like, was able to outrun cheetahs. There was another one, maybe Reuben, I can't remember, was able to leap huge walls and just like scale walls, basically like he's Superman. There's so many interesting accounts of people that have superpowers in these ancient texts and writings and stuff. All right, next up, let me see if I missed anything here. There's also, let's see, the dogmen, the sciapods, the Panoi we talked about, the different islands that are comprised mainly of just women. That's interesting in itself. One-eyed mountain men, cyclopses, etc. The backwards feet people, also known as the Abarimon. The Machiles, the tribe of hermaphrodites. Okay. So, people that have both male and female body parts, which obviously exists in our world today. People don't talk about it that much. But this is also, something you can expect in the future. Not everybody, keep that in mind. So all these mutations and stuff, they don't apply to everybody. These are anomalous examples of things that happen. And I believe, personally, this is just my personal belief, but I believe that these mutations are more inclined to happen to people that are familiar with these types of things already in the modern world. They're just amplified. It's like nature goes, okay, that's what you want? Poof. Your wish is my command. You know what I mean? So if you're eating a lot of bacon and pork and sausage, you might turn into a pig person. If you dress up like a dog, like we talked about in my last Omens episode, and you want to be a dog, and you're walking around telling your DNA, I'm a dog, right? Letting people tie you up with leashes and eating dog food from the bowls. Or, I heard that some schools now even like put out kitty litter in their bathrooms for children who think that they're cats. Stuff like that. Nature might just grant your wish. Just like that. Anyways. Oh, the people that were breatharians, the Astomoi, the tribe that eats by smelling, right? Let's see. The satyrs also, of course, that's a classic example of like half men, half goat or whatnot, right? All right, cool. So I'm going to skip that one. Now, in the modern world, let's compare this to some modern things. Like some of these pictures here, right? Some of these we've talked about. Oh, also I want to say this too, that some of these are mutations. Like see that Blemy that also has like a bird head or whatever, right? I'm going to talk about this more when we break down this movie on Sunday. But keep in mind, other things, if we change our environment drastically enough, there will be other things that will be able to grow off of certain people's bodies, right? That right now might be small that we don't notice. But in the world to come, they might grow to gigantic sizes. That's another reason, all the more reason for me to be healthier, like to be as pure as I possibly can. And the elephant-headed people, man, I forgot to talk about them. So that one's huge, especially like Ganesh comes to mind in Hinduism, right? There's many references throughout pop culture and fiction and stuff of aliens that have like humanoid bodies and elephantine-like heads and stuff like that. The nose is also one of those body parts that continues to grow no matter how long you live for. Keep that in mind. Now, there's also something called parasitic twins, not Siamese twins, which we accept and we know. We don't talk about a lot of these. We just, because we've had that whole epic in the late 1800s, early 1900s, where we considered people sideshow freaks or circus freaks, and that became a bad thing, like an insult and stuff like that. So Siamese twins, that exists all the time in nature. You can find hundreds upon hundreds of examples of animals that have two heads that are Siamese in nature or whatever. There's many humans, right? I could pull up many. I wanted to be careful about all the pictures that I was sharing, right? I don't want to be too graphic. But, Siamese twins, we accept. Academics accepts that Siamese twins exist. they portray it as if there's like maybe 1 or 2 Siamese twins in the whole world right now, even though it's way more than that. Oh, the Refined Alchemist, thank you. Did I hear about the alien attacks in Peru? I saw that somewhere, but I haven't looked into it yet. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. I super appreciate you. All right, but a parasitic twin. Now, this picture that I'm looking at right now shows like a child head buried in a dude's stomach, and it's just growing and hanging from his stomach, if you can imagine that, right? Sometimes they're conjoined at different places. They're not always conjoined at the hips, and it's not as easy as just, oh, I'll just separate them and, you know, cut the flesh between them. Not always, especially parasitic twins, also known as asymmetrical twins or unequal conjoined twins, occurs when a twin embryo begins developing in utero, but the pair does not fully separate, and one embryo maintains dominant development at the expense of the other. It results from the same processes that also produces vanishing twins and conjoined twins, and may represent a continuum between the two. In parasitic twins, one ceases development during gestation and is vestigial to a fully formed, otherwise healthy individual twin. The undeveloped twin is termed as parasitic because it is incompletely formed or wholly dependent on the body functions of the complete fetus. The independent twin is called the autocyte. So this is very interesting too, and this also brings to mind a biblical prophecy where Jesus says, "Woe to those who are pregnant in those days." Right? So, I mean, imagine, just keep in mind, right? Let's just say and speculate, what if the plasma does come down and it has the ability to, whatever it touches, to mutate it or to, you know, turn on its DNA, or to make sense of foreign DNA that might be in the body, right? It might blend the two bodies together, right? Instead of being able to give birth and getting that extra human out of you, you might get stuck with an extra human forever in you as a part of you, right? And I don't want to freak people out too much, but you know, that is a possibility. So yeah, interesting things about different types of twins. There's something called BB. Hey, BB, thank you. I appreciate it. High five to BB for the super chat donation. That was very kind. All right, now I want to mention this. This is something called teratoma. God, there's so many weird anomalies in the field of biology and stuff. Teratoma. A teratoma is a tumor, or a lump of flesh, basically, or a lump of cells, right? A teratoma is a tumor made up of several different types of tissue, such as hair, muscle, teeth, and even bone. Oh my God. Teratomata typically form in the tailbone, where it is known as a sacrococcygeal teratoma, ovary or testicle. Ew, man, they grow in those places too. But anyways, the whole point, I'm not going to show you this picture because it's disgusting. You don't want to see this, okay? It's a nasty lump of cellular flesh that's growing out hair and teeth and weird stuff, all right? So my point in saying this is that cells, right, especially when you think about stem cells, right, they have within them the coding to create anything. Anything. So imagine those stem cells go into flux for some weird reason. Like, I don't know, the atmosphere is going into flux and we have high impulses of electrical energy coming into our world that's activating these things. You might have, you know, some anomalies that happen where the stem cells just start growing weird stuff. And we have this today, right? It doesn't happen as much in a world with less energy, right? But we have people that are born, and I've shown some pictures up here, with like, you know, more than 2 legs. Some people are born with 4 legs or more. Some people are born with 4 arms or more, or toes, or multiple parts of the body, right? I'm going to take this picture off the screen. We're not going to talk about conjoined twins, but I want to talk about people who are born with anomalous features. So for example, I just mentioned people who are born with more than 1 leg. There was that girl, I think I put a picture of that girl who was born in India, and she was seen as a goddess because she had all these different feet and stuff, right? All these different legs that were growing out of her, and like not just 2 legs. That's because the stem cells in our body contain all of the information to create anything. And whenever they are anomalous, right? Whenever weird stuff's happening with the stem cells, they can just grow. You can grow any body part out of any body part, basically, is what I'm saying, right? So you have the ability. That's Goofy. Look at that. It's totally like that's what Goofy is. He's a human. There's dogs in the post-apocalyptic world. I'm totally distracting myself. There's dogs in the post-apocalyptic world, but then there's dog men, like we talked about, mutants, right? Dudes that want to dress up and be dogs and walk around as dogs. Okay, your wish is my command. You know what I mean? Then you got the Goof Troop. Anyways, what was I talking about? Hold on, I want to show this picture real quick. Let me do some screen sharing, and then we'll wrap things up. Let's see. Let's switch this, and I'm going to share my screen with you if I can. I believe that should work. There we go. Now, I want this to be huge, so let me make this bigger. Okay, cool. I can just do that. Awesome. All right, sweet. So this comes from the Nuremberg Chronicle. See that right there? I believe this was written during the Middle Ages, so 1440 to 1514, right? And this is okay. You have to imagine back then what a work it was to write a book, right? Just to make paper, to get the ink, different colors of ink and stuff like that. Look at all these different historic records that are written and chronicled in this book. You've got your Dogman, right? Let's check this out. So this whole thing, I have not translated this because it looks like it's in German, like ancient German or something. That's not one of my areas of expertise, but you have the example of the Dogmen, right? People who are part dog, part human. You have the Cyclopean race that has one eye, right there. We have the Blemy, which we've discussed and talked about in detail. And there's many different examples of Blemies in pop culture too, right? Like there's that one red hairy Blemy that's in the Looney Tunes or whatever. I forgot what his name is. There's Hitmonlee, the Pokemon. There's all kinds of Blemy examples. Then we got the backwards feet people, right? Who can run faster than you. To keep that in mind, right? Before you think, ew, that's weird, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just counting their fingers. There's also people that have like different fingers. You got your hermaphrodites. You've got the giant foot people that can jump super far, right? You've got the straw drinking people. I don't know what this guy's supposed to be. I have no idea what that is. I'm going to have to check that out. If you know what the straw drinking dude is, let me know. I'm not sure what that is. You've got the Pygmies. This is an example of a pygmy. You could tell because there's birds. These are not super giant birds. They could be, but this is supposed to be a pygmy, basically. And this is their war that they fought against the storks, as you can see, right? Or it could also be giant birds. All right, and then we've got the satyr types that have like hoof type feet, right? Now, you might think, and then we're going to talk about this on Sunday when I break this movie down. You might think that your genes aren't able to, turn into different animal parts. But I'm telling you, I believe they are able to, especially if you have any of that DNA already in you. So be careful. What else? We got the goat catcher types. I'm not sure what this dude's up to over here. It looks kind of suspicious, though. What else we got? Oh, this is the satyrs. So, they grow horns too. So that's something else. I put those pictures up too. That humans do grow horns. Period. Like there are people with horns now all over the world. Thousands of people that have horns, and most people, if they start growing a horn, they'll freak out and they get it cut off or whatever, or they shave it down or put makeup on it and they try to cover it up. But there's the human beings grow horns. I'm not saying like that'd be cool or that'd be interesting or, we do. We grow horns. Now, keep in mind, we're a little baby race, like I talked about. This is an example of multiple stages of puberty when you live for hundreds of years. Also, like we talked about, your bone structure continues to grow, right? You notice older people have big heads. That's because your skull continues to grow as you get older, right? And if there's any anomalous parts in your skull, it will all start to coagulate and grow together into horns, right? In today's world, the horns don't look as beautiful as I imagine they would look in a regenerative state. Like the horns grow in strange places and they're not symmetrical or anything. But I'm pretty sure that they would grow to look just like satyrs and, you know, typical devils with horns, or, you know, Star Wars type aliens and stuff like that, right? So horns. People do grow horns, and they grow tails too, by the way. I didn't want to show too many examples of people with tails, you know, because it shows a lot of nudity in a lot of these pictures, but there's just as many examples, if not more, of people, human beings that have horns, usually older people too. So that's why I believe it's a part of regenerative puberty stages, right? Is growing horns, is also growing a tail. Many people are born with tails, and unfortunately, sadly, they're cut off at birth or shortly after. The doctors and everyone, usually the parents are like, oh my God, it's a mutant baby or whatever. And they'll cut the tail off. They'll cut a human's tail off. And it's really interesting because if you take a look at a human tail, it resembles a pigtail, actually, like a really long pigtail. So there might be more truth to the movie Avatar than we previously thought. But anyways, humans do grow tails. So it's likely that whenever we enter, you know, a change in buoyancy in the atmosphere in the future, you might need a tail to balance a little better as you're jumping from tree to tree, you know, like ninjas, you know, in pop culture and fiction and stuff. Like you'll be able to do that kind of stuff because the buoyancy will be increased because of the depressurized atmosphere. So you might need a tail to help you out, like monkeys have, you know what I mean? Not saying you'll turn into a monkey, but not saying you won't. Anyways, then we got the elephant Dumbo looking people. I forgot what they were called, but then you got some people with some big old lips, looks like, and people with no noses. That's interesting, right? So people just missing body parts. Some of you may have had dreams about stuff like this too. Just so you know, there's a lot of truth to your dreams. I know there's people out there that I've dreamt that they didn't have a mouth, or that they saw a humanoid that didn't have a mouth. Just a blank, or even no face at all, right? I'm sure that there's people out there. It just reminds me of some dreams I've had. And I know if I've had them, many of you have as well. And what else we got over here? So here's some other examples of mutant births, right? People that are born with multiple arms. Exactly how it's portrayed in Hinduism, where people have many different arms. This would obviously be a benefit if you had working, you know, limbs and digits and stuff like that. Like, imagine what this dude could play on the piano. Like, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. You could probably do all kinds of stuff, right? But this is not fiction, okay? This is a drawing. That doesn't mean, oh, this is a myth. You know, people weren't really, this happens today, okay? I can't show you all the pictures because they're kind of grotesque and stuff, but this happens today. These are the hairy women tribe we talked about. We got these dudes. I think they're born with 6 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So oftentimes people are born with extra digits, right? Especially if you have that amplified regenerative quality or amplified energy or spirit or soul, however you'd like to see it, right? People will be born with extra toes, extra fingers, extra arms sometimes, right? It all depends. And the giants, you know, of different lore of times past, many of the giants were said to have 6 fingers and 6 toes. It's also reminds me of the movie The Princess Bride, where they were looking for the man with 6 fingers, right? All right, what else we got here? We have these guys are really interesting. They're like centaurs, but they don't have the front hooves. Like, how does this dude stand? How does he not fall? You know, there's some truth to this, right? But in my mind today, I want him to just topple over. But basically, this is a type of satyr. People that have like goat legs or horse hooves or whatever, right? This guy, I'm not sure what this dude's doing here. He's just an old man that's crouching down. People with multiple eyes, right? They look kind of Phanazoid looking. So people who have many eyes on their faces. This is also people who are born with a split face, right? A face on one side, a face on another side. It's very similar to like Siamese twins and stuff like that, except for it's not an entire head that separates. This is not fiction. This is not fantasy. This is not make-believe. This is real. All these things, they have strong elements of historic truth to them. And check this out. You can see in the Bible, it talks about how the Spirit descended onto Jesus like a dove, or in the form of a dove, a bird, right? This is the cosmic bird that appears up in the sky. Takes the image, depending on people's perspectives. Some people might interpret it as a thunderbird or a phoenix or other types of cosmic birds, birds of creation. You can also see right here that there's a hand. Let me zoom in on this little hand right here. There's a hand that's coming down or coming out of some sort of an inverted dome at the top. Now, this inverted dome is going to make an appearance in many of these paintings. So I want to point this out because it lines up with my own cosmology and how I see the world and the shape of the world, etc. I believe that there's a firmament, that there's a roof, a ceiling to our world, an actual physical object that separates our world and keeps it pressurized from outer space, or from what I call the rest of the fractalverse, the heavens, etc. Right? So we have this blue inverted dome at the top. And if you notice, take a look here, oftentimes they'll put little stars on this dome all over it. This little inverted dome has all these stars time and time again in these older Renaissance paintings, those typically depicting the nativity scene or the birth of Jesus. But in other cases like this one, his baptism or him walking on water, etc. Right? So there's some sort of an object up there in the sky that's an inverted dome. This is what I believe is referenced to and called the doom shape. Especially in the Colburn Bible, it talks about this doom shape that was seen up in the sky. This is the inverted dome that I talk about, that's attached at the apex of our firmament. And it's responsible for projecting different images into our sky. For example, what we call the moon. It also possibly might be responsible for stars, planets, things like that. But we have a blue beam of light that appears to be coming down, or possibly coming up, going up from Jesus, that goes between this split mountain, Mount Meru symbolism. Very interesting stuff here. We got some angels off to the side that are worshiping and stuff. We got Jesus walking on the water. Now, let's suppose that Jesus represents this blue beam of energy, of light, right? I'm going to talk about the blue beam a lot more. It's directly tied into Project Blue Beam or Project Blue Beam, right? A blue beam that is projected or projects up and out of Mount Meru. Let's see, we've got the blue beam symbolism coming up and out of the split mountain, right? Now let's check out another one. Let's move on here. You're going to see a lot of these representations. Here's another one at the baptism of Jesus. You can see him standing there on the water with probably John the Baptist, and then the Spirit descending on him like a dove. But look what we have at the top once again. Not the sun, right? Some sort of a blue object that's an inverted dome. And it's almost always depicted as an inverted dome, not a circle or a sphere or anything like that. Now, to those on the ground, when they look up and see this circular object, because if you're just looking from the ground up and you see it, it wouldn't look, this is a side view, right? So you would see a circle up there. So, you know, people who believe that there are spherical objects up there in the sky, they would probably assume that it's a sphere of some sort. And you also notice too that it sort of has this target, like this sort of target look to it, that it's got these rings, or what appears to be rings, with like a center portion right there. But we see it again, this inverted dome, and then this cosmic bird represented by the dove. And then it comes down to Jesus, which is definitely, he's throwing a hand sign right here. So you guys can speculate on what you think that the hand sign might represent or what it might be. But it looks like he's poking like the little Pillsbury Doughboy or something to John the Baptist. Let's zoom back out and see what we find here. We've got these angels that are present. Okay, let's check out another one together. Now, this one's really good. This one is more of an orthodox, an ancient orthodox depiction from, old Russia and, Eastern countries and stuff like that. But if we take a look at this, you can see that we have this mountain. Once again, the nativity scene. And they portrayed quite often, right? I know in the modern world, we have like a little baby crib and Jesus is all tucked in and there's the three wise men and there's all these farm animals and stuff. But that's not how it originally was depicted. Originally, they had him inside of this, what appears to be a cave. Now, if we take a look at this, let's examine it, right? Now, first, I want to show you the guy who's completely uninterested. This guy shows up a lot. He's always just kind of leaning off to his side like he's falling asleep during the birth of Jesus or something. But look right above this. Do you notice where they have Mary? Now, Mary and Jesus right here. Mary, if you break down the etymological root of the name Mary, it's Mar-i or Mori, which basically means a large body of water, a sea or an ocean. Jesus, or the light of the world, if you look at things through a plasma apocalypse lens, Jesus, which is that light, is born up out of this undefiled water source, which means that it's ocean water, but it's not saline. There's no pollutants in that water, like salt, basically, right? It's not bitter, but it's pure, represented by the Virgin Mother, right? Mary or Mori. And look what she's sitting on top of. We have this mesa, this lofty mountain that rises up, much like the Devil's Tower, right? Or some people, see like a giant petrified cut down tree or something. But this is where Mary is laying down, where Jesus is, right next to her. And then almost always you have some sort of a bull and a donkey right next to him. Now we also see that there is a beam of light coming up from Jesus that goes out of the mountain and hits an inverted dome at the top. We also have two other mountains that flank this central mountain, Mount Meru. I refer to these in my books as the anode and the cathode mountains on either side of Mount Meru, the positive and the negative. Now, let's take a look at Mount Meru itself, if this is Mount Meru, which I believe that it is. This would be like a plasma volcano. That's what I call this, okay? All volcanoes have the potential to be plasma volcanoes. Right now, in the world that we live in today, they're full of lava and stuff, but whenever the electromagnetic spectrum reverses and changes and the energy reverses, all of that gas rushes up from the center of the Earth, becomes ionized, and blasts out of all of these cavernous openings, including volcanoes. So, this would be the split mountain symbolism, and it's also the unfinished pyramid symbolism. Right? That's why the unfinished pyramid, symbolically, as you see it portrayed in a lot of Freemasonic art and stuff like that, that's why it's always missing its top. And that's why there's always an eye in the sky, which is this up here, this inverted dome at the top. That's the eye in the sky. That's the all-seeing eye, right? Which is just a part of the firmament itself. Now, this beam of light shoots up, and then once it gets near to that inverted dome, it splits off and it conforms to its shape, wrapping around it. What we see far off in the distance and on the surface is a Y shape, or a tent peg, or the ancient Vav is what it's known as. Now let's take a look at this mountain. Let's examine this, right? Some people, and this is where the whole Jesus being born in a cave comes from, is many people, when they looked at these images, they would see a mountain, and then they would see a hole in the side of the mountain, and then they would see, what looks like Jesus and his birth and Mary inside of the mountain, or inside of the cave, right? The hole in the side of the mountain. But really what this is doing is it's opening a window into the mountain. It's not that the mountain has a big cave in the side of it. It's that the mountain itself is hollow because it's a volcano, basically. Mount Meru is a volcano. A plasma volcano specifically. So what they're doing is they're showing you, they're opening it up on the side because they're not showing you a top-down view of it. They're showing you a side view. So they open it up and put a little window in there so that you can see that this mountain is hollow. And on the inside of this mountain is an energetic source, terrestrial energy that shoots up and brings life to the world, being ionized oxygen, I believe. So we also see that we have these angels that are present, right? These three balls, represented by the halos, you might call them, that are wrapped around these angels' heads, these are also depicted in many of this ancient imagery. So this says the nativity of our Lord. and we have many of these mesas. You see these little mesas all over the place. Now, I believe that these mesas are created from electromagnetic forces. That it's the same concept whenever you have static electricity and you rub it on your hair and then you pull it up. Your hair defies gravity and it rises up into the air. It floats up into the air. And that's because the negative charge is attracted to the positive charge in your body or in your hair. And the positive charge that's in your hair reaches up to meet that negative charge, bringing the hair along with it. So if you have a strong enough electrical force, theoretically, right, and you have a whole bunch of positively charged earth, which is in the shape or the form of mud and debris, clay, stuff like that, that's more loose, then it's possible for it to actually rise up, for the earth to rise up into the sky until it meets that negative electric cosmic thunderbolt, lightning, thunderbolt from the gods, however you want to see it. And then the moment that it hits it, the electrical charge runs through the earth energy and it changes the bond, solidifying it and petrifying it into place, which is why many times if you study these mesas, you'll find that they're most dense at the very top. Right? They're extremely hard, very dense at the top, and then they start to lose that density as they go down because the electricity travels all the way through that formation, and then it disperses as it goes, so it becomes weaker and weaker, becoming less of a petrified effect as it goes through. So this one's really interesting. Let's go ahead and check out some more. There's actually some images down here at the bottom too. I just wanted to check these out real quick. So we've got somebody who's always pouring water, right? The water bearer. This is also mentioned in the New Testament. Jesus talks about finding the water bearer. And we've got, these are sort of like comic book pictures showing you different scenes and stuff. Right here in the middle would be like a symbolic representation of the tree of life. We've got Jesus sitting on the lap of Mary right here. I'm going to come back to that one in a bit. Let's check out the next one. So here's another one showing us the holy mountain where Jesus was born. Another one showing us the inverted dome that's blue at the top of the sky with a beam of light coming up from the little mummified, wrapped up Jesus baby down here inside of the mountain. Mother Mary off to the side, sitting on top of what looks like another one of these mesas. The guy who's like, looks like he's uninterested. And we have the donkey and the bull, or cow, or whatever it is. And then we have that blue beam that shoots up from inside of this mountain. Now look how high and lofty this mountain is. It looks much like a volcano would look, like a cone-shaped volcano, but it's pulled high up into the sky. Now, this is how I believe volcanoes are created. Now, I know we've been told in modern academics that volcanoes are created from lava that comes up and then it hardens. You know what I mean? I have so many questions about that. It doesn't make sense to me. The academic model of volcanoes doesn't make any sense. If it was lava that created the volcano, then the entire volcano, it stands to reason, should be made of volcanic material. But quite often it's not. It's made of earth. It's earthen, right? Except for the places where the lava has poured out or the magma has oozed out and then hardened. But that magma that comes out, it's liquid form. Right? So it's tiny chunks of metal that are mixed with rock. And that's why it looks like it's molten rock. It's not molten rock. It's molten metal that has earth mixed into it. So that magma oozes out, but then it flattens out once it comes out. If you look at any picture of magma or molten lava or whatever that has come out, you'll see it spreads out. It spreads out, it cracks out, it smooths out, it's very rounded in shape. Not these types of like basalt columns, like what you see with the Giant's Causeway or what you see with the Devil's Tower. They will tell you, academics will tell you that, oh, well, these are volcanic plugs. This used to be the inside of a volcano, and wind and rain blew away the rest of it, the earthen portions of it. How about this? How about terrestrial energy, electromagnetic energy, shoots up from inside of the earth, rushing at insane speeds, bursting up into the sky, creating these light pillars that looked like they were holding up the heavens or the firmament, keeping it from falling down on us. And as this electromagnetic energy rushes up, all of the loose debris, the earthen debris, mud and whatever around it, is attracted to it. In the same way that it would be attracted to the electricity from above, it's attracted to the electricity that comes from below. And so it all circles around that energy that's coming up out of the earth. And that energy is shooting upward. So it starts to rise up. But the closer it gets, it becomes petrified. And it solidifies. More earth rises on top of that, and it solidifies. More earth rises on top of that, and it solidifies. But it keeps a hole right there in the middle where that energy constantly comes out. And we have volcanoes. So it's another example, the inverted dome, the blue beam shooting out, all of these angels, which I believe are, these are personified or cartoonified representations of electromagnetic phenomenon. For example, sprites, right? There's different electromagnetic phenomenon that happens that many people are unaware of, aside from just lightning, right? There's blue jets. There's what they call elves, which are basically electromagnetic halos that appear up in the sky. And there are sprites as well. I go into great detail about this in my first book and the book that I just finished, Ancient Oblivion, Return to Hyperborea. So you can see the little side view. This is not a cave in the side of a volcano. This is just showing you the inside of it, because how else can you show that? You know what I mean? I don't know if they could paint in transparency. Also, you'll notice that Mary seems to be titanic in stature. She's pretty gigantic compared to everybody else. Let's check out the next one. So here's another example of the same thing. You see how raggedy these mountains are? Or how, you know what I mean? They're not very smooth or anything. These are types of basalt columns that are created. Same thing with Mary right here. I think this is just another version of that first one we saw. Here's another good one that I've zoomed into. You can see this inverted blue dome with these little stars and stuff at the top. This is where the sky opens, I believe. Whenever we go through atmospheric depressurization on a worldwide scale during the apocalypse, this is the point, the apex under the firmament, right? Where all of the gases rush up and burst out and creating a hole, puncturing and opening up the actual firmament itself. And then there's a blue beam. That blue beam would conform to the image as we talked about, or conform to the shape. Here's the mountain with the hole inside of it. Here's little baby Jesus. Here's the guy. Here's the guy who's just waiting for it to be over. Let's see what else we got next up. Here's another version of this. Now, look at these older pictures and drawings, and notice also, I feel like this escapes us too often. The yellow color, right? They had blue, obviously, right? There's blue right there. So they could have painted the sky or the background as being blue, but they didn't. Why not? Because I believe this is symbolic of the monochrome skies that we will have, the monochrome atmosphere. Right now, we don't live under monochrome. We go through a color spectrum shift, right? And right now, we have many colors. We have a diversity of colors, but whenever things begin, there is one. There's one color to begin with, and then that transitions into different colors, and more colors start to emerge as time moves forward from the reset point. So this would be the Golden Age, or the start of the Golden Age, symbolically speaking. You have the high and lofty mountain, Mount Meru, the plasma volcano, the blue beam shooting up out of it, touching the inverted dome at the top of the sky. You have all of these angelic creatures that are seen in the sky when this event happens, moving about. All of this electricity and stuff. Little baby Jesus wrapped up like a little mummy. I don't know why he's wrapped up like a little mummy. And let's see what else we got here. Mother Mary. All right, let's move on to the next one. There's another depiction. Now this one's interesting too. You've got Jesus between the two trees. These are the two lampstands. These are the two trees, the two witnesses, etc., and so on and so forth. And Jesus throwing up the peace sign, the hand sign with the number 2s right there. And then you have him standing directly underneath another inverted dome with little stars attached to it, right? With a little cross at the top too. This is also seen as a planet by those who don't know any better, because we're taught that there are planets up there and there's other worlds and stuff. So to those people that have that perspective, right, they will most likely see whenever this inverted dome is seen in the sky, right, when the conditions change and allows us to actually see the firmament above us, people will see this inverted dome. It'll be lit up or backlit from the plasma that's on the other side of it, which is a part of the plasmasphere. which is actually 2 of those, which represent the Van Allen belts. The plasma that is under the firmament, that conforms to its shape, and then the plasma that's around the firmament, right? The light that's on the other side that passes through. So people will look up and they will see this doom shape, as it's sometimes called. And if it's made of reflective material, then you could expect it to reflect whatever is directly below it. Directly below it, as I've written in my new book, is Hyperborea, or the Garden of Eden, or many other names for this mysterious, legendary island continent that's circular in nature and split by 4 rivers. It's partitioned into 4 different islands by these 4 rivers, the rivers of life. And we see a reflection of that up here in this inverted dome. We also see, symbolic images of it behind Jesus's head, etc. And here you can see Jesus wearing the blue, representing the blue beam, etc. He's much larger than these gigantic animals next to him, but he's flanked by these 2 witnesses, which are the anode and the cathode, or Adam and Eve, etc. Oh, and also the yellow background too, right? So the golden age, the yellow background, monochrome colors. Oh, Jody Albrecht donated $20 and says, "Genius mind at work." Thank you greatly. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate all of you. Now, here's one of the ones that was in the thumbnail. This is very interesting. This is the ascension. This is the resurrection. This is Jesus getting sucked up into the sky, right? Here you have that representation of this inverted dome shape up at the top. And then what looks like plasma that's sort of wrapped around it. Now, some people look up and see this, and you keep in mind that if there's ionized hydrogen on the other side of it, then it would snake on down like plasma does. And this right here would be Medusa's head, or the face of Medusa, which is why in ancient times Medusa's was really only portrayed as a head, right? Typically on a shield or something, but it was only her head, really, not really the rest of her body. This is the head of Medusa, symbolically speaking. This is also the mouth of Kronos, the god that ate his own children and then choked on a rock and spat them back out, right? This is all symbolic of the atmospheric depressurization that happens whenever all of that atmosphere is sucked out. According to Archimedes' principle, whenever you have a fluid that is displaced, right, it's equal to a brand new buoyant force, right? So however much atmosphere gets sucked out of that hole at the top where the doom shape is, will be equal to buoyancy that comes up from beneath, basically negating weight in our world and making things weightless for a time. Those weightless things get sucked up into the sky in the winds, right? Worldwide atmospheric winds that rush around in one direction. I mean, there's exceptions to that because there'll be little eddies and currents and stuff too. But things get pulled up in those winds and they get sucked up. They get eaten by Kronos. So that blue beam is no exception, right? Every other cycle, that blue beam will come up. It'll shoot up into the sky. And then every other cycle, that blue beam will retract. It'll go down, but it'll leave an aura behind. Because that blue beam, if it has been shooting up into the heavens, and all of the blue beams, there's many of them, but this one would be the largest of them all, on the largest mountain. It would be in the same spot for an entire epoch, an age, and an eon, electrically ionizing the atmosphere around it. So once it disappears, it leaves an aura. It leaves a glow. And whenever that hole in the sky opens up again, that spirit, or that aura of that squatter man in the sky, right, would likely start to get sucked up into the sky as everything else will, right? It'll get pulled up. So that's another example of it. And then you see this little blue on the outside too. So I did this video about the blue beam, and I was talking about the Christ versus the Antichrist, right? So the Christ, let's say the Christ represents, let's just speculate and say that the Christ represents that blue beam that comes up out of Mount Meru. That's terrestrial, life-giving earth energy. There is an opposite to that. There's an opposite light that comes down from above every other apocalyptic cycle. That light is also blue, but it's destructive and it's hot. The light that comes up out of the world is cold plasma, and you can touch it and it reinvigorates you when you stand inside of it, and it stimulates cellular regeneration so that you can live longer, etc. But that blue light that comes down from above, from the sun, that point of focus, right? That sunlight right now is going through a color spectrum shift. That's why we have so many different colors, and it's leading to all of the colors. If you take a look at different images of the sky, you'll start to see more and more rainbow phenomena up there in the sky. And that's all of the colors, which is one of the omens of the apocalypse right before, we're reset back to monochrome. But anyways, the sun starts to turn blue, right? And it will transgress the northern tropics, making its way to Mount Meru until it settles over the throne of God, being Mount Meru, right over Mary, basically. Right? So the dragon will settle right over Mary, who's about to give birth to Jesus, because he's, there's no light of the world right now. We live during the season of Satan, or the short season of Satan, as some people call it. Anyways, whenever that sunlight becomes focused enough, then the center of it actually becomes dark, and all you see is a corona, or a blue ring of light, right? That's directly above this mountain. There's a lot of Lord of the Rings symbolism in this too. Let's take a look at another one. Here's another one with the feet. Jesus sort of hanging, and he's getting sucked up and disappearing in what people might interpret to be some sort of a portal or otherworldly dimensional opening in the sky, etc. But we have an inverted dome, once again. The artists don't show you that this is a whole circle or a whole sphere or anything like that. This is connected to the firmament, it seems to me, I'll say, right? We have these angels that are sort of escorting Jesus up into the sky. His feet are hanging down while everyone else is looking at him go up into the heavens. Let's check out another one. And you'll also notice that target, right? I believe this is just plasma that's emanating out of the center of this, and it moves in waves. It's like a waveform that moves across that doom shape. All right, let's check out another one. Here's the same one. Jesus's legs just hanging out of the sky. That's because the sky is solid, not the atmosphere, but there is a solid limitation, and that's what space is. Space is the space that exists between two physical objects, which is the dome, the firmament, right? The limits, the sky is the limit up there at the top, the highest, hardest glass ceiling, and then the earth down here below. You always have the picture of this mountain behind him. This is the Mount Meru symbolism, right? Sort of a stepped mountain. In this case, you can see sort of the unfinished pyramid symbolism happening here. And all of the saints, all of the people that were alive during the time, this was when he was down, whenever that beam of energy was shooting up into the sky, looking like Atlas holding up the heavens and doing that sort of squatter man pose, right? Atlas holds onto a dome as well, right? In the old days, he was holding onto the sky. So if you see an image of Atlas and he's holding onto a sphere and it's like the earth or something, that's a fake Atlas. That's not the real Atlas. Atlas didn't hold up the earth. Atlas held up the sky itself, or the firmament. It was this beam of light that shot up and then split at the top, looking like it was holding up another world. Sometimes it was portrayed as holding up the moon, which is appropriate because this up here is the physical actual moon that projects the image of what we call the moon in the sky today. And that moon, that real moon, it doesn't move. It doesn't actually move around or anything because it's a solid part of the firmament. If what I'm saying is correct, right? This is all my theories. Or my perspective that I'm sharing with you, my ideas and stuff that are not even mine. Okay, they come from across time and my research from thousands of, ancient historians and modern people and everywhere I look and everything I experience. But anyways, so we have this blue beam image that looks like it wraps around this inverted dome or dome shape. That's where the word doom, I believe, actually comes from, because this is what creates doom in our world, the dome opening up, the firmament ripping apart, like a scroll opening. Anyways, so when Jesus was down, or when that blue beam was on the ground and people saw it standing there, arms spread out, that's the time of the quote-unquote millennial reign. That's the time whenever people's spirits were amplified. That's the time whenever people had access to earthly knowledge, the knowledge of the earth. That the earth records all things and all vibrations and holds those resonant frequencies within it, storing it forever. It's called the Akashic Records. And it amplifies the spirits of the people as well. It resonates with us and with animals and with plants and stuff, and it really brings about a golden age. Does it mean that everybody is a saint, everybody's perfect? No, there's anomalies and exceptions, but we go from we swing from side to side like a pendulum, right? So, for example, the time we live in now is full of negatively charged energy. It's the season of Satan. That blue beam has retracted as the earth charges and pulls that energy back into the hollow recesses on the inside. And we're left with the negative charge on the top, which is the satanic energy, as people refer to it, right? But even today, within the satanic energy, we have pockets, we have anomalies of people that are the lost tribes. Okay, we have people that still have an energetic signature that resonates with the old world and the old ways whenever it was the millennial kingdom. When that reverses, we will have a majority of good and pockets of evil here and there. The evil will be the anomaly, right? So here's another one. Jesus getting sucked up into the sky. The stars are out. You can see it's nighttime, but it's also kind of daytime. So it's the night coming. This is what happens whenever that blue beam leaves. And when it appears, we have 3 days of darkness. But you can see at the very top, boom, the inverted dome, blue in color once again, right? Now, this is only blue for a moment. It's only blue whenever the sun moves and transgresses the tropics and it rests at the apex of the dome, right? That's when you have a battle between good and evil, or the blue light that comes down, which is daylight, that's just extremely focused to the point where it burns the land. People won't be able to be out during the daytime. When this happens, I mean, you can already see that, in academics, they're talking about how it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and they blame that on humanity and stuff. I say the earth is responsible. I say it's a natural occurrence that happens. I believe that it is. But anyways, it'll be blue for a moment. This is the blue star Kachina also that dances in the plaza. The plaza is the center place. It's the middle of the village, the city, the world, etc., which is at the North Pole, which hosts Mount Meru, which you see back here as well. So all the saints watch as the aura is pulled up, sucked up into the sky. Let's see what else we got. Here's another image of it. I like this one. It shows you this mesa, right, where Jesus's feet stood, and his feet were planted there, right, because he stood there for a very long time. So you have these little footprints on this gigantic mesa, which is an unfinished pyramid, or the Great Pyramid, like the real Great Pyramid, not the Egyptian Great Pyramid. But the Egyptian Great Pyramid, since I mentioned it, I'll tell you my thoughts on that, okay? All of the pyramids, from the most popular one that most people talk about in Egypt to the thousands of other ones that are across the world. Some of them, I believe, are natural formations that are created whenever you run a frequency through Earth, it creates a shape. It's called cymatics, right? So that shape can take the form of pyramids, like this one right here, and the Earth can create these pyramids. Some of them are man-made, I believe, that were designed around cavernous openings, which, by the way, the Great Pyramid in Egypt is said to have a bottomless pit underneath it, or a huge cavernous opening that goes down underneath it. And people created these artificial buildings around these cavernous openings in order to harness that energy, to create little rooms of immortality so that their leaders and the approved could go in there and basically bathe in terrestrial positively charged energy to reinvigorate and stimulate their cells to continue to to regenerate so they could stay young longer, and other things as well. I'm sure there was other uses for it. But anyways, so here we have symbolically the blue beam, Jesus Christ being sucked up into the sky where that inverted blue dome area is, and you can also see the red plasma streaking off of it. This is where the crown of thorns comes into play. Right? That circular area with all those snakes. Remember I said this is basically the face of Medusa, or the head of Medusa. And you see all those snakes all the way around her head. Those are dragons, which is plasma. Originally, dragons were portrayed without feet and without hands and without horns or anything. They were worms in the sky that floated about and undulated around, right? So that's what people see, is this ionized hydrogen that comes out of that opening in the inverted dome up there, and it looks like there are spikes, a crown of thorns. So you have that aura that makes that Y shape, or like Jesus on the cross, or the Irminsul of Saxon lore, right? The world tree of Anglo-Saxons and stuff. There's many different versions of it. The cosmic bird or whatever, it has these crowns on its head, these spikes or whatnot, right? Oftentimes red as they're portrayed. or bloody, you could say. Here's another version. Jesus just hanging from the roof. Looks like a disappearing act, like something you would see, you know, a magician doing or something. Here's the plateaued mountain, Mount Meru symbolism. Here's the inverted blue dome with this sort of rainbow effect around it. You have all these different colors of lights and stuff reflecting off of it. All the people praying, all the saints, you know, mourning for their loss because that terrestrial energy is now gone, and they will enter into a time of mourning, a time of famine, a time of sicknesses and plague, etc. This is one of my favorite representations. Hold on, let me check the chat, make sure we're still good. We're still good? Okay, looks like we're still good. All right, let me get back. Where was I here? Choo-pa-choo. Was it this one? No. Nope, we'll come back. We'll come back. All right, so this one right here, this is one of my favorite representations of that inverted blue dome up there in the sky. Now, let's take a look at, let's start at the bottom. We have all of the saints down here terrestrially on the ground, and they have like these little fires that come off of their heads. Do you see that? Right? That's like amplified spirit energy, basically. They're represented as saints with the little halos around their heads, etc., and they're waving goodbye, and you have that same dove, right? And this is the doom shape. I did a whole video on my Plasma Apocalypse playlist, and this is the shape. This is the exact image that's on the thumbnail. It's this inverted dome in the sky that has these circular rings to it with a central depressurization point right there. This is the eye in the sky, I believe. This is the all-seeing eye that people, every once in a while, it's closed now, or it's invisible now, because there's so much light that's focused downward at us. It's kind of like if someone shines a bright flashlight your way in the dark, you can't really see what's behind them, right? Same type of concept. But you have those snakes, the Medusa snakes, the energy that comes out of that, and it's reaching down, almost looks like hands, you could say, arms, with little fingers that are branching out. That's what plasma does whenever it gets closer to being grounded. It starts off at its source as a trunk, but then as it gets closer to the ground, it branches out, just like lightning does too, right? So you can imagine something much, much greater and grander than just tiny little lightning that we have down here at the surface. You can also see these little, let me zoom in on this actually. So if you look closely, you can see that they put these little squigglies, right? Those little circles with little lines coming off of them. And then you have the plasma that splits as it gets closer to the ground, right? And that plasma goes down and it's attracted to other electromagnetic things like people. And it will seek out vessels to inhabit and to possess, basically. But it's reaching down from this great star in the sky. The only star, actually, the only physical star that exists, I believe, that's up there in the firmament, is this inverted dome shape, right? Now, it very well may be that the reason that we see rings is because this is an actual inverted dome, the outside of it. But here, it goes the opposite way. It goes upwards, and then here it comes down, and then here is the depressurization point. This is the image of Atlantis, basically. And you have all this plasma that's coming down or descending. There's the bird shape. That's the split cosmic bird shape. Now, let's compare this to what we find in ancient Egypt. You know, you're probably familiar with the god Akhenaten, right? The History Channel loves talking about Akhenaten right here, how he's probably an alien and the baby has an alien head and stuff like that. But his name has this god right here inside of it, this circle that's in the sky with these beams of light that look like they have hands at the end of them, oftentimes holding on to the Ankh right there. So let me zoom in on that little Ankh. See that? That's the symbol for life or energy, you could say. This right here, I don't believe is the sun. Many people have translated this, or they look back in ancient history and they're like, oh, a circle in the sky or light in the sky. Oh, it must be our light that we have today in modern times. I don't think so. I think conditions were a lot different. Many different times throughout our, what I call ancient oblivion or forgotten past or history. So this is the doom shape up in the sky, opening up and all that plasma coming down and then spreading and branching out like hands descending from above, right? Bringing life down into the world, changing the world, etc. These are like basically little comic book style, you know, scenes. I don't know if these are three separate children. There's a kid here. There's a kid here. I think these might all be the same one. Just depictions like this would be like a type of Mary. right here with Nefertiti, I think she is. The baby Jesus, or a type of baby Jesus. There's actually many drawings of Jesus reaching up and touching Mary's cheek exactly like this. Anyways, let's continue on. So here's another version of it, but this one is more evil looking. It's more satanic looking. And this is another, middle-aged sort of tile artwork or whatever. And it shows this devil looking creature with horns. Now this horn, that's why it's called Kronos. Kronos is the horned one. That's what his name means. Or actually strong with horns is literally what Kronos means. So Kron or Kron is where we get the word corn from. And a corn is a horn, basically, right? Like a cornucopia, a horn of plenty, etc. What this really is, though, is it's a crescent. You see how it makes a crescent shape all the way around, a blue inverted dome, you could say. That blue inverted dome above us, because there's light emanating off of it and stuff, it goes through cycles just like our moon goes through cycles. And oftentimes it will be in this upside down shape where you can see the bottom of it right here, and it creates a little crescent shape up in the sky. Now this is all cartoonified symbolism, okay? For people, you see the snakes coming out of its head, right? It might as well be Medusa, but this is also a form of Kronos. And people, I'm not saying that, that is Jesus or anything like that. I know many people would scream sacrilege or blasphemy. But it's interesting that we see the same concept, right? That people are getting sucked up or taken or raptured, you could say, up into this, what I believe to be symbolic of the sky, the serpents coming up out of it, right? And then people leaving the earth or leaving the world. And then that same yellow sky in the background, the same yellow sky that you can see there. Let me zoom out so you can see the whole thing here. And then this is the time when we transition into, and this is basically a volcano right there behind him too. So you can actually see the anode and cathode mountains. So you can see they're open at the top. Let me open this up here so you can see. So this guy's getting put into the volcano by this blue guy right here. And then on the other side, we have an accompanying volcano right here. Same exact type of imagery. It's just shown with a different flavor or a different energetic style, right? Mount Meru, right there in the middle, this is the throne of God. Satan takes that throne from time to time, or attempts to take that throne, which is the Christ versus the Antichrist battle that I mentioned earlier, right? So we see this depicted in a lot of things. Here's another artistic image of the hole that opens up in the sky during the birth of Jesus, or the death of Jesus. Same thing, right? Same event. The depressurization of the atmosphere. So here we have, you'll notice there's a mountain right here, or a hill, right? It changes over time, and it changes more drastically the further in time that we get from the actual event, which is the cartoonification. But if you look inside of this mountain, you'll see there's another little world back there with trees and a forest and stuff, which is the inside of the earth, down under us. There's many trees, gigantic ones, that grow down inside of the earth. It's a sylvan type of a world. But if you look at it, you have this cave, which is the same type of imagery that we showed you earlier, right? We have the birth of Jesus inside of that cave, basically. And then right above that, we have the sky opening up, and these branches coming down out of the heavens with these angels moving about and holding on to each other's hands and stuff. These are gigantic, huge cosmic sprites, basically. Energy that shoots up and comes down. It has a little Z-pinch right there in the middle. It's got a little where plasma folds in on itself, right? Creating that sort of thunderbolt of the gods look. These crowns, there's angels, 3 of them right here. What else we got here? Down on the ground too, we have electrical arcing. There's symbolic of electrical arcing with these angelic figures. And there's one, there's another, right? And the earth, whenever it follows these electrical arcs, right? Remember how I was talking about how the electricity can pull mud up into the sky and petrify it in place? Well, if that mud or loose dirt or earth or whatever it is, if it's pulled up and it follows an electrical arc and it comes back down, it can be also petrified in place, giving you arches or rock arches that look just like that, right? And it's not that like those rock arches just had water rushing against it so much that, it created a hole in the side of it or whatever. It's, I believe, that they petrified in place in that exact shape. Also, there's a little demon-looking goat thing down here on the corner. Let's check that out real quick. I don't know what this is. There's some sort of creature right there. And over here, you see that? A little satyr-looking dude who's waving high right there, right? So this is the time whenever it's a ghost apocalypse, it's a zombie apocalypse, this is the time when angels and demons make their appearance on Earth, all over the place, all life changes, right? Giants, mutants, all sorts of interesting stuff. Here's another one. Let me blow this up a little bit. You can see the yellow sky, the yellow background, monochrome, golden age. This is Jesus being born right here. Anna, hey, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Good to see you, Anna Morales. And then up here, we've got the hole in the sky, the depressurization point with the red plasma represented by the red angel up here in the corner, right? There's something written here. Looks like maybe Latin. I can't tell what that says, though. And then look at the rock formations. Let's take a good, hard look at the rock formations surrounding Jesus. Now, first, we've off to the side here. Oh, where'd you go? There it is. Let me see. Can I pull that over? I can. All right, cool. So off to the side right here, you can see that there's like this little cone-shaped thing off to the side, possibly another plasma volcano. But let's look at the other side. Look at all of the rocks. Where is Jesus being born right here? Right? This is the house where he's born, etc. But where is this? This isn't in the desert. Look at this. These are basalt columns, right? Which is what Mount Meru is made out of, I believe, and that's what's responsible. This guy's like, look, I made a little house. Then we got this lady down here, the water bearer, and she's like, that's enough. Okay, that's plenty of water. But look, see all the rock shooting up into the sky or shooting up into the air, and then it's just flat right on the top right there. Same type of deal. Interesting. Look at all that stuff. All right, let's check out the next one here. Okay, so now this looks more Renaissance looking, right? Now, what I wanted to point out about this, and Mind Unveiled, I like that they pointed out that they call these anachronisms, right? Things that are out of time or out of place for the era that it's supposed to have taken place in. Clearly, if this is the birth of Jesus and it happened 2,000 years ago, that would be like 1,000 years before when this painting allegedly was made, unless, of course, you've heard of the theory that 1,000 years were actually added to our calendar and our timekeeping systems, possibly with other times, other little sections of time that were also added here and there. Let me fix my light here. But anyways, oh, Joshua, hey, thank you so much, Joshua. I appreciate all of you and all the 224 people who are watching at this very moment as well. Thank you so much for your support. Let's continue on and check these out. Now, here's what I wanted to point out with this right here. They show you the birth of Jesus in some of these Renaissance pictures, showing you Renaissance style architecture, right? Huge, massive castles and pillars and walls. See that wall way back there in the distance, right? Now these walls, people built these to keep stuff out of their cities, right? Now, it could be to keep out other humans, possibly. However, it might also be to keep out the monsters that make their way up from inside of the earth and those that descend from above, too. It is dangerous and exciting times. But let's check this out. This is why I wanted to show you this. Notice that they'll show you during the birth of Jesus and all of this Renaissance architecture, it's ruins. Jesus is being born amongst ancient ruins. Look, there's a wall that's just broken off right here in the background, right? What good is that? It's not. This is a ruin. He's being born in these ruins. This wall is just broken. It's in pieces. I'll show you some more examples of that here in just a second. Let me see if I can see anything else of note. No? Okay, and then you can see, obviously, Mother Mary wearing the blue, right? The ocean colors, etc., the watercolor. Next up, we've got the monochrome background, right? The monochrome sky. That inverted blue dome at the top. Now, sometimes they drew many stars on this inverted blue dome at the apex of the firmament, and then over time they just drew one star just to represent the stars, right? Or that this is the star that's responsible for the other ones, etc. We've got the two witnesses represented by these two, Mount Meru in the center, the light shining down. the Houdini Jesus baby. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Jesus is always like wrapped up. Maybe it's because he's in the earth and getting ready to actually come out, so he's in bondage, or he's down below, or however that is symbolically. The donkey, the bull right there. Some other images as well. Let's see what else we got here. Next up. Let's see, this one. This one's interesting. Same type of symbolism. You have like this little house. At first, people will see, oh, there's a roof there, so that's like a manger. That's like a house. But if you look closer, you see this is actually a mountain, right? They just put like a little roof on it to symbolize this is the house or the covering of the light of the world, right? So here's the mountain. That's Mount Meru symbolism. You can see it more accurately there on the side. And then it's more of an artistic representation as they carve into the mountain, etc. They have the bull, the donkey, the mummy-wrapped Jesus that looks like he's little baby Professor X. I don't know what's happening, why he looks like that. People praying and adoring him, etc. And then you have stuff happening off on the side. The witnesses, right? The witnesses are freaking out. They're checking out what's happening in the sky. So let's go over to these witnesses over here, the earthen, the actual humans that witness the apocalypse or cataclysms that take place, electromagnetic reversals. So they're looking up into the sky. While Jesus is being born, there's all kinds of stuff that's happening. These angels show up in the sky, once again represented by the red winged cherubims, or the sprites, right? Electromagnetic phenomena that happens up there in the sky. All right, let's see what else we got. So let's go to the next one here. So here's another one. Now, let's point out the obvious. We have the two witnesses, right? One on one side holding the laws, and the other one right behind me holding the other laws. These are the two tablets, right? The two tabletop mountains, the anode and the cathode mountains, right? The two different witnesses, they're cartoonified, personified in different ways. They'll have different names. They'll sometimes be people. They'll sometimes be lampstands. They'll sometimes be mountains. They'll sometimes be trees. There's different versions. We have the yellow background, the yellow sky, or the golden age. We have the inverted blue dome or object up there in the heavens, in the sky, directly above the mountain, the misty mountain, the holy mountain. The foggy mountain, I don't know, Mount Olympus. There's all kinds of names for this, right? It's directly underneath this inverted dome, right? This is Mount Sinai. I mean, pretty much all the holy mountains, right? This is the quintessential root of all of those stories, I believe. We have all of the saints looking up at what's going on in the sky. Meanwhile, Jesus is giving birth, or Mary's giving birth to Jesus. Mary represented by the blue. Once again, the waters that hold that light, right? So if you look at a map, let me just pull up Mercator's map, Mercator's Arctic map. I want to show you what I mean by the symbolism of Mother Mary real quick. All right, so let me just pull up a big one here. So this is Mercator. He's an ancient cartographer. I'm going to pull up his map. It doesn't really matter which one I pull here. And I'm going to show you. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is what is reflected on that doom shape above, which is why it looks like it has an X with a circle in the middle, or a target or whatever. Here's Mount Meru in the exact center right here. Right? There's the Mount Meru. And then around Mount Meru, where that beam of light comes up out of, this is the Mori, or the sea. This is all pure water right here, or it's said to be pure water. Right? The rest of the water in the Atlantic, or in the Arctic Ocean, this is more saline as you get further away. It becomes bitter. But the closer you get, the more pure the water is. Hey, Cheryl Gath, give me 5. You just got slimed. Welcome to my channel. Good to see you, and thank you so much for your support. So these are the pure, undefiled waters, right? That's why Mary's oftentimes wears blue, etc. But sometimes she's depicted as the Black Madonna, or the Black Mary, right? That would be when she's depicted as this, the actual mountain at the center, because this mountain is black. It's a black mountain. That's why it's called Rupus Nigra, as you can see right here, right in the middle, boom. So Rupus is like the word ruby, and it means rock, essentially, or stone. Nigra means dark or black, you could say. Et altissima, this just means the highest, right? Or in the highest, right? Which is also one of the ways that God is referenced, in churches and the Bible and stuff like that. But this is a high, lofty, volcanic mountain, right? A basalt column mountain of earth that has been pulled up and pulled up and pulled up very high into the sky, like a tower or a castle or, different representations of it. But this right here says polvus or polus, which is pole, arctivus or arctus, which means the arc or the arch, right? So that's the North Pole right there. This is the Black Madonna. This is the Dark Mother when she's represented in that way. I also believe that whenever, just on a side note, this mountain it turns black because it's metallic. Remember how I said lava, right? Whenever it's pulled up or whatever. Lava turns black because it has metal inside of it, right? Little tiny pieces of metal. That metal melts, and it's got little pieces of earth inside of it. So that's molten earth, But this mountain, I believe, actually changes from black to a shining, shimmery, metallic color. That's another theory that I've been working on. That whenever that beam retracts, right, the oxygen oxidizes all the metal that's around or in those basalt columns, and it turns them black. Just like, if you have a shiny metallic, I don't know, frying pan or something, right? And you leave it out, it oxidizes and it will start turning black or whatever, or become rusty, right? Or change more of an orangey color or whatever. But whenever you run electricity through this, all throughout it, this is how they clean that, right? So if you have that same frying pan and you apply strong electrical plasma to it, that plasma will burn. I don't know if that's the right terminology, so you have to excuse my verbiage right now, but that's how they clean away all that black grime and stuff off of like a frying pan or whatever you want to say to make it more silvery and shiny once again. And that's also why I believe that the Great Pyramid was said to have been silvery and shiny, right? A long time ago when they had this other outside portions to it. Anyways, kind of getting off topic. So let's get back to what we were sharing here, which is finishing up these images. Where were we here? I think, yes, we saw this one. Let's move on to the next one here. This is, it looks like Mary dropped Jesus. I'm just going to say, okay? I'm sorry. But that's kind of what it looks like, okay? That's not what's happening. I don't know why. Jesus is just on the ground, laying there, and her arms are open, just standing there, and this guy's holding on to baseball bat or whatever. Let's check this out. Let's see what's going on here. So we've got these angelic beings down here on the ground, right? We've got this guy leaning over and this pillar on his back. And then over here, we've got the baby Jesus just lying there on the ground. And a gigantic, either these angels are tiny or these people are gigantic, right? This guy's holding on to some sort of a cloth. I'm not sure what's happening here. This looks very suspicious. I'm just going to say, this looks weird, okay? He's got this like bat thing that is covered by a cloth that he's holding. And I don't know what's happening with all that, right? But in the background, you'll notice, once again, it's a ruin. It's a wall. This whole wall here has just been broken apart, broken down, right? And another interesting stuff, we've got the bull here, some other animal there. We've got the anode and cathode represented by what appears to be Adam on this side and Eve over here. We'll zoom into that real quick. There's Adam, right? Or the positive, you could say. They're interchangeable, really. And then Eve holding the little fruit, the apple, etc., the negative, the anode and the cathode on either side. And then some interesting symbolism going on here with these different shapes. This is the Triforce. If you play The Legend of Zelda and stuff, there's also all these different scenes that are happening up here, which represents the firmament or the dome above, right? All right, let's continue on to the next one. Here's another one. Poor baby Jesus. Let's take a look at him. I want to zoom in. Oh, it's Frodo. Frodo makes an appearance. He goes to Mount Doom, right, where the ring is, right? That ring up there in the sky we was talking about. So yeah, it looks like Frodo is paying a visit. I'm just having fun with it. Hope you don't mind. And then you could see that there's like ruins down at the bottom. This was what looks to be like where a wall once was, but it's all ruined and broken apart and stuff. There's the rubble down there on the ground and stuff. Mother Mary, once again, wearing the blue color. There is a hole in the wall. It looks like a hole in the wall back here with little stars in it. Do you see that? That's interesting too. Let me just scooch that over a bit here. I don't know what's happening with this dude holding the candle or whatever this is, flask or something. It looks like maybe a candle. And he's holding his hand right above the flame. That's interesting. But look over here. It looks like there's a rip in the wall. So symbolically, this would be the wall that covers us, right? The dome of the world. And then the stars or light coming through. Interesting. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Here's little baby Jesus, I guess. But let's take a look at some of the other symbolic elements. You've got the bull right there, the donkey right here. And then look how pasty white this lady is with the red hair, right? Nobility. The giants were portrayed as such. The giants who came down from above, oftentimes they mix together a lot of different symbolic elements of things that people witness and see and experience and how the world changes that are passed down through a great telephone game of time, right? So those otherworldly creatures and beings, the Nephilim, those who came down or fell or floated down from above, were said to be pasty white. I call it phantazoid white. When they came down, they were gigantic in stature. Their hair was said to almost across the board always be described as being red, right? So oftentimes you'll see this type of an image portrayed and associated with nobility, that red-haired giants. Now, those angels that fell down from above, those giants, the legends indicate, at the very least in the book of Enoch, it talks about how these angels knew how to apply cosmetics. They knew how to change and paint their faces so that I'm assuming, so that they could fit in more and look more like us, who are flush with blood, where we naturally have color. You can see mine, my cheeks are kind of flush and I have a little red going on there and there, even though I'm Caucasian or whatever, right? So when they're this color and they start putting color on their faces, they tend to look like clowns. And this is where the whole idea of the Nephilim clowns, the Anunnaki that look like clowns, the killer clowns from outer space, all of that symbolism comes into play. And they're also gigantic in stature too. And also this is why he's portrayed like this too. There's a really good story in the book of Enoch also, I believe it is, the birth of Jesus. And it talks, or not Jesus. Who was it? Noah, the birth of Noah, actually. So when they describe the birth of Noah, they describe him as being extremely white. Not like me, Caucasian, but like this, or like this lady. This lady is white, okay? Look at me versus her, okay? Noah was said to be white like the Watchers, like these watching right next to him, right? And then also, the story goes on to say that Noah had light emanating from his eyes, which is also another interesting story too. So we've got some witnesses. Let's see. We got some ruins, unfinished buildings, architecture. We'll say goodbye to Frodo on this journey, and we'll move on to this next picture here. Here's another one. Baby Jesus down at the feet of Mary, wrapped in the blue, as we discussed. We've got this guy who's always just leaning off to the side, trying not to fall asleep. I have to look into what the story is there. Leaning on this tree. We've got the ox or the bull off to the side right there. And then this tree off to the side is really interesting in shape, that they chose to draw this tree in this particular fashion, shooting up and then creating that inverted dome or Y shape up there in the sky, the Vav. This is a tent peg. This is what many modern tent pegs, they look like this, okay? So they'll shoot right up and then they split so that you can wrap, string or rope around it, and it won't leave the tent peg, basically. And it's fixed into the ground. And then off to the side even more, we can see more Mount Meru symbolism. There's a high and lofty mountain. Almost looks like a tree off behind me right here, right? You can only really see a part of it. Let me zoom in all the way and see if we can really get over there. But you can see there's people going up to the top of it, right? Sitting on the edge or on the ledges, etc. These are the cliffs of insanity, as I like to call them. I go into more detail in my first book and my second book about the quote-unquote cliffs of insanity and these basalt columns and these walls, the wall that goes around the Garden of Eden, etc. So do look forward to that. You can check out my book on Amazon if you want to go read my first one. It's Ancient Oblivion, the Plasma Apocalypse. You can preview it on my website too, JayDreamerZ.com. Now, let's check out this next picture right here. There's the guy. There's the guy trying not to fall asleep while Jesus is being born. There he goes. The leaner. I don't know what this guy's deal is. Here's the light that's emanating up there above Jesus. Here's Mary wrapped in blue. As you can see, people are paying homage. Let's see what else is happening here. Now, it's ruins. That's another image of ruins. Jesus being born, and there's all these ruins everywhere. This is apocalyptic scenes. Look in the background. You see all these pillars and columns that are all broken? You see all of that? These are all ruined because these are not ruined by, Roman armies or whatever. There's ruins the world across that seem to have happened, according to my research. They seem to have happened right around the exact same times, the same timelines. We have all of these ruins from South America and, massive temples and cities and complexes that seem to have just been abandoned. The people all disappeared. No one knows where they went to, leaving a few survivors to procreate and eventually, have offspring and stuff like that. But there is a worldwide cataclysmic event. There are shifts in the electromagnetic spectrum that cause cataclysms and apocalypses that are cyclical in nature, and they destroy what man is left. They leave ruins behind. And our great architectural wonders of the modern world will also, that's the same thing that will befall them. You can see there's this rock. So this is like symbolically the mountain, etc. Right there. There's the ruins. What else is going on in here? A lot of Renaissance type of people. Some people with their eyes closed too. So I believe that many people actually pass out when this happens, either from fear, because they're just terrified. So if people get scared enough, it's just a defense mechanism of the body to turn off, right? So that you don't, either that or you get amnesia. A lot of people develop amnesia. There's worldwide amnesia that happens during these apocalyptic cycles, which could help to attribute for why so many people have forgotten about it. Right? But many people fall asleep, right? You have to account for during the apocalypse where the firmament rips open and the atmosphere depressurizes, all the air that people breathe is getting sucked out, and it's like trying to breathe in a vacuum tunnel. So many people, just pass out because they can't breathe. They're already hyperventilating from being terrified and stuff, and many people just fall asleep. Some will fall asleep to their death and doom, and they'll just get sucked right up into the sky, petrified by the strong electrical currents that are up there. Or there's many different ways that they could possibly die when they fall asleep and just get sucked up into the sky. That's the whole Freddy Krueger thing. Don't fall asleep. Freddy Krueger, the fingers, you know what I mean? The stripe symbolism. All right, let's move on to this next one. We're almost done. Now this one's interesting. Do you guys see anything interesting happening in this one? Let me let you see the whole picture here. What do you see, right? That's here. This is the birth of Jesus once more. Mary wearing blue, right? The pure, undefiled waters at the center of the world, being that lake. That's also Camp Crystal Lake, right? The crystal clear lake waters. They're very dark too. So it's also portrayed as like black water. Because when you have a very clear lake, which is basically what that image was I showed you earlier, that huge body of water surrounding Mount Meru or Rupus Nigra, the light doesn't reflect back off of it. So there's really no reflection. The light just continues on all the way down to the bottom of that lake, and it makes it just look dark. It makes it look very dark and black. But it can reflect the sky above. So if the sky above is blue, boom, you'll get a blue, shimmer on the top. If the sky above is red, then the waters will look wine dark. They'll look like wine. They'll look more of a reddish dark, right? A wine color. Here you got the bull, you got the donkey, and right above, spoiler alert, you've got the crucifix or cruciform with the older Jesus hanging right there, right? So once again, it's the image. This is the flux capacitor, right? This is what the image that people see when you see that flux capacitor shape up in the sky. That's when it feels like you have traveled through time, because you'll transition from the modern world, which is sort of the future, to the past. You'll go back in time, or it'll feel like you've gone back in time, but it's not. It's just the entire world has been thrown into an age of stone, or the Stone Age, right? You've gone through a shift, basically. And then what else we got here? Let's see if there's anything else of note. So you've got the people. So these are the wise people. Look at this line. There's a huge line of people just waiting to see Jesus, etc. These are all the people that make a sabbatical. These are the people from the Southlands, or the surrounding areas from the center of the world, which is appropriate, where Jesus should be, or the light of the world should be. And they make a pilgrimage. The wise people of the world, I'm stuttering. The wise people of the world, they see that great light shoot up into the sky and split off at the top, and they go there. At least, you know, those who know, the wise people, the wise man. This is where the whole wise men journeying, following the star, etc., right? That's where that comes from. So they all make a journey. They all go towards the north. They all visit Mount Meru, Jesus, the light of the world, etc. And what else we got? You can see the building's broken, right? So this is all just broken. This is just like a little wall. It's all symbolic. This is all just apocalyptic ruins and stuff. But if you look down here at their feet, I'll try really hard to zoom in to show you the very bottom. Look at the floor. I don't know if you could really tell. Let me see. Where they're standing is also on one of those flat top mountain type deals. I can't really see it. All right, let's move on to the next one. Now this one right here is called, I believe it's the Last Judgment, or the Final Judgment, something of that nature. This is in the Sistine Chapel. I've shared this before on my channel, but we're going to take another look at it because it's right at, it follows the topic for today. This was done, I believe, by Michelangelo, the famous artist. This is in the Sistine Chapel, and you can see this. This is a fresco on the wall or something. They've got a statue of Jesus right here. And directly behind that statue, let's zoom in all the way. I want you to see these dog-faced, dogmen, Bigfoot people that live inside this cave here. This is their foot. So they have these weird feet that look like bird feet. I've talked about that a few times on my channel. But look at these little monsters that are hiding right behind Jesus. There's a candle or something in the way. But you can see that little creepy face back there. I'll zoom out a little bit. That's probably too close. So here's this little cave right where Jesus dies. A little cave, right? This is the inner earth entrance. And there are these weird, hairy creatures, humanoid creatures right behind him. Let's see what else is going on. Right? If we zoom out a little bit off to the side, we can see that there's a boat. And there's some sort of a weird greenish looking hobgoblin humanoid demonic guy with like a paddle is about to whack everybody. So these humans off to the side are freaking out. Everybody, this is the apocalypse. Okay, this is when Jesus died on the cross and rose up into the sky and all that story, right? It was chaos for like a week. And let's see what else we got. See people trying to jump out of the boat. We've got these demonic creatures like biting onto this guy right here. This is what happens. This is Satan entering into the world. You see the little satanic figure and the yellow sky right back there. This is when Jesus is crucified, or when he is sacrificed, or when he dies, or when that blue beam retracts and then the aura gets sucked up and all that stuff. All that leads to the time we now live in. Bad times, famines and sicknesses and disease and shorter lifespans and shorter stature, etc. So this is what it's sort of depicting, is these times changing. Now, this is really interesting, too. You see a lot of people, looks like they're getting sucked up into the heavens, right? So this is a depressurization happening. This is a little nod to the one eye, the wink, that things are about to change. The eye in the sky wink, right? That's what that whole Illuminati one eye symbolism is. This guy covering up one of his eyes or whatever. And this is from the Middle Ages, right? He's being plasma possessed, symbolically speaking. This little serpent wrapping around him, the plasma biting him, etc. People getting pulled up into the heavens, pulled up into the sky. You've got these creatures with this split hoof feet type of a deal, the bird feet, etc. Let's see what else I could see. Oh, somebody is pulled out of their skin. Where's that dude? Oh, here's a skin suit right here. Look at that. So this is interesting because one of the 21 Pilots songs actually makes a reference to skin, leaving your body as skin on the ground. I don't know. This one's interesting. I don't really have a lot of input because I haven't thought about this whole skin suit thing. This is like, it reminds me of Men in Black Part 2, I think, when they have the Edgar suit. But this is like an angel or something up here, some guy holding on to just the skin of some person, floating up into the heavens, right? Lots of things happen during this time. You've got all these people sucked up into the heavens, up into the sky. Let's just kind of check it out together. Here's the cruciform symbolism. We've got all these people up there in the heavens, in the sky. Let's see, we've got the depressurization point right there in the middle, standing on the clouds. There's Jacob's ladder, or the ladder symbolism, right? This is where the angels go up and down on the ladder. It says, now this is interesting too. It says Ionas, which is Jonas or John, right there. But it also, this is a suffix. Az means strong, or it conveys strong, at least in ancient Hebrew and Phoenician. Az means strong. And then Ion, right there. The name John is this, the root of it is ion. So ionic, right? Electricity, ions, etc. Interesting stuff. And then we have the pillar symbolism, right? So the columns, the pillars, all of that, the rods, the beams, those are representative of the beams of light, right? That either make their arrival or their disappearance every other cycle. Let's see, we've got some angelic action. We've got another cruciform up here. We've got, let's see, oh, the dead are rising. Let's check that out. So remember I said it's also the zombie apocalypse as well. This is the time when the dead rise. All of that energy reinvigorates even the dead as their cellular structure starts to regrow. You can see people just getting pulled up into the heavens, or maybe they jumped and they're just headed up into the sky like Superman. This person back here is definitely jumping, or these people, I should say, are definitely jumping up into the sky. There's another person, looks like they're jumping up into the sky. Here's a dead person, a skeleton, rising up out of the ground. The dead come to life. The Valley of Dry Bones, the story of that in the Bible. You've got some people that are covering themselves with rocks, as the Bible also says will happen. People that are trying to protect themselves from debris and stuff like that. And then over here, we've got, let me zoom in a bit more actually. You can kind of see, I got to really zoom in all the way there. All right, there's the people covering themselves with the rocks, and then I want to show you the dead coming up out of the ground. So this is a dead guy. Okay, you can see he's kind of, look like his skin's all old and decrepit and stuff. So they're coming up out of the ground. There's another dead person that's rising up out of the ground. These are not demons or anything. These are actual dead bodies. And you can see like the snakes, the plasma wrapping around people. Let's see, we've got, now this is representative of a demon or certain type of energy, and it's pulling this guy's skin. Another image of skin being pulled off of the body. Or that's interesting to me. All right, let me zoom out of that. All right, what else we got here? This looks like it could be a dead person being pulled up by another person or an angel or something. Anything else here? Another dead person back there. This is Resurrection Day. This is Judgment Day. This is the day that the dead come back to life. All right, I just wanted to sort of skim over that. Anything else? These are the trumpets that are being blown. So when the atmosphere depressurizes, people will hear these loud bangs, these loud sounds that happen, that reverberate off of the dome and come back down and off of the land and stuff. These are the trumpets. I believe that the sound, these trumpets that are blown, there's 7 of them. I believe that there's actually a mountain range around that island that I showed you. That northern island, that mythic island, that there's a mountain range and that there's 7 mountains up there, or 7 plasma volcanoes that surround the camp of the saints, or the throne of God, etc. And when they blow, boom, 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 they all blow and they make a sound, just like a tea kettle when it's ready or something, right? And it makes a whistling sound. But that whistling sound on a macrocosmic scale, or on a huge gigantic scale on Earth, sounds to us like trumpets or something, right? Makes these huge sounds in the sky. And then of course you have your 3 main ones. The loudest ones would be the anode and the cathode, and then Mount Meru finally blowing last. Let's see, anything else here I wanted to point out just off the top of my head? All these people getting sucked up into the sky, the skin suit dude. There's like a giant up here. All right, that's pretty much it for that one. And then I think that we've got 1 or 2 more. This is a painting on the wall in a church. I think this is in the Middle East, and I'm not sure exactly where in the Middle East, but it's in the Middle East. So here's the blue beam shooting up out, just like how we started, with this split mountain symbolism of Mount Meru, the yellow sky, the golden age in the background. The rock formations, more like basalt rocks shooting up into the sky. Let's see, anything else? You can see the inverted blue dome up there at the very top. If I zoom in on that, you can see that right up there. And then last but not least, we've got this one right here. Same type of image being portrayed as we first started with the inverted blue dome, all the electricity coming down out of it. We got the split mountain, the plasma volcano. This time it's the Black Madonna. She's wearing black. Sometimes she has black skin. But it's not a human, so it's not a black person. It's not a Caucasian. It's not any of that. It's just cartoonified. It's being symbolically represented. We got the guy who's, unimpressed. I don't know what's going on with that. And that's pretty much it, I believe. Oh, and then we got the anode and cathode hills on either side over here. You can actually see something that looks similar to this in the Black Hole Sun video, the music video. These same type of hill imagery right there at the very beginning. And I believe that is it. Yes, sweet. All right, cool. So let me just take this down, and we will wrap things up for today. So thank you so much for joining me, checking out all of this ancient art from the Middle Ages. Maybe we'll do this again sometime, because there are many other forms, many other things to look at when it comes to really checking out this art and why it looks so strange. You know what I mean? And why the question that Mind Unveiled brought up, like, why are almost all of these images of Jesus from strictly the Middle Ages, or the time directly after the Dark Ages? You know what I mean? And I looked it up. There's not a lot of depictions of Jesus before that. Lightning rod hats for ladies and lightning umbrellas for gentlemen were most popular in France, especially in Paris. The concept that inspired the fashion was that a lightning bolt would strike the Franklin-designed protective device instead of the person. And then the electricity would travel down a small metal chain into the ground harmlessly. Right. Let's just think about this. First of all, let's suppose that you're in an area that has a lot of lightning. Stands to reason there's probably going to be some rain and the ground is going to be wet. So even if they did have, let me show you some of these more pictures, right? Even if they did have something grounding, like let's say you're holding this umbrella and it's got a little lightning rod on the top, and for some reason the lightning hits the rod, which it's designed not to do that, but if it does hit the rod, it would travel down the little wire, which is how grounding works. It would go down to the ground, and then it would go all throughout the puddle that you're standing in and electrocute the crap out of you anyhow. Unless, of course, you're wearing rubber boots, right? Unless your feet are protected. Check this out real quick. Back to Ben Franklin. I forgot I had all these little pictures. Check this out. This says right here, this is from more, this is what they write about, right? They show him touching the key and all this crazy stuff. It says here, a kite. Let me make that bigger. Check this out. They state this like it's a fact. A kite and a key are hardly scientific instruments. However, they were the best Benjamin Franklin had to prove that thunderclouds carry electricity. I mean, were people that dumb for thousands of years that they couldn't figure out that electricity was in the clouds and that lightning was electricity? It seems to me that it wouldn't take a genius to figure that out. If you could see a little electric spark and you see a giant electric spark, it doesn't take too much proving to figure that out. That's pretty common sense, I would assume. Maybe not in today's world where the people are idiots. In general. Okay, don't take it personally, but most of the world today strikes me as being retarded and dumb. For more information on that, check out my video called Season of Satan. We talk all about that, and we're going to talk more about that in the future. But look, they state stuff like this like it's a fact, right? That's all he had. All right. Hold on, did I get any pictures? Let me get those pictures. I'm going to come back to these real quick in just a second. We're going to talk about ancient architecture and its relationship to the amplified electrical atmosphere. But for now, I'm going to put this up here so you can see some examples of this clothing, this fashion trend. Let's get back to the article. The concept that inspired the fashion was that a lightning bolt would strike the Franklin-designed protective device, which is a rod of metal. I very much doubt Benjamin Franklin invented a pointy metal piece. I'm pretty sure they had pointy metal pieces all over the place. I don't know, I'm going to show you some examples. So they would put this lightning rod on top, right? And it would hit the purse, it would hit the lightning rod, and then it would go down this little grounding device, which is what this would be, right? And then it would ground itself to the ground. It would stay away from the person. In theory, that makes sense. So it makes sense that people would have things like this if the air was electrically charged to an extreme degree. I doubt, okay, I don't know. I mean, common sense says don't go walking around in a thunderstorm, in an electrical storm, right? If you're out doing your farming or something for some odd reason during an electrical storm, go inside until it's over. You know what I mean? Like, academics tries to insinuate that the further back in time we go, the more stupid people were, and I believe just the opposite. I believe they were more intelligent. So I believe things like this were actually created from intellect and for a purpose, and purposefully with a good reason or reasoning behind it, right? Let's continue on. It says here, the technology was already used to some extent in France to protect wooden buildings. This technology, I don't know if it's technology, but whatever. The technology was already used in France to protect wooden buildings and was therefore an accepted science concept that developed into a temporary fashion. This is not the first time that people wore clothing or uniforms, which we'll show you here in just a second, that was designed to manipulate the flow of electricity. People have been manipulating the flow of electricity since ancient times. We have forgotten about antiquitech or antique technology, right? We tend to just put the modern age up on a pedestal and tell all the rest of history that we invented these things and that we are superior to the rest of history, when in reality we're declining intellectually, physically, in all forms and all ways. Now, it goes on to say background. Here's a little background on it. The lightning rod, invented by Franklin, see that they repeat it again. The lightning rod, invented by Franklin in the mid-18th century to protect wooden structures, did not become commonplace in the United States until the 19th century, over 50 years after he first unveiled the concept. However, his experiments made electricity a fashionable topic in European society. It goes on to say, in 1778, experiments were performed testing the concept of placing a lightning rod above a person's head in an accessory to protect them from lightning strikes. So you have to imagine, it must have been a common occurrence. It must have been some sort of a nuisance that existed at the time, which doesn't exist as much today, and therefore we don't, there's no need to worry that much about electricity zapping you from above unless you happen to be standing in an electrical storm, right? Look how they dressed back then. I very much doubt they just walked around in the rain all the time, so often that there would be a need to put lightning rods on their heads and grounding devices trailing off the backs of their dresses, etc. It goes on to say, a woven metal ribbon was placed around a lady's hat, and a small chain made of silver was attached to the ribbon. The chain was meant to run down the back of the lady's dress and drag on the ground. The electricity of a lightning strike to the ribbon would theoretically travel down the chain and into the ground, thus protecting the wearer of the hat. The supposed protection that this type of hat offered made it a popular Paris fashion trend in 1778. The lightning hat was called la chapeau baratonnerre in French. A gentleman's 1778 version of the lightning hat involved an umbrella with a tip extended into a pointed rod above it. A metal chain ran from the rod over the exterior of the open umbrella and down to the ground, thus providing a conduit for the lightning to follow. In French, the lightning umbrella was called la parapluie paratonnerre. The French physician and writer Claude Janvier Delaunay demonstrated a portable telescoping lightning rod that was 6 meters long, 20 feet long. It's retractable, like those old-fashioned TV antennas, you know what I mean? When it was fully extended. This was intended for use by people in open areas such as a farmer in their field. You just have to imagine, right? I very much doubt that people were that dumb that they were like, oh yes, have you heard of the lightning rod? It was practical, which is why it was popular. It's obviously not fashionable. It looks ridiculous. But it must have served an actual purpose, aside from just, people being scared into buying something, which does happen. But I can't believe that everyone would just walk around, not a cloud in sight. You know what I mean? No, the air, the atmosphere was more electrically charged. This is my ongoing theory, that our world goes through these atmospheric fluctuations, that it goes through energetic fluctuations. We'll talk about that guy here in just a minute. And when we go through these fluxes, the air becomes extremely electrically charged above our heads and around us, or it minimizes as it seeps down into the earth and charges and returns down into the earth to charge itself once more, right? In the humorous play La Palais de Cristal ou les Paressins, anyways, it doesn't matter if you guys speak the French. There was a funny play that was written on the occasion of the Great Exhibition in 1851 by Clairville and Vaudeville. And there is a scene presenting a version of the lightning hat and they present it as a Chinese invention. This is very interesting that they would have got, and often this happened, right? In Paris, France, in like 17s and 1800s, they were known for being all the rage and getting all the latest fashion and ideas and inventions and whatnot from all across the world. China being one of those places, right? That is the article. Now, let's talk about clothing. Actually, let's talk about the atmosphere. Let me go back. Let's talk about architecture and lightning rods. And did Ben Franklin really invent the lightning rod? I very much doubt it. Why? Because there are mounds of evidence the world across in the form of our architecture that shows us that the air, that our atmosphere was electrically charged to a high degree in ancient times, in times past, which gave rise to a style of architecture that we now call Gothic. Pardon me, which means of the gods. So this Gothic style of architecture is most notable for having so many points all across it. All of this very pointy structure all the way around it. Why? What would have been... I can't reason that it looks real pretty. It's a big spiky building. Why is that pretty? What makes that, yes, it's beautiful today, it's artistic, etc., because it's so much different, but there's something about it that resonates with us, which is why we find it so artistic. It's practical, it's useful, or at least it used to be useful, and it would definitely be useful if there was a highly electrically amplified atmosphere directly above it, especially if it's a very important building, especially if it's a godly building, especially if it's a place where you have many people gathering together, or even the gods themselves, which were known to be gigantic, which oftentimes you'll find on these buildings giant doorways. The ancient quote-unquote gods were known to be giants. 2, 3, 4 times taller than your average person today. Look how tall this doorway right here happens to be, right? These cathedrals, these ancient Gothic structures, magnificent large houses, temples, etc., all with pointy tops. These are lightning rods. I mean, it's a very strong possibility that the reason they would adorn their entire important building for gathering or protecting, you know, their ancient leaders, or those who took over the houses of the ancient leaders, that they would have all of these pointy tops, right? So let's go back to the actual lightning rod, and I'll just give you a quick rundown, right? If you have a metallic pointed object that goes up into the air, it helps to dispel the electricity above it. It doesn't make it impossible for it to be struck. It just lowers the odds of it being struck. And if you happen to run a conduit off of that structure, in the case that it is struck, then it will the electricity will follow that conduit down to the ground, following the path of least resistance, right? If, let's suppose ancient people knew this. Let's suppose that, I mean, it seems like they did. Let's suppose that they knew this, that they were aware of this, and that they designed their buildings to manipulate the flow of electricity, to keep electricity away from particular areas, and to redirect it if and when it did hit. That seems to be an intelligent idea if that were the case, right? So, here's what we find. Pointed structures, right? Now, there's also the opposite of this, which are domed and circular and spherical structures. Those structures attract electricity, which we also find in ancient times. Almost all the time, those domed structures are made of conductive material like brass and copper and stuff, right? That's because this wide area, this dome shape or spherical shape, draws electricity to it. The electricity is attracted to it. But whenever there's a point and all this energy is coming up off of that point, it pushes the electricity away. I'm using simplified terms, you know, in another presentation, maybe we'll get more into the mechanics of how it works, okay? But if you don't believe me, look it up for yourself. Lightning rods, pointed structures, pointed metallic anything dispels electricity. It keeps electrical strikes from happening. It prevents them, right? Doesn't make it impossible. It just lowers the chances of it happening. So we see this across the board on all of these ancient structures, Gothic style, right? During a time when I believe, further back in time we go, we had cycles where the atmosphere was electrically amplified. And we have a historic record of this in our architecture that has survived throughout these times. We're going to talk about these. I just saw there's an obelisk right here. We're going to talk about those next. But we see this. What other reason would they possibly have for putting all of these pointy spikes on the top of the building? Was that to protection? Was that in case, you know, someone parachuted in from above? No. Keep that in mind when we talk about, in a minute, I'm going to talk about ancient armor, right? It stands to see they actually have a modern lightning rod on this one. You see that right there? These act as lightning rods, so this is really kind of unnecessary, right? But they put another one. This is a modern one right here, right? These are the older ones. These are lightning rods. They even have, oftentimes, a really good lightning rod won't just be a single spike. Modern lightning rods, people started to figure out if they put more spikes sticking out in different directions, as you see here, that it would even further prevent lightning strikes. Here's another example of this ancient Gothic structure. No other reason to have these spires and these points sticking up into the air that I can think of at the moment, at this particular juncture in my life. And even if there was, I still see very good reason, if our atmosphere was electrically charged to an extreme degree where people felt like they needed to put on protective gear to go outside and walk around and perform daily activities like they did in the early 1700s in ancient Paris in France. Now, here's some more examples and styles, right? You'll see these types of shapes coinciding with one another too. You'll have this sort of a bell shape. I'm going to talk more about the bells here in just a minute. And then these spires. No good reason to have these that I can think of. No practical reason to have these. And just to say, oh, well, it's just a style of architecture. It's just, no. That's just minimizing. To just chalk it up to saying, oh, it's just a style of art. Yeah, today it is. But it developed from practicality. It came from somewhere, as did these bell towers, aka clock towers. We'll talk about those in a second too. Here's another example of a giant building in the shape of a lightning rod, with smaller lightning rods all the way around it. You see that? They also have these little spikes off the top and stuff. That's to keep electricity away from this structure so that it does not get blown to pieces by the thunderbolts of the gods. You'll also notice some of these designs that are prevalent, like this. Electricity, when it did hit these buildings from above, would travel through, and it would be redirected depending upon the architecture and the design, the architectural design. But also keep in mind that energy, oftentimes these cathedrals specifically, are what I call places of power. They were built upon terrestrial geographic places of power, which are cavernous openings within the earth, where whenever our electrical field flowed in the opposite direction, or before the last polarity reversal, which we go through those, from time to time, electricity comes up out of the earth. And so it comes up out of these cavernous openings, and it's beneficial to us. It's healing. It gives us, it shares many healing and positive attributes with those that it comes in contact with. Okay? I call these the blue beams. All right? But they would build these structures on top of them. You'll notice that many of these cathedrals and whatnot, while they may have stained glass windows, those are not windows that you can just open and let the fresh air in. These places were all closed off. Do you see any kind of windows? You know what I mean? Like, no, not really. You do see some things, but they're all stained glass, almost like they didn't want whatever was on the outside to come in. They didn't want to be seen, or they didn't want that light to come on in for some reason. These were all sectioned off, closed off, walled off, and then they have these strange designs when they did have windows, which were not windows you could open. These cathedrals had small ventilation windows or ventilation openings on them, right? On the inside, they would line the cathedrals. I'll talk about steeples here in a second. But they would line these cathedrals, the walls, with pipe organs, which would vibrate the air inside, right? Which would actually be a way of tuning the frequency inside of a building that is being filled with positive energy from inside of the earth, from those cavernous catacombs and cave systems that are almost always directly beneath these types of structures, where they would also bury their dead in the hopes that they would be resurrected during some type of event, right? Anyways, these buildings are clearly designed. It's a high probability. I mean, I'm pretty dang certain of it, personally, that they were designed in this manner for no artistic reason at all, except for maybe, sculptures and, little added things that are on here. But the actual architecture itself serves a purpose. And the purpose is to manipulate the flow of electricity, to direct it, to use it. So let's talk about steeples. Steeples are a modern example where we have these lightning rods attached and fixed to buildings. Just like this. This right here, that's a steeple, right? I mean, you could call it a steeple. It's a lightning rod. A lightning rod is a steeple. I asked this all the time when I was a child. Why do churches have steeples? What's the point of having a steeple? That was the response I got time and time again. And then people would just come up with some total BS instead of saying the truth, which is, man, I don't know. I have no idea why we put steeples on top of our buildings. Seems reasonable to me that a steeple is a gigantic lightning rod. That these houses of the gods or places for gathering many people into one spot, that you would want to put a huge lightning rod, which is a pointy metallic object, on the top of the building if the atmosphere around you is highly electrically charged often. Not just in the case of a thunderstorm, right? There's places that have steeples all around the world where they hardly ever get lightning, I'm sure. Okay? So these were not just, just in case there's a lightning or anything like that. These were built like this the world across and continue to this day. People will build these even though they don't really even need them. Okay? You could just put like a regular lightning rod on top of your building. This just turned into tradition. People did this for so long that as the atmospheric conditions slowly dwindled and lessened in their energetic amplification over time, as it slowly went away, people continued to see them, the steeples and the remnants of a time long forgotten, and they continued to build them and to add them on when that's just what they always did. They forgot why they built towers with points and spires and steeples and obelisks. But I haven't. Some of us have not. Let's get back to this whole Benjamin Franklin invented the lightning rod garbage. He did not. Okay? You see this? This is an example. This is a paper that was drawn up quite some time ago. Let me get to my notes over here. All right, so first of all, the Ming Dynasty, ancient China, back in the 1300s all the way up to the 16 or 1700s. In ancient China, especially during the Ming Dynasty, historians have found evidence of lightning protection systems being used during the Ming Dynasty. These systems often involved the use of tall poles or structures, like we just showed you, made of metal, placed on rooftops to attract lightning away from buildings. Okay, well that's not how that works, but we already covered that, right? So what's the purpose of really pushing this propaganda to put this guy who was not even a president or any kind of a leader, he was just an inventor, allegedly, right? It's because of the group that he belonged to. Okay? Why push this guy as the inventor of all history, of all time, of the lightning rod, or other things that he did not invent initially? He was not the discoverer of these things. That was ancient China. Wren. Now this is from Christopher Wren. This drawing right here shows you the various structures. It says down here, I'll make it big so you can read it. A parallel of some of the principal towers and steeples built by Sir Christopher Wren. Over here in my notes it says Sir Christopher Wren, the famous English architect, proposed a lightning protection system in the late 17th century. Although it was not widely adopted, Wren's system involved using pointed metal rods mounted on top of buildings to attract lightning and conduct it safely to the ground. Now check this out. When Christopher Wren died, Ben Franklin was 17. So did Ben Franklin really invent the lightning rod? No. Like, did Christopher Wren invent the lightning rod? Doubtful. Okay, highly doubtful. I'm gonna go ahead and say no also. But these are different examples of things that predate Benjamin Franklin, and yet this whole Benjamin Franklin propaganda is pushed upon us. There are other examples too, from Sweden, France, some other places too. It's thought that ancient gigantic structures must have had and included some form of lightning rod, like the Lighthouse of Alexandria. This right here even talks about it. Here's some, let me show you these pictures once more, right? Now, oftentimes you'll see this on churches, right? Big, huge steeples. But what do these steeples in the modern age sometimes often have? They have these clocks, but the clocks used to be bells. These used to be bell towers. And they would have these bells on top of the buildings, or even beforehand, it was more in a tower of its own, a bell tower off to the side. Sometimes they would put it on the building, right? Why? Let's just suppose, just for fun, that the atmosphere was electrically charged at some point in the past, highly electrically charged. So much so that people were wearing protective clothing and fashion trends and fads to keep electricity off of them. What would be the purpose of putting a bell way up there in a tower around during such times, right? And there's really interesting myths and legends related to these bells and these bell towers, especially that they would keep away evil, that the sound would keep away giants or ogres or, demons and things of that nature. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings, they say, right? This is very interesting architecture. We've got the dome at the top. We've got these little things off to the sides, which seem to be small forms of lightning rods. I'm not 100% sure though, but I do see these quite often on many modern buildings too, especially capitals and old courthouses and museums and things like that, right? That places of power, structures built upon places of power. But then they put a big old metallic bell that clearly is a conductor for electricity up in this tower. What's the reason? Now, academics would say, oh, well, they would build these bell towers so that in ancient times they didn't have good ways of calling the people together or alerting or whatnot. Yes, I'm sure there were many reasons why people had bells and many reasons for using them. But it seems to me that it might have something to do with electricity. Look at this building. Doesn't this look like a giant battery? Like, it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Very interesting building. Now take a look. We have all of these columns around the outside of the building, right? This shape right here is this is like a horseshoe magnet. If this building was electrically charged, this would act as a type of horseshoe magnet, directing the flow of energy through these columns down into the next portion of it. And then we have a big old metallic bell, a whole bunch of them around the top of this structure. What could possibly be the reason? Could the bells... I'm just speculating on the bells. I'm thinking of some ideas at this moment. But could these bells have been installed upon these huge towers under amplified atmospheric conditions because the electricity itself would resonate throughout the bell, being attracted to it, causing it to vibrate and make a sound like an alarm, like, hey, there's a lot of electricity in the area? Possibly. I don't know. I find these to be very interesting. I'm sort of just speculating. I don't have a solid theory on the bells quite yet, but I did want to include this in the presentation, right? This whole metallic bells. And I also find it very interesting that in World War I, in ancient, or in antiquity, I don't know how long ago that would be to be considered ancient. But anyways, during the times of World War I, Germany and its leaders went around collecting hundreds of thousands of these bells. Why? The bells were seen as protective. They were seen as good luck and much more. And the Germans went around confiscating every single bell in England and other places that they came across, France, wherever it was. I don't have the pictures at the moment to show you, but if you Google it, you'll see hundreds of thousands of bells in fields that the Germans collected. It all seems to be connected. These shapes, the obelisk, which, in my opinion, is a gigantic lightning rod. People will teach, academics will teach, that this represents the penis of Osiris. Have you ever seen a penis that looks like that? I have not. Okay? And I would know. I've not seen a penis that looks like that has a pointed tip, that is square like that or anything. That's not what that is. And we are foolish for having believed such stories that come to us from alleged intellectuals. Shame. Shame on them. Look at these buildings. Look at the domes designed to attract electricity, and then the columns designed to redistribute said electricity. Right? Those columns have rebar inside of them. They have metal and whatnot, right? They would put these in places where they did not want the electricity to be hit from above. They would put these in areas where they did want to redirect the path of said electricity. And that's why I believe, and it makes sense to me personally, that's why they would put these huge obelisks, these huge pointy structures in areas of high population. Populated areas of the city. Places where they didn't want people to get struck by these cosmic thunderbolts of the gods that are attested to in ancient records the world across. We have many examples of these in ancient architecture as well, especially here in America, in the United States, where the founding people of this country, which were not the founders of this country or this land, okay? Neither were the people before them, okay? It goes back a long ways. But you notice this, right? It's a big old huge tower. And then there's like this path. There's almost always this rectangular path, oftentimes filled with water, or sometimes it's a park, directly in front of a huge lightning rod. And on the exact opposite side, if I were to turn this picture around, you would see a dome. Does it sound like maybe positive and negative sides of a battery? One side to repel and the other to attract? Do you think that there may be something underground down here that has to do with electricity and harnessing it and using it and manipulating it? A dome with many columns underneath it and a huge lightning rod to keep electricity away from this side. Interesting. Let's look at some more examples. We can find these huge obelisks. Now, in the modern day, I will admit obelisks and, some of this antique types of architecture and stuff, they do and they have turned into art forms. And it's mysterious. It's captivating because we've forgotten its purpose. We've forgotten what the reason is behind it. Some don't. Some know exactly why. And the symbolism is used so that those who know and understand can pass messages to each other in different forms for different reasons. Here's another one. A huge obelisk up on the very top of this hill. High places. These are the high places where people would pray to the gods, etc. And they put these huge obelisks up because these are the areas most likely to get hit by lightning because the lightning wants to ground itself. It'll follow the path of least resistance, and it'll touch the tops of hills and mountains, etc. So they would put a huge lightning rod on the top up here. Let's not forget France, right? Now, remember, back during the times, right around and before the times when the Eiffel Tower was actually built, we talked about how the people walked around with lightning rods on their clothing, and it was all the rage. People were doing it. It was a trend, a fad, whatever you want to call it. I very much doubt that there was no reason, no practical application for them, and that they were just tricked into buying some new gadget. If you look at this and you compare it to the Washington Monument, they're the exact same layout with a huge, gigantic lightning rod to keep the electricity away from one side and a dome on the other, right in front of a rectangular path connecting the two. With the building, do you see? Oh God. Anyways, It's electricity. It's electrical in nature. This is practical. It has nothing to do with art or beauty or anything of the sort. These are kind of funny. Sometimes they would have little umbrella hats or whatever they keep on them and stuff. This guy's got an actual church steeple on his head. I think there's supposed to be funny articles. I'm not sure, but I thought that was interesting. Now, 1700s in France was not, I don't believe, the first time that people wore clothing or armor to protect them from electricity. What you see right now is called chainmail. Just one form. There was many forms of chainmail, right? People wore chainmail, especially during the medieval times, the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, times when I believe our atmosphere was at its highest electrical charge, which necessitated people wearing metal in certain ways because they would be electrically charged. Like, let's just suppose that the atmosphere was extremely electrically charged. People go out. Remember I said domes attract electricity? Well, your dome is called a dome. Your head's called a dome, right? It's going to attract electrical charges. Your hair is probably going to stand up on end, etc. And there's a high likelihood that you would get zapped to varying degrees of power, right? Or electrical magnitude or whatever. So people wore metal on their bodies. This may have served other purposes over time, especially as that electrical charge dissipated, as I've talked about, and was pulled into the earth over time to charge. But initially, these knights, these people that wore chainmail, this is a Faraday suit. This is the same thing, except for to a more extreme degree, that was exhibited in France in the 1700s. The exact same thing, okay? But it seems to me that we can see the trend of the charge in the atmosphere by looking at things like the architecture and the clothing or the armor or things like that, right? If modern academics would have you and I believe that these were the elite fighting forces of kings and queens. Let's take a look at these. Okay, let's take a good look. Let's see, where's a really, I want to see this one right here. Now, let's say this guy comes up to you. Have you ever gone trick-or-treating when you were a kid? And when in the 80s, they used to have these plastic masks with like a little rubber string behind it. And if you've ever worn one of those, and you have the kind that have little slits for eyes, you know, I know you know, from personal experience, you cannot see out of that. You have to turn your whole body left and right just to be able to try to map out where you are in your mind. These were not elite fighters. This was not protective clothing to go into battle during war. This was not to protect from swords or arrows, although, yeah, I'm sure it could do that. But if this dude with these slits for eyes, his little vision is like, this is his field of view. He can't breathe in that thing. There's all sorts of problems. It's very heavy. You know what I mean? There's no way. I will never believe. I mean, I'm not inclined to believe ever at this moment. I can't see myself ever believing that this was an elite fighting uniform for anything. And unless maybe, possibly, if you're fighting some sort of a monster, which also existed during the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages. However, this would be great if you're going into areas that were known to be extremely electrically amplified and charged. Then you could have your explorers put on these types of suits and go into these cavernous systems and other places, especially those explorers that might be looking for like the Fountain of Youth or other places that are probably electrically charged, right? Or if you're having your explorers go into these areas that are known to have precious metals, which also would carry an electrical charge if the atmosphere reciprocated, right? You would have and expect to see points at the tops where the atmosphere, the electricity is above you. So you would want a pointy top to your helmets and your hats and things of that nature, because they act as lightning rods. Like this little stripe, it doesn't have to be one singular point. You can have like a little mohawk type deal, as long as it's metallic, and it will keep the electricity away, or it will help to keep the electricity away. I would whoop any of these dudes without any armor at all. If they have a big pike, I'll show you the pike too, okay? If they have a big stick with like a sharp piece of metal at the end, we're going to talk about that, and they're coming at me in like 300 pounds of metal, and they can only see this much, yeah, I'm whooping that dude. Like, man, I wouldn't even need armor or anything, okay? These people did not fight in wars. They didn't fight in one-on-one battles. It became a sport after this was useless, after the electric charge dwindled from our atmosphere, and people forgot, just like the architecture, people forgot the reason why they had these special heroes, which were just explorers, right, who came back with tales of fighting dragons, which is electricity, right, or serpents, or wonderful serpents, or fiery serpents, etc., right? And they would always fight them with a sword, or a pike, like a staff with like a piece of metal, knife or whatever on the end of it. That's how they would fight the dragon. They would always defeat the dragon with a sword, some sort of pointed metal, every time. Never a bow and arrow, or rarely ever a bow and arrow, but it was always some sort of pointed metal, because they were not fighting physical, actual creatures. They were fighting against electricity, as they were exploring the different parts of the world that were electrically amplified during those times. But whenever that electricity dwindled and became lessened and lessened over time, people still had the armor, they still had those jobs, they still had those elite forces, so they had to put them to work. They had to use them for something, and they had them fight each other, battling it out in little tournaments for sport. And sport is just recreation, or recreating, pretending, right? Ancient sports to amuse the people. The people started remembering the sport, and they forgot about the origins. You'll notice that oftentimes these knights or guards, or whatever you want to call them, that sometimes actually had to stand outside on post, outside of the castle gates and whatnot, right, have these pikes. There's different names for these staffs that have metallic points on the top, right? But this is not good for actually fighting. Okay? It's not the greatest weapon to have. You'd rather have a dagger or a sword or something that's easily maneuverable, not some huge, heavy, hard to manage type of a deal. And yes, they might have had them while they were on, especially the wooden ones, they would break off. They're not useful for war and actually fighting. What they are useful for is keeping electricity away as mini portable lightning rods during a time when the atmosphere was electrically charged. This guy right here, this particular visor, many of these remind me of the Star Wars stormtroopers. I believe that's why they were called that. The troops out in the storm, in the electrified environment, right? And you'll notice quite often, the further back in time you go, you'll see these little points. Their hats, their helmets are all pointed and metallic. Now, they also made this type of armor, or Faraday suits, for their horses. Why? Not so that their horses were protected. You could easily just take a sword to these legs down here at the bottom and just drop these horses real quick. Right? It wasn't to protect them from pikes or swords or anything of the sort. It was to keep static electricity off of them when they were riding through it, when the atmosphere was electrically charged. Right? You go through it, the faster you go through an electrically charged atmosphere with the wind and everything, pushing against you, you build up static electricity. And you could die if you were shocked and the electrical charge was strong enough. So they would put metal on the horses as well. They would ride around with these lances, and pikes and whatnot straight up into the air as extra precaution to keep electricity off and away from them. They developed helmets during wartime, metallic in nature. This is lightning rod fashion, way before France ever even came up with the idea. Right? Metallic hats with points, metallic little things on top. And I've talked about this a few times in the past, and I've had people leave comments saying, oh, that was for extra protection. Or, first of all, let's address that this was fashionable. Okay? Yeah, maybe over time, after it lost its practicality, it became fashionable, but you don't want to wear stuff like this when you're actually going to war. When you're in war, you want to be agile. You don't want someone to just grab you by your horn of your helmet and, you know what I mean? It's terrible. It is not practical. If your purpose is to kill the bad guys or the opposition, it's counterintuitive to the whole thing. Putting a spike on top, some people tell me that's you know, in case they run out of weapons and they want to headbutt somebody. If that were the case, you'd have a spike more towards the front so you can actually ram people rushing toward them instead of not looking at them, pointing your head straight down and hoping that you ram into them. That's not the purpose of this. And you also notice that oftentimes there's this metallic mesh or chainmail that hangs down from these helmets. Right? Often, many times they would actually have a little thing, a divider that goes down over the nose, not to protect you from being punched in the nose, to protect your eyes from electrical shock, so that the electricity would go all the way down and avoid your eyes, so you wouldn't go blind. Which is why here's another example. You know, you'll see the chainmail just hanging off in front of the face. Is this practical to fight with your view blocked? Do we believe that any longer? Can we? Can we accept these fables that are told to us by academics? Over time, if it loses its practicality, then it becomes an ornament. Then it becomes a fashion. Then it becomes artistic. But if you're a warrior, you could care less about how beautiful it is. You could care less about how, you know, designs on it or whatever. If you're not going to fight and you're the king and you want to look like a warrior and pretend, then yeah, you give the king something that looks like that has pictures all over it and, you know, big things on top of it so that they can feel like they're a part of things. But the real warriors could care less. And in ancient times, they would walk around with spikes on their helmets, even during up to close to modern times. World War I. Many countries, and before World War I, many countries had their armies wear spikes on their helmets, not for any type of intimidation. That's not intimidating. I mean, I don't find it intimidating. I can't speak for everyone. But it's not intimidating. It had to have served a purpose. If you're out in the open, this is lightning rod fashion. But the military, when they're out in the fields and they're all over the place, putting spikes on top of their heads, or little metallic, what do you call it? Mohawks. Here's a really good example of both. Okay? You've got the spike and the metallic mohawk. During relatively modern times, it was practical. It served a purpose. After it stopped serving its purpose, people didn't want to just get rid of them altogether. That would be a waste. They continued to use them, but then they over time forgot the purpose that they originally served. So yes, maybe over time it just became tradition, or it became decorative. Now take a look at these bayonets. Let's talk about bayonets. In a time when you have actual guns that shoot actual bullets, a bayonet is ridiculous. I'm telling you from personal experience. I was a Marine. I used and trained with bayonets. They're stupid. Okay? Unless you take it off the gun and use it as an actual knife, then it becomes more practical. But having in the modern age, okay, your average infantryman, your rifle weighs about, I don't know, 9 pounds or something, okay, on average, minded. He's put a big old huge metal knife on the end of that, on the tip of that, weighing down the front part of it. You're not going to want to just go try to stab someone with your rifle or whatnot. They do teach people how to use them when you're in close combat, but it's not practical to fight with these. Okay, you would rather have a sword. You would rather have an actual knife than to use your big old heavy stupid gun to try to stab and hopefully poke somebody. I don't believe that these were the actual original purposes of these. These are lightning rods, and they would march around and carry their lightning rods with them, with their little pointed hats, little metallic pointed hats, because the atmosphere was more electrically charged the further back in time we go. And we have been losing that charge and that energy, which corresponds to our lifespans shrinking and disease increasing and many other things until it's restored, until it returns one of these days, which it will, and it does because it's cyclical. But you can imagine all of these troops walking around, targets to electrical shock. So they all decide to take their guns, hold them upright, which I wouldn't want to do. If I was marching, I would rather be at port arms. I would rather be at the ready or something. If I'm in war, if I'm out there in the field, if I'm going, if I could possibly be shot, no, not even. Like I don't want to hold my weapon like that at shoulder arms walking around unless there's danger from above. Then yes, I do. I want everyone to do that because all together as a group, the odds of lightning striking us and judgment being cast upon us from the gods above, or from God, or whatever, from the devil, whoever you want to see it as, are less likely. And look at these, right? They're not even like knives. The really old bayonets, the new bayonets, they're more like actual knives, okay? Being like they're sharp on one side and the other. These are not. Look at these. These are just metallic rods. They're just points. They're not designed to cut and slice. They're not even designed to poke. This would break. This would likely break. This is not a weapon. Just like the armor of ancient knights and of medieval times is not armor to protect from humans. Okay? So these people would carry all of their pikes and their bayonets and other things, and they would march with them up in the air to protect the troops from electric shock. Stands to reason. This is my theory. This is what I believe in. It's not mine. But I just wanted to bring back some of this ancient Oblivion, forgotten history, to the forefronts of our minds. During ancient times when the atmosphere was more electrically charged. And if that's so, we should see that in other places too, right? Like on ships, on the very tops, acting as natural lightning rods, and oftentimes putting actual lightning rods on the tops of ships so that they wouldn't get struck. And then over time they would put flags and decorate them and stuff, just like they did on their little pointed hats. They would put little fluffy things over time when they lost their purpose. How about ancient carriages? If you take a look at many of these older carriages, you'll see that they are surrounded by little tiny lightning rods, or types of little tiny. I mean, it's not just decoration. What is that? What even is that? Why is that? Is that pretty? You know what I mean? What is it for? For the same reason that people put this on a crown that's made of metal and stick it on their heads to protect their leader. Same reason that they would make all of this like a little Faraday cage to protect their leader in these royal carriages. Now this one's really interesting too. So let me show you the whole map actually, and then I'll come back to the bottom. So that way we can see what we're dealing with. So up here is Iceland, right? Which we're going to get to Iceland and these northern islands up there at the top. And this is like Scandinavia up here, etc., right? So let's go back down towards the bottom. And I like on this map where they show you all of this ice. The oceans were a bit different, right? I feel, right, based on my research and cartography and whatnot, that oftentimes when in the modern world, academia looks at these older maps and they say, oh, well, you know, they were just imaginative. They didn't know what they were depicting, etc. Like all of this ice. Look at all this ice. This is a little ice sheet all the way around right here. I know it's an ice sheet because we'll see people walking on it and stuff here later on. But these older maps depict our land so much differently. And in the modern world, because it doesn't look like that any longer, academics assumes that the people were just imaginative, or that they were making things up, or that it was based on myth that has no merit in or factual basis to it. Or how about this? How about the land used to look different? How about the earth goes through changes, and the ocean itself, or the flood waters really, have changed, right? They've increased or decreased, changing the land itself, and the land itself is able to be changed. Here's another little building that's on fire. Check this one out. Right here. That's interesting. I wonder why they have these buildings on fire. That's why I like to translate these. And if you have any of these ancient maps and you speak Italian or Latin and you can translate some of the information, especially if it's interesting or strange or anomalous, I'd love to hear your translation of these ancient maps. I feel like we would do well as a community of truth seekers to put our minds together and start translating some of what these ancient maps actually say so that people can understand them and come together to examine them like we have. Here's one with a little king, and this image right here is the phoenix. You see how it has its arms or its wings spread out to the side like that? It looks like roadkill, really, right? These are cosmic birds, okay? They're not actual birds that spread their legs out and spread their wings out to the side like that. If you took a bird's wings and spread it out like that to the sides, it would probably break its bones, right? Birds don't typically have their wings spread outwards. They're on they're up higher on their back, and they go outward from their back. And they definitely don't do that with their legs and stuff. But this is the phoenix. This is what the image, this is a cartoonified emblem of the terrestrial beam of plasma that shoots up from Mount Meru. We're also going to take a look at Mount Meru on many of these maps. Since I just finished my book, I'm just formatting it right now, called Ancient Oblivion, Return to Hyperborea. Thank you, Kimma, for your donation. I appreciate you. That was very kind of you. All right, here we got some images of these bears climbing up these trees. There's some bees right here. We talked about the divine bees and the sacred honey that they produce, and how there was ancient nobility sent explorers to many different parts of the world to find this divine honey of the gods, or sacred honey of these spiritual types of bees and stuff. All right, let's see what else we have. We've got a knight in armor on top of a horse, and it looks like he's jumping over a bull or something. That's interesting. We got more knights over here, so you can tell this is more of the medieval period, right? Now, these ones have their cannons. I love these big maps where I can really zoom in and get the detail on them, right? They've got these 3 cannons pointed over here at what looks like a garden gnome. This is like the land of the garden gnomes. Not really. This one's interesting too. It's got a knight and he's on top of this lake, or what it looks like a lake, on this horse. That's interesting. Let's see what else we can find here. The more further north we get, the more interesting I feel things are going to get. Here's one of some sort of pope-looking figure holding his little staff or magic wand or whatever it is. Here's an interesting looking bird, a strange pig-looking animal, or wild boar or something. This is over towards Moscow, right? You can see it says Moscovy, which is basically Moscow or Russia. And then it says Pars right underneath that. Now check this out. This is where you see there's a difference between the seawater and where it's frozen over, right? You got all these people over here that are on skis walking on the ice between the two lands. And then over here you have the actual water where it's all melted, right? So our Earth is going through these changes relatively quickly. It's just that we have such short lifespans that, let me just check on the chat. Everybody's good? Okay, cool. We have such short lifespans that we don't recognize the changes that we're going through on a larger time scale, right? Here's another picture of one of these knights in this armor. And I talk about this quite often, how the atmosphere was electrically amplified and there was a stronger charge in the atmosphere. And so these people wore these protective clothings, or metallic clothing, etc., to keep them safe from the electricity, etc. And then they also had these pikes, right? These act as lightning rods, basically, to keep them, or to lessen the chance that they will get struck by any type of cosmic thunderbolts. Now, let's go from Moscow, let's go up northwards and head to the more interesting parts of this particular map. Now, this is interesting. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Carnivore Today gave me 10 bucks. It says, many thanks to you, Jay, the Good Vibe Tribe. Well, let me give you a little heart on a little comment. I appreciate you for all your research. You're very welcome. I love doing this. This is my passion. I love teaching, sharing information, just sharing my path and the things that I've discovered with everybody. This one's interesting. There's some sort of creature right here. It looks like the Loch Ness Monster's head sticking out of the waters here. And there's also a type of briar patch all the way around it. But look at this. What is that? I never really noticed this before. It looks like it might be some sort of water. But it looks like there's an explosion coming out of it. Is that a volcano? I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. That's why I really would like to translate these maps. I've done many translations, especially, I've almost fully translated all of Mercator's maps, especially his Arctic map. That one, we're going to take a look at that one next, actually. All right, we've got this dude fighting these huge snakes over here with some clubs. Interesting. We've got a knight that's looks like leading a sleigh that's pulled by this huge reindeer over here. What else we got? It looks like this creature's bringing this dude a fish so he can cook. So the animals, the giant animals working with humans. I've done many videos talking about how in our ancient Oblivion, that gigantism existed, right? Many of the animals used to be gigantic. Many insects used to be gigantic. The insects that survived and adapted to the ocean became seafood or shellfish, essentially. They're gigantic bugs. But gigantic animals also used to exist. Now, here's one that looks like it could be a unicorn. And more people being sledded across the ice shelf. That's right here. You see this ice shelf between the two lands there? That connects them, this sort of ice land bridge. Here's a gigantic bird up here. Oh man, I've done so many good videos about huge birds, massive birds. Of course, one of the more popular birds that's gigantic in the ancient times was known as the roc. It's said that the roc, this huge bird, would swoop down and pick up elephants, pick them up into the air and drop them. And I've shared many pictures of gigantic eagles and vultures and other large birds of today that can and do pick up deer and goats and stuff. And there's pictures of those all over the internet. I don't have any of them pulled up right now, but you can easily research that and check it out for yourself to see whether or not that's possible. Here we've got some large wolves or dogs or something that look like they're fighting against these deer or whatever is happening over here. This guy's milking a deer. Check this out. Or I don't know if that's a deer. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But he's milking it, whatever it is. That's huge and it looks serious. And it's got 3 antlers. That's interesting. All right, so we've got some more unicorn action. What else we got over here? Oh, here we go. So here's some people on these icebergs. And it looks like they're fighting against some sort of creatures that are on the icebergs up here. There's like a huge squirrel-looking creature stuck on this iceberg in the middle of the lake. What else we got over here? Oh, let me tell you when this map was created here, too. Here, I'll come back down. Up here in the corner, I like to look for the dates of these maps. This one says Anno, which means year. Anno Doni. I'm not sure what Doni means. Possibly Lord, possibly our Lord. Anno Doni, and then it looks like it says 1536. You see that? 1536? At first glance, it looks like 1536. However, is this a number? Is this one? As we've discussed before, right? Many people are looking into this to see if 1,000 years were actually added to our timeline. Our timeline's been so messed up. Maps and our calendar systems, time has been added and taken away, huge chunks, hundreds of years, and then possibly even 1,000 if this is true. so that we're lost. We're the lost tribes. So this is possibly a J, actually. Look at the difference between this, which has a little slit down there at the bottom, and the I, which is also used as a 1. As you can see, 52, 53, over here, 54. This is 51. You have the I that has little lines across the top and the bottom, but over here on the year, they don't use that same one. You can see the I right here too next to it. This is a J. This is an ancient medieval J. J539, and it's completely different than the letter right next to it, and it's completely different from the number system that they used as far as the font that they chose, right? So it's very interesting that these dates might be different. So this could be the year 539 instead of 1539, which actually makes a lot more sense to me. This is the Scythian Ocean, the Oceanos Scythicus, they could call that. This is basically the Tartarians. This is the Scythians. This is the northern tribes. These are the Phoenicians also, basically, that were the seafarers that came from the north, from Hyperborea, from the lands up north, and then they migrated on down this direction into the southern continents where we now inhabit and live. And then they would be nomadic in nature, which is why you tend to see like tents like this. These are those nomadic Tartarian style tents that I was talking about. You'll see these spread across the northern hemisphere all the way around as those tribes made their way down, landed on these highlands, right? After the flood waters came, this is what's left, is the highlands. They landed on these highlands, and then they would be nomadic in nature, and they would circle around, and they would leave their marks. And you can see there where they used to set up shop or settle. Some of them settling and staying, some of them incorporating themselves into families down here of those of the Southlands and nobility and different tribes of the Southlands. But they would tend to just walk across and settle as they made their way across up there. Now, right next to the date up here, let's check this out. This is the top. They don't show you the North Pole on the map, but they still put it there. See how it says Polvus or Polus, which means pole. The reason it's called pole is because there's an actual pole, a bar, a beam of light, a column, a pillar that shoots up out of the earth. Not just one, but many. But the largest of those is at the North Pole, in the middle of the world, at the exact center of the world. And it's interesting. On many of these older maps, they put the sun right there, right above the North Pole, where the North Pole would be. It's oftentimes represented by some sort of a symbol or a sigil that represents light or a sun, basically, right? When the sun never rests, or it doesn't typically rest, above the North Pole. All right, and then right underneath that, clearly we can see this. This is of particular interest, and this section right here is why I used this as the thumbnail. This little island, right? Which it might not be as close as it looks like on the map, right? And right next to it, you can see those Tartarian style tents. I'm just going to call them that, okay? Many tribes were nomadic in nature and used these types of tents. But you can see this circular island right there, directly underneath where it says Polus Arctus. And then there's these other subsequent phantom islands, we'll call those, surrounding it, right? Acting as what I believe to be anode and cathode islands, energetically speaking. It says Insula Magnetu, or Magneta, magnetic island. That's what this means. It is a magnetically charged island, which gives rise to many different stories of ships that would get too close to those magnetized islands. And if those ships had metal, especially the nails and things like that, and if the ships were actually made out of metal, they would start floating closer and closer to those magnetic islands and crash into them. In my new book, I give many examples of these theories of that I have about these ancient stories of these ships crashing into what are called lodestone mountains, or mountains that are completely magnetic, so strong that they actually attract and pull weapons and armor and ships and stuff like that. So many times these ships would crash into these islands over here. Now, those people that survived, and you can read more about this in my new book once it's out, those people that survived those crashes would be marooned. They'd be stuck. They'd be stranded on these little magnetic islands, or islands of power, places of power, as I like to call them. And they would go through naturally all of the debris and the trash and the rubble and the wreckage, and they would pick up the pieces and the parts of what they could in order to try to make themselves a new boat and get the heck out of there, right? But in the meantime, they'd become accustomed to the new land. They would get used to it, and then they would probably see other ships crashing into it, and then they would go loot those ships. This gives rise to piratism, or the people that are from these magnetic islands that produce terrestrial beams of light, the Pyre-Olt, or the light people, the people from the lights, the Pyre-Olts, just like Pyramid or funeral pyre, etc. I believe that's exactly where the root of piratism comes from, right? Anyways, I talk about that more in my new book, so look for that. Over here, we've got some sort of war happening with these people shooting their arrows up into the sky, but let's get back over towards the North Pole. Right near this particular area, this is of such interest to me, this magnetic island. Right next to this, we have this character that at first glance almost kind of looks like something like Paul Bunyan, right? We've got these tall tales over here in America, which are basically myths and legends that carry truth to them. They share a certain truth that resonates with people so strongly, like Pecos Bill, Paul Bunyan, and so on and so forth, Mighty Casey, etc. Anyways, oftentimes these tall tales were about giants, people that were gigantic in stature. This right here, I mean, it could be a type of Paul Bunyan, but I believe that this is Hercules or Heracles, right? Holding the pillars of Hercules. Now, I have not translated this particular text right there. Crystal, hey, give me $10. Thank you. What did you say in the chat? Hold on, let me go jump over here. Crystal, oh, just a thank you. You're super welcome, Crystal. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you. All right, so let's check out this Paul Bunyan-looking giant Hercules dude. I talk about the pillars of Hercules quite often in my writings, in my books, here on my channel, and I believe that it is related to those anode and cathode islands, right? Let's say that there is an island, a magnetic island, at the center of the world, which is represented on many maps that I'm about to share with you. This is just the first one. And let's say that let's suppose that there is a beam of terrestrial light that shoots up, the biggest one being at the middle of the world, but there are subsequent ones all across the world that are smaller and lesser known than the main light, than the main show, right? I would suppose if it acts as an electrolytic system or an electrolytic cell or a galvanic cell, that there would be anode and cathode on either side of this particular island. That's where the pillars of Hercules come into play. Subsequent beams of light, positively charged and negatively charged, that also shoot up into the sky. And then oftentimes you'll find across the world engraved in their architecture, written on as glyphs, recorded in ancient scriptures and stuff, there'll be pictures of these godlike beings, or sometimes saviors, or they're depicted in many different ways. Oftentimes they're gods, sometimes they're giants, sometimes they're titans, but there's usually one, and he's flanked, usually it's a male, flanked, it's not always male though, flanked by these two beams, holding on to two pillars, holding on to two staffs, or holding up two lions, or two different types of animals that are symbolically represented. Those are the pillars of Hercules. This is the Colossus. And you go through those legs, right, of the anode and cathode beams that shoot up and arc over Hyperborea. You go through those, and you end up in a place that has more land, because that place leads down into the earth, goes down into the hollows of the earth itself. So, very interesting things. We've got, it looks like some sort of a possible lion-type creature right here. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Now, I do believe this is Hercules. You can also see his club right there, lying on the ground behind him. Anyways, I really like that. It's interesting stuff too. Here's another example of a giant bird carrying off an animal, right? So it looks like a possible rabbit. I'm not sure what kind of animal this is. Looks like it could be a rabbit. But this is depicted in many different ancient myths and legends. Oftentimes, the closer you get up to the north, they'll put pictures of griffins and mythic and legendary animals on these maps, right? in modern academics, they would have us convinced that, oh, it's just creativity. No, no, no. That would be lying, right? If they put things that don't exist on a real map, they could lose credibility. They could lose their job as a cartographer, which was, you know, I imagine that paid pretty well, being that these cartographers were oftentimes commissioned by royalty, by nobility, which means oftentimes that was under the penalty of death if you purposefully put stuff on a map where the royals were going to send their navy or their explorers, you know, to risk their lives, etc. I don't believe people just put things on maps haphazardly. Let's see what else we got up here. Now let's make our way over towards Iceland. I do want to check that out. I'm just kind of skimming over. I wonder what these are. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is a butcher, this is a baker, and that's a candlestick maker. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. I don't know what these are, though. These are interesting looking fish deals. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. There's some sort of huge bird in the water right there. All right, let's zoom out a bit. There's more Tartarian-style tints. Let's see. Got some people setting up shop. This guy's showing what looks like his voice in a box. I don't know what that is. Let's see what else we got here. People praying to the standard. Now, here's another thing, too, right? This almost is like the Pledge of Allegiance, which I'm not supportive of. But the people praying to the pole. See that? So these people set up poles. This is rod worship. It's pillar worship. It's column worship. Now this one has a standard on it or a flag or whatever, but they're basically praying to a beam that shoots up out of the ground, which is also like the origin of Christmas trees and things of that nature too. This area looks like it has lots of cavernous systems inside of it. These look like possible wildmen holding on, or giants that are holding on to boulders. I'm guessing on this one. But it looks like giants that are throwing boulders at the people in this ship. This looks like what I call a phantazoid right here, right? That is some sort of ancient monster. There's some words here. Looks like Pols Maru Stiskis. Man, I wish I could translate that off the top of my head. Right underneath this strange phantazoid creature, which is an otherworldly gigantic monster. You could say dinosaur, you could call it whatever you'd like to. We've got another one that looks sort of dragon-like. Huge, gigantic bird with this big lizard in its mouth there. Let's see what else we've got over here. Oh, these guys, all these people riding giant reindeer are of interest to me. Have you guys seen The Lord of the Rings, where the elves, especially the king of the elves, rides on this gigantic deer? You know how big deer used to be in the ancient world? Huge, gigantic, like bigger than moose, basically. Now these deer have 3 antlers every time. Look at this. And these deer, I'm going to call them deer. I don't know what exactly they are, but look at these horses in comparison right next to me, right? These people look a bit worried. So could these be giants that are riding on top of gigantic deer that smaller humans in the Southlands wouldn't be able to really tame or ride on top of? Possibly. Interesting. I don't know. Let's continue on. Let's see what else we got here. Let me just check the chat, make sure we're good. Crystal! Hey, thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate you. I think that was a old... Oh, Abby, too. Abby. Oh, thank you, Abby. I appreciate all you guys. You guys are very kind. All right, let me jump back into this map here. All right, now, let's see. Let's make our way over towards the Iceland area. Wait a minute. What is this? We've got more of those deer that are pulling this cart, this gigantic cart. But here's some dude ice fishing. Here's a guy holding his axe backwards to smash these eel-looking fish. Another huge bird in these trees. What else we got over here? He's definitely going to the bathroom. Abby Oz, thank you. You're welcome, Abby Oz. Thank you. High five. Yeah, so check it. Look at this dude. Why are they showing him going to the bathroom? And then there's like a skeleton right there. Do you see that? There's this strange skeleton of some sort of creature. This guy's out hunting. Almost looks like he's got some long ski-looking shoes on or something. And then it shows this thing, whatever, I don't know, it looks sort of like a lion. I don't know what that is, but it's going to the bathroom, whatever it is. Let's see. We've got troll. This says trolley over here. What is this? Now, these look like people, but they actually look like mannequins. I wonder if this is an area where there was either trolls or people set up mannequins as scarecrows to sort of try to ward people off, you know, as warnings or something. Because look at the difference between these figurines right here and actual people when they draw actual people, right? With facial expressions, you know, body parts and stuff like that. And then these just faceless mannequins on the tops of these mountains. I wonder what that's about. Let's check out some more stuff up here towards the north. Let's see, we've got a bunch of fish. Oh, here's a huge whirlpool. Now, I had a viewer tell me that this whirlpool still exists up in the northern areas. Some sort of huge pufferfish looking deal up there. But look at this whirlpool with what looks like a boat that's been sucked into it. Now, imagine after the flood of Noah, all the different whirlpools that must have existed because of all of the inner earth openings down towards the sea bottoms and stuff, caves and canyons, etc. Here is what looks like an actual troll. Right here. What do we got right here? This definitely looks like your typical troll with the huge long nose, or you could say elf as well, right? They probably take on different forms, but long ears, huge nose, and then the feet. Look at those feet. See how they're kind of bird-like? Remember how I was talking about the legendary tribes of humans? Like I think it was during my video about the dog-headed tribe, right? Many different tribes of humans that were mutants. Whole tribes of mutated humans. This is a genetic mutation that has survived to this day. There are people that have bird feet. They're like just like this. They look like Ninja Turtle feet, right? Where it's like they have like two huge toes in the front and then like a big heel in the back, and it looks like they have bird feet. Basically, that's a genetic mutation that has survived to this day. Let's see what else we got going on here up in the north. Let's see, this is the northern. Oh, look at these sea monsters. Check these out, right? So this one looks like some sort of armadillo type exoskeleton happening with webbed feet down here at the bottom and a tail and some sort of horns or spikes happening. And then this one is real strange. It's got like these axolotl tentacle gill looking things sticking around its head. I wonder if axolotls grew to gigantic sizes too. Let's see, we've got anything else I missed over here? Let's scooch on over. We got some debris up here towards the north. Now there's going to be a lot of debris around the Arctic Circle after a world storm. After atmospheric depressurization, it creates a world storm. The winds up in the jet stream are all going to push, you know, everything in the same direction. It's also going to cause the currents to move around in the same direction after the flood. Now the flood has already come and gone, so next would be fire and plasma. That's also going to follow suit in the same direction. But because of all of that debris, it accumulates up there in the north. And then those freezing cold air gets pulled down and then instantaneously freezes animals and flora and fauna all over the place. And then that gives us what we call today permafrost, which is a bunch of dead life, frozen dead life up there in the Arctic. And now it's all starting to unfreeze and people are starting to go up there to explore. Check this boat out. It looks like a UFO. Look at that. Look at this weird boat with this weird top on it and these two little portholes. That's interesting. This guy is definitely wrecking his boat. So the sea was a dangerous place to begin with. Now, I also believe I've done many videos about monster hunters, real actual monster hunters, right? Because clearly, if you look at all these maps that we're going to check out today, this is going to be a long presentation. I got so many more maps to show you guys. There were monster hunters, people, those pirates and stuff like that, people that were so used to sailing the seas and got so used to fighting monsters, eventually they were hired by local populations, and then eventually when they became when they gained in notoriety, they would be hired or propositioned by nobility to clear out the lands so that the nobles could come through and settle in the lands where there was monsters of renown. Kimma, thank you so much, Kimma, for your constant support. You're so kind. Let's see what else we got here. Thank you, Kemma. Let's see. We've got these sea monsters attacking ships. Gigantic, huge. Now, in modern academics, they'll say, oh, well, that's a whale. Really? Hold on, time out. Let's look at something like a horse, right? People knew what horses were. They knew what they knew what a lion was. They knew what birds were and stuff. So you're telling me they just didn't know what a whale looked like, right? When whales clearly come up to the surface to breathe and stuff like that. You're telling me that they couldn't draw an actual whale, right? Or why is this thing, if it is a whale, have you ever heard of a whale attacking a boat? I mean, aside from like Moby Dick or whatever, when people are like hunting it or whatever. I don't know. I've got a feeling this is not a whale. It doesn't look like a whale whatsoever. And the stories don't. Now there are the actual, now that I think about it, there are whales that are attacking boats right now. We talked about that in my Omens episode, right? The killer whales, the orcas that are over towards the Pillars of Hercules, allegedly, right? The Rock of Gibraltar or whatever. All right, let's continue on over here. Now you can see the ice all broken up over here. I want to point something out. This right here, at first glance, people might just say, oh, it's just a bunch of icebergs. Yes, it is. Where'd that come from? That's fresh water. All of that is fresh water. Where did all this broken pieces of freshwater ice come from? Right? Well, I have a theory that the sky, the firmament, the dome, the actual physical portion of the land, as it is depicted in ancient cosmology, the world across, is made out of ice. So, if that sky breaks, or a portion of that sky breaks, some sort of a hump up there attached to the firmament itself, if there's this hump that dumps down onto the ground, or Humpty Dumpty, if this hump of ice falls down and breaks off, and let's say it's just located, I don't know, right above the North Pole, then it would break off and form an Arctic shelf, or a bunch of broken up Arctic pieces that can't be put together by the king's men and the king's horses, which are basically right here too. Humpty Dumpty. That's what I'm saying that is. I'm saying this is the shells of Humpty Dumpty, which is the ice of the firmament whenever the last time the sky broke open. All right, what else we got here? Let me check the chat. Okay, good. Yeah, sky ice. Tasty waffles. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle feet are wild. That's funny. All right, let me get back to this map. All right, we're going to finish up this map and then move on to the next one over here. Here, let's see, what do we got up here going on? Some guys playing a fiddle or something up here. Some animals, little whistle pigs or something popping up out of the ground. Cryptoporticus. That means hidden doorways, I believe. Look at that. These little cave systems up here. And now this is Iceland. See that? This is where the word island comes from. That's why it's spelled with an S. If you ever wondered why island has a silent S on it, it's because originally land that was just surrounded by water was called the ice lands, right? So all islands are named after ice lands, right? It's called Islandia or Icelandia. All right, let's zoom in and let's check out what else we got going on here at Iceland. Oh, this is interesting too. I like to check these out. These winds, how they depict the winds that come from the north, right? There's different places where the winds come from. This is called septim. Sometimes it's with an N right here. Septentrionalis or trionalum. It's spelled differently depending on the languages, French or Latin or Italian, etc. But you'll see this if you start looking at different maps. I'm going to point this out on all the maps I'm about to show you. Septim means seven. Seven. In modern academics, they teach that this means north. Nothing about that word means north. Not one part of that word means or implies north at all. But there's something that has 7 things in it that is located towards the north, which is really hit home upon in the book of Revelation. If you're a biblical scholar or you like to read the Bible or you're into eschatology as I am, this up here, the 7 mountains, basically is what this is all over the book of Revelation. Now, let's see what else we got going on here. So we got the septentrionalis, which I also talk about. It's a whole chapter in my new book. And the winds, too. So the winds that come up out of the earth at the north, that's called the zephyr. It's known as a westerly wind. If you look up the word zephyr, it'll say westerly wind. It doesn't mean wind that actually comes from the left, right? Depending on your position, or the right, or whatever. It means west as in down. It was vuost, which was downward, right? And then east, eost, was towards the stars, or upwards, basically. Falco albi, that means white falcon, white bird. Corvo albi. If you ever see albi, it means white. Now, this is interesting too. We've got this tall mountain right here that says mons. Anytime you see mons, that means mountain or mound, right? And then it says gruklus. Man, it's hard to read that word right there. Krukul, and then nix. I don't know. I know nix means night or dark. But look at this. It says chaos right there. And then it looks like there's a hole in the ground right next to it. And then it looks like there's fire coming up out of this. I wish this sigil wasn't in the way, because I wonder if this is a volcano right here, right? I feel like it's a high likelihood that that's a volcano. We also have another one, Mons Sact, right here. Look how high up these mountains just jet up out of the ground. Not from tectonic plates over millions of years pushing each other. There's so many different strange geologic anomalies. Here's another one, Chaos, right? Inner Earth entrances. And then right under, see these are interesting. Check this out. So we've got a tall mountain just shooting up out of the ground with what looks like some sort of plasma fires or something underneath it, and then a hole in the ground right next to that with the word chaos. We've got the same thing right here. This one also has the word nix, which means night or dark. And then another mountain with a big letter A on it, with another fire coming up out of it, and then another hole in the ground that says chaos. This is interesting. What is this? I just noticed this. These look like modern skyscrapers, don't they? Saxa. That kind of looks like modern buildings right there. Right here. You see that? I don't know what that is. These clearly are older style and stuff. There's some sort of a castle looking structure, rampart over there, a house. But here, what is that? What is that? It looks like skyscrapers. I don't know. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that's interesting. These are also interesting. What do you suppose this might be? This word says sulfur right there, with a barrel right here. And then you've got these buildings that almost look like nuclear reactors with what looks like rivers coming out of them pouring into the ocean. What is going on over here? There's 4 of these little canisters. Well, hold on. Where's the chat? What do you guys think about that? What is going on over there? Those flags are Slovenian. Okay, interesting. White Crow. Yes, you're right. Very good. Yes, it's in your face. September is the 7th month. That's actually my birthday, September the 7th. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, the glory. What is that? What are these? Why does it look like there's nuclear reactors and skyscrapers on this ancient map from like the year 500 possibly? Or 1500, the Middle Ages at the very least. Right? I don't know. That's super interesting though. And then you've got these sort of Tartarian nomadic tents, right? Those were really huge tents too. This is also, I believe, where the circus tents come from, right? The 3-ring circus tents, etc. Traveling circuses and whatnot. Strange people from foreign lands that charge to show you all their weird things they brought from different lands and stuff like that. Yeah, how many people have ever seen a whale that has 2 spouts on the top and a pig face? You know what I mean? I've never seen that. I don't know. Let's and there's these huge, they're like dumping these barrels out. What's going on over here? These are so interesting. Look at these stories. This guy's blowing a trumpet, maybe as a warning, but they're dumping all these barrels as they're being chased by these sea monsters. I wonder if those are explosives in the barrels. Interesting. There's definitely a flying one over here. There's a horned one right there. There's a dragon-looking deal right there, way bigger than that boat. These are some of the, what do you call them? Phantom Islands. So this one right here, Fare, or the Faroe Islands, Ambra. Look at all these different tiny little islands. And these are also depicted on Mercator's map as well. Check this out. These ones are interesting. This one's definitely on Mercator's map. Look at all these tiny little islands right here. What's this one called? Pomona? I know that's a city in California. Look at that. Okay? Now, some people would look at this and they'd be like, without that dude in the claw, some people would look at this and say, oh, well, they just made the lobster gigantic so that you can see it. Because if they put a real size of a lobster, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the scale. But they clearly put a human in the claw of this gigantic sea bug to show you the scale. Either that or the human is this big. You know what I mean? This is a gigantic arachnid. An ocean arachnid. An ocean scorpion. I don't know what you want to call it. Lobster, whatever you want to call it. People can eat those if they want to. I'm just saying, this is gigantic. Okay? Gigantism. And I have a whole video all about gigantic bugs and how one day they'll return. Joshua Adams says, I love your channel. Thanks for the interesting research that you do and that you share with us. Well, thank you, Joshua. I'm trying to heart your little comment there, but the chat's moving a little quickly. There we go. Thank you, Joshua. It's probably going to pop up here in a second. Look at that gigantic freaking ocean bug, man. Now, oh, this is interesting too. Thank you again, Joshua. High five, and high five to all 263 people who are watching right now. I appreciate it. It's fun to go through this stuff with others. Now, this is interesting too. The Insulae Hebrides. Man, what is all of that? I don't know. I'm gonna have to translate that another time. All right. What else? What other? There's Thule up here somewhere. This looks like it could be Thule. It's called Tile, right? The Tile Islands. Tiles. Let's see. The Faroe Islands. What else we got up here? These are all Phantom Islands. Why is there a moose? I mean, an ox. That looks like an ox in the water. Maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's the big blue ox. Here's another one of those giant lobsters fighting a sea monster. Look at that thing. Clearly attacking it, fighting it. There was war being waged between all of these otherworldly creatures all around the world. Here is one of those worms. Gigantic worms. Now, there's different classifications of phantazoids, as I call them, right? This is one of them, the worm class, and they were just called worms. They're giant worms. They're gigantic serpentine. And it doesn't, I mean, it could represent plasma that's attacking the ship or whatever, but I found lots of evidence for, typically they're displayed as sandworms. Right? These worms that live in the sand. There's all kinds of different serpentine worm-like creatures that wait in the sand. I'm going to get to that one in a second. That wait in the sand. They're gigantic, and they will pop out. There's this one that has like a double jaw. It just waits. It opens its mouth on the bottom of the ocean, and when a fish swims over it, it goes whoosh, grabs it and pulls it back down into the sand, just like in the movie Tremors or Beetlejuice. Right? So these things existed. They were drawn on maps. Look how huge they are. Now, speaking of scale, here's another sea monster that people are in the middle of. These professional monster hunters out here on the ocean are trying to capture this one, which is giving a ride to these people who are cooking on it. This reminds me of the story in the Bible. In the Bible, there's a story of a man who was swallowed by a whale and lived in the belly of the whale for 3 days. His name was Jonah. But look at this. I don't know. It looks like it's wearing a collar. It almost looks like it's wearing a collar, doesn't it? I don't know. But very interesting. It's got these little snorkel deals on the top, a weird pig face looking thing. These things are gigantic. Look at the size of it. There's people riding on top of it, which was shown to us in that Netflix movie Sea Beast, which we also broke down in my Truth in Movies. I don't know. Lots of interesting things that are happening over here. That looks like an ant person right there. I don't know what that is. And then these look like ley lines to me. These look like the places of power or vortices where the Earth's magnetic field stacks up. All right. Let's see what else we got. Anything else we got? What is this? This looks like someone's overboard. Yep, there's people overboard right there. Definitely fell off of the boat, and there's cannonballs. So we have, oh, yeah, these are pirates fighting each other. Or I don't know if they're pirates per se, but these are people going to war with each other. See all those cannonballs flying off and breaking the mast and stuff, and all the people abandoning ship? How interesting. There's so many stories that are happening here. I love this. All right, let's go up here. Oh, this is an interesting little island. Now, unfortunately, on this map, I'm going to show you this island on other maps. Pardon me. On this map, it's blocked off by whatever is going on up here. I don't know what all that is. But this island right here is called Hvitsark, right? It's spelled differently across the board from language to language. Hvit, Hvit, or Hvitsark. Very interesting. This is this huge rock formation, I'll say, that just juts up out of the ocean. And they put what at first glance just looks like a wheel or something on it. This is not a wheel. This is a cave that is at the top because this is a volcano or a plasma volcano. You can see the lines that all go down because it's showing you a top-down view of this hole that's on the top of this particular little land right here called Hvitsark, which I believe means white shark. Because it looks like the tail fin of a shark sticking up out of the waters or whatever. Lots of debris up here. We've got Grutladi Pars. Oh, you see this little tiny dude? This little dwarven looking guy? These are called Skraeling or Skraelingers. I wonder if there's another example of the Skraeling. They're basically dwarves. Yes. So there are certain islands up here towards the north where there's tiny people. Like munchkins. That's where the munchkins come from. Let's see. This means map, carta marina, which means ocean map, and description of the septentrionalum terrarum, which means the enclosed earth, essentially. I don't know what the rest of that means. All right, I think I'm ready to move on to the next map. Did you guys enjoy that breakdown of this one right here? These are so interesting. Oh, and then this is Scotland. That's where we all started. Okay, cool. Let's check out the next map. Okay, let's move on. Now, oh, this is that area that we were just looking at. That's more of a modern map. Let's get rid of that. Here's another one. This is an older map of the same area. So you can see this is like Sweden and Norway and stuff like here. Let me zoom out a bit. Same area. Okay, this is a little bit more northern, but I wanted to show you these pictures that they have up here. And just point out a couple of things. Oceanus up here. And then look at the very top. Let's see if I can get the very top up here. So they're blowing the trumpets. You see the angels blowing the trumpets, right? These are those strange sky sounds that people hear. People are going to hear trumpets, or what sounds like trumpets. It's electricity up there in the atmosphere that's reverberating back and forth. And it will sound like trumpets. It will sound like a T-Rex. It'll sound like Godzilla. I don't know, but it's trumpets sound. It's a shofar sound in Hebrew. The trumpets of God, etc. Now up here we've got at the top again. There's that same word. Septen, this time with an N, trio. Now that trio does not mean three. I know we're used to that in the modern language of a trio or a duo, etc. But this actually means tree, and it comes from the word deru. Right? So 7 trees or 7 mountains, which are what the trees come out of because they're plasma volcanoes. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to share on this one. Oh, that's the Ocean Septentrionalis, which has been mistranslated as Northern Ocean. It does not mean northern. It is in the north, which is why they believe it means that. This is the Sea of Moscow. Looks like the White Sea, Mare. Anything else on here? I forgot why I pulled this particular map up. I can't remember. All right, let's move on to the next map. Yeah, this one's kind of boring. Oh, my favorite. All right, cool. So this is Mercator's map of the Arctic. Okay, Gerardus or Gerardus, however you want to say it, Mercator. And this is one of the most famous ones. It's beautiful. It's excellently done. I have this hanging up on my ceiling in my room right behind me. And here's some of those phantom islands that we looked at. Let's check those out in the corners. You see these little circles off in the corners that show you these other little islands down here and down here? This one I featured when we were breaking down the Rings of Power because they have an island that looks like the shape of a star or a five-pointed star. This sort of kind of looks like a broken five-pointed star, possibly. This one is called Friesland Insula, which means island. That weird-looking F right there, when you start studying these maps, you'll start learning the different scripts of ancient languages. This right here is actually more of an S. Okay, so that's an F. That right there is more of an S. Friesland. Friesland. Insula. That's how you can tell that's an S right there. You can always compare these letters to other known words so that you can figure out what the text is really saying there. But this is very interesting. Now, take note, all the different names. This is supposed to be a phantom island that doesn't exist. However, we've got all these little cities and towns and buildings and names of places with what looks like a little magnifying glass right there. Right? The names of the little oceans and inlets. This is not some phantom mythic island that doesn't exist because Mercator, a world-renowned cartographer, just wanted to make up his own little Lord of the Rings lore or whatever, right? Look at this little forest. Look at the detail in this forest right here. Look at all these tiny little lines like you see printed, like microprint on the dollar or on your whatever local currency you use, right? Look at all this tiny little microprint right there. This was done by hand, allegedly. And then there's the word Pars again, right here. Let's see, this ocean, something, I can't translate that one right now. All right, now let's zoom back out. And over here, you can see, I think these are the Faroe Islands. Let me scooch on over to this other phantom island. Fari Insule, which I believe translates to Faroe Islands, which might be where the Egyptian word pharaoh actually comes from. I believe it means light or fire, right? The pharaoh, the fiery, light. It's the same as pyramid, except for it's not a P sound. It's more of an F, like phone, right? Or Phoenician or Phoenix, etc. But we have what looks like the Faroe Islands. Maybe that's where the pharaohs came from. The ones that held the scepter, the leaders, the light beams of the world. Let's see. Bishop's Sound. Interesting. All these different names. Fare. And then this has some sort of a tower right there in the middle with a line sticking out of it. I wonder if this is a depiction of the anode and cathode islands there. Let's zoom out a bit more. And let's take a look. So right here in the middle, just right in the middle, this is what my next book is all about. There's so many names for this mythic, legendary, and phantom island that is shown to us on many different maps that I'll be sharing with you many more examples of this particular island, a circular island with four quadrants, 4 sections, surrounded by these tall and lofty mountains acting as the walls of this valley of paradise. You see all these walls? Look at these mountain ranges. Hold on, let me just check these out real quick, right? This is the Euphrates, I'll tell you right now. Like, that is the Euphrates. And this is the Tigris. Might as well just share that with you. So this is the Tigris, the original one. This is the original Euphrates up here, which means between the Tigris and the Euphrates, we will find this land, which is called Mesopotamia, originally. Now, you have to imagine, this is the island paradise, this is Hyperborea, etc. These quadrants would have had all their different locations, names, towns, townships, valleys, and cities and stuff like that. Babylon's going to be in here. The original Egypt will be in here. The original India will be in this area right here. And then those nomadic people, when they were kicked out of the garden, symbolically speaking, right? When the energy reversed and there's actually a protective barrier around this island. It's an energetic barrier. They left and they became those nomadic tribes that wandered about and set up their tents and stuff that we just went over, right? they renamed the new areas where they settled, where they established their kingdoms and whatnot. They would rename those new rivers like the Euphrates and other things, and the Tigris, etc., after their homeland, in honor of their homeland, in honor of the places where they came from and hoped to eventually return to one day, which is Hyperborea. This is also really interesting. People wonder why Greenland is of such import. Old world Micmac. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. People wonder why Greenland is of such import. Why does Trump want to buy the entire island of Greenland? Why is this northern part of Greenland on Google Maps all blurred out and nobody can see what's up here? Well, you'll notice Greenland is, on these old maps, almost directly connected to this little peninsula on the island of Paradise, right here. This little hook, this little horn, right? Greenland almost touches it. There's two other small islands right here that are depicted on different maps. And Greenland goes all the way up to this little horn, this little edge, which also shows you that there's land just outside that people could walk on and settle. They don't have to worry about these huge, what I call the cliffs of insanity, jetting up right there, right? So this is very interesting. We also have that Vitsark. Remember that little that Vitsark mountain, that white shark mountain? That's also depicted on this one too. We scroll down a bit, we can see it just jutting right up out of the middle of the ocean here. Now on this one, it's Vitsark Mons. This little strange formation shooting up out of the middle of the Arctic Ocean right there between, they put it here between Iceland. This is where we just were. Iceland looks like a little sea monster in itself. They put it between Iceland and Greenland, which is called Groenland. Groenland. And then over here, not to be confused with Grokland. Now, I have a hypothesis. I have a theory that this Grokland is the original Greece, right? That the people from modern Greece actually came from, there's different countries that came from these different phantom islands. Some are subsequent on the outside of Paradise. Some are from within Paradise, right? But to me, this is a high contender for the original quintessential Greece, where all of the actual Greek myths and legends come from, right? Up here, which would make more sense if you have all of this energy and spiritual, energy or whatever that's happening up here towards the North Pole, that those myths would have translated to Grokland or Greeceland, basically. And then those people would have migrated and founded modern Greece. And then they would have brought their legends and histories with them. We've got St. Hugo Willoughby's land over here, another phantom island. What else we got? Oh, this one up here I wanted to talk about. So remember I talk about the anode and cathode islands, right? So we've got one on one side. We've got the neutral point, Mount Meru, and we've got one on the other side over here. This one is more prominent than the other one, right? The more prominent one, as far as if we look at this map like it's a battery, like let's say that the Earth carries its own charge and is self-running and self-energetic, right? Let's say that this is the heart of the Earth, that this is where all the energy basically comes from or out of inside of the Earth. Remember, this is the surface. We live on the surface. This right here in the middle is the west going down into the Earth. This is the beginning of the western lands, which is those that go down into the Earth. But anyways, we would have an anode and a cathode, at least one of each on each side, possibly more. But the one that sticks out the most is there's a positive charge and a negative charge. One of these receives energy or life or spirit or whatever you want to call it, and it actually because it's receiving energy, it actually receives. How do I describe this? It grows. Okay, so this island, in the water underneath it and in the air, receives chemicals and gases and stuff that turn into actual physical substance, which means that the island itself gets bigger and bigger and bigger, while the other one should recede over time because it's the one that's giving pieces of itself away. It's losing energy and it's losing molecules and stuff. Anyways, let's check out this one right here. Just like on that other one, we have this strange rock formation jetting up out of the Arctic Ocean with a circle right there in the middle of it. And right here it says Polus magnetis respectu insularo capitis viridis, which basically translates as magnetic pole, or this is a place of power, where one of those poles, not the pole, okay? In the modern, it helps me when I research these ancient maps and things of that nature. It helps me to partition my mind and put aside modern thinking and our modern geography and our modern definitions and stuff like that, and to imagine living in a more magical world or a more mystical time where there were monsters, and to take, instead of taking those things for granted, to take them at face value and to say, suppose there was magic, suppose there were monsters, suppose there was more mythic and legendary times, right? So it helps me to better understand this. Now, also, look at all these millions of dots. Think about how much time and effort and passion went into making this map. Look at dot. How many dots do you suppose are on this map? Look at these fine lines over here, right? So we have this rock formation jutting up out of the middle of the ocean. That it basically says it's a magnetic island. It's a lodestone island. It's an island that has a hole in the top. It's basically a plasma volcano. Now let's look at the location. This says Asia, clearly right there. Badagu is an interesting place right here. But let's look at the continents. It's between Asia and, if we scooch it on over, California Regio up here, aka Alaska, basically. So this says America. If I zoom out, you can see that it says Pars, America Pars, right? America Pars, right there. So up here is basically sort of Alaska and Canada. This would be Alaska, this would be Canada, somewhere in that general vicinity. So if we look, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. If we look between on our modern maps, I'm going to pull up Google Earth right now because I can find this place. This little magnetic pole right here, that's an island of life that just juts up out of the ocean, plasma volcano, is owned by Russia. Possibly. I have a contender for it. Now, if we go over here, this is basically what used to be the Soviet Union and stuff right here. But check this out. Remember where it is, okay? Now, let's pull up Google Earth real quick. All right, let's do brand new Google Earth. All right, now, I know exactly where this is, so I'm going to show you right off the top. Oh, I'm already there because I was researching this earlier, okay? This is called Wrangle Island. Now, let me show you where we are here. Here's Alaska. So you can see, it looks like a little face, right? And it says Alaska. There's Canada over there. Here is Siberia, right? Used to be Russia, USSR, etc. And then between the two, we should find a volcanic island, right? Bam! Right there. Now, there's also this weird line that goes from this island all the way to the North Pole. There's so many weird things on Google Earth. But look, Wrangle Island. Mysterious land. Mysterious land that has these like cliffs all the way around it. It's difficult to get onto this island. I've researched it. But right next to Wrangle Island is this little strange guy. I'm gonna talk about Wrangle Island here in a minute. But before I do, let's look at this. This entire island is grayed out, crossed out, off the map. Can't look at it, can't look it up, don't have any idea what's there. There's clearly something here that they don't want people to see. The entire place, just gone. Erased off of the map, or off of the satellite imagery, or whatever it is, right? So, let's scooch on over and let's check out its neighbor, which is way bigger, Wrangle Island, right? Now, here's an interesting factoid about Wrangle Island. First of all, it's a volcanic island, okay? But in addition to that, they find mammoth fossils all over this island. They say they found the bones of woolly mammoths and stuff. Tell me how exactly does a woolly mammoth get onto this island? How would that even be possible? I mean, that there's all these woolly mammoth bones and stuff that are found on this island and stuff. Well, if it is a volcanic island, or at least its neighbor right here, and keep in mind that all this little ocean, this is Noah's flood, wasn't always here, okay? So before the world flooded, you could walk anywhere. You could pretty much go anywhere, right? After the world flooded, whatever was there was stuck there, right? However, there's another possibility, which is inner earth entrances in the form of modern day volcanoes or ancient volcanoes. Before they were full of lava, before they were all plugged up and sealed off and keeping the inner earth inhabitants out of the surface world and keeping the surface world out of going down into the inner earth. Nothing to see here, says Tony Simmons in the chat. All right. Anyways, so this is extremely interesting, right? They totally blur this little spot out. Why? What's the point of that? Clearly, it's important. And in that same area, we find this on the ancient map, this little volcanic magnetic island. Interesting. We also have Barugu right here, which I should talk about more. But I want to get back to Wrangle Island real quick, right? Now, this entire island, Wrangle Island, is off limits. It's owned by Russia. United States, I think, maybe used to own it or something, but they don't really care about it. It's off limits. Both countries agree nobody should be going here. Okay, you have to get extremely special permission in order to visit this particular island called Wrangle Island. Now, I pulled up this Wikipedia article about Wrangle Island. And I'm just going to skim through here. Oh, Herald Island. That's the other one. So that one that's all off limits, this one, it's called Herald Island. Herald or beacon or banner or beam or column, right? An island, it's a probably a plasma volcano island, basically. So that one's called Herald Island, which is really interesting. Where'd it go? Herald Island, etc. Let's see. Most of Wrangle Island with the adjacent Herald Island, which is right there. This is so interesting. Is a federally protected nature sanctuary. Why? Like, think about this, right? I mean, I'm not saying that's bad. Like, it's bad to have national parks or it's bad to have nature sanctuaries or whatever. No. I'm saying it's unusual for corporations that do land grabs and go to war over land, right? To just set aside an entire island that's gigantic and full of, supplies and stuff like that. Value. It's valuable, basically. It's federally protected as a nature sanctuary, administered by Russia's Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Wrangle Island and all of its surrounding waters were classified as a Zapovednik, or a strict nature reserve. You see that? Hold on, let me zoom in a little tiny bit there. A strict nature reserve. Why? You're telling me that your countries really care that much about nature? Think about all the other things that they do, right? And as such, receives the highest level of protection. This mysterious island, this place and its little neighbor that's blocked out on Google Earth, receives the highest level of protection, excluding virtually all human activity, other than conservation research, they label that, and scientific purposes. Hard quotes, right? Mysterious indeed, right? Phantom Island. Well, probably used to be a phantom island. If you go on to read this whole article, it actually talks about how it used to be known as a phantom island, covered and blocked off from view by a fog bank that tended to just hang around that island for some mysterious reason. I wonder where all that fog comes from. Could it be warm air coming up from inner Earth, meeting the cold air of the Arctic? Yes, I believe so. Let's see. Oh, Wrangle Island was home to the last surviving population of woolly mammoths that possibly could have come up out of a plasma volcano cavernous opening. There's actually a huge cavernous opening in Missouri, I think, in the United States, called Mammoth Cave, where mammoths probably came out of from inside of the earth. With radiocarbon dating suggesting the species was on the island until about 4,000 years ago, or 2000 BC, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, what else we got here? I'm just going to skim over this. This is such an interesting place. Oh, here we go. Baron von Wrangle, or Wrangle, never managed to visit the island. Wrangle had noticed swarms of birds flying north. And questioning the native population determined there must be an island undiscovered by Europeans existing in the Arctic Ocean. These birds are migrating somewhere when they're going north, right? Forget all the legends and forget all the myths and forget all the historic, cartography evidence or whatever of actual islands in the north that did exist, that are full of people and cities and stuff, that are said to be spring-like or warm in climate. He searched for this island during his little expedition that he went on in the 1800s, but he failed to find it. Could not find this little, it was a phantom island. Let's see what else we got here. This is so interesting. What else? I'm just sort of going over this here. The island's mountain ranges. The island's mountain ranges. Hold on. The island's mountain ranges terminate at sea cliffs at either end of the island. Just like Hyperborea, right? All these are called the Riffian mountain range, okay? It's a mythic mountain range, if you will, but these are the cliffs of insanity. These are basalt columns, just like Giant's Causeway, just like the Devil's Tower, that rise straight up out of the ground, acting as a natural wall for paradise right here. And they're created through a strong electromagnetic force. So we have this on Wrangle Island, just whoosh, right where it just juts straight up into the air, because that's how it was created. Not erosion and not, lava that used to be inside of a volcano and it all eroded or anything like that. Let's see what else we got here. I'm just skimming over it. Wrangle Island is not glaciated. Well, that makes sense. If it's a plasma volcano, then it would be warm. It should be a warm climate with lots of animals and vegetation and stuff. Let's see. Wrangle Island belongs to the Russian Federation. The island has a weather station. Why? Why does anybody care about the weather in the Arctic? You know what I mean? If it's a desert land and it's just ice and nothing really lives there except polar bears, who cares about the weather? You know what I mean? Why are our countries devoting so much time, effort, manpower, energy, and money into places that nobody lives, nobody cares about? Unless it's just the majority of the population that doesn't know why it's so valuable, right? Let's see what else we got here. Oh, so much of the island is volcanic, as you can see here. Volcanic and sedimentary rocks ranging in age from upper Precambrian to lower Mesozoic. That's just all gibberish to me. I mean, I know what it means, but I have different ideas about time. Precambrian, so it's ancient, basically. Let's see. And there are schists that contain minor amounts of metavolcanic rocks. What else we got here? Anything else? Is kind of getting boring. Hold on. And here's some pictures. So you can see little cliffs there. Pow. See that? No one, it's imagine, right? This is similar to when I was talking about the island of the dog-headed people, right? Ancient historians wrote about how those dog-headed tribes lived on an island very similar to this, high and lofty, that had cliffs that went down into the ocean, and it was difficult to go to war with them because nobody could get there. They lived on a castle. They lived on a fort or a rampart or a tower or whatever you want to call it that's shooting up out of the Arctic Ocean. What else we got? There's polar bears up there. Woolly mammoths we talked about. Here we go. Let's check out these woolly mammoths. What does it say here? The most recent survival of any known mammoth populations For perspective, these mammoths were living during the times of ancient Bronze Age civilizations such as Sumer, Elam, and the Indus Valley, which for me all go back to those 4 quadrants at the North Pole. The 4th dynasty of Egypt. Mammoths apparently died out and subsequently disappeared from mainland Eurasia about 10,000 years ago. Like I said, I feel like the timeline is off, and I don't feel like anyone really knows the actual timeline. And I also talk about exponentially increasing entropy, which is all of the energy on the surface world being pulled down into the bowels of the earth and therefore causing time to quicken as we know it, basically, and things to age faster and stuff. What else? Oh, there's reindeer up there, oxen, wolves, lots of animals and stuff for some Arctic island. Lots of plants. There's an Arctic tundra. What else we got here? I don't know. I'm just kind of skimming over this. Birds, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Now, there should be something about fog. Now, you can see fog in the distance in this picture right here. Let me see if I can find something about... Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. The island is subject to cyclonic episodes characterized by rapid circular winds. That reminds me of the zephyrs that come up out of the earth, right? Like when I show you those wind maps of the world, up there at the center of the world, you can see there's something interfering with the wind patterns right where Mount Meru would be, or is. Oh, here we go. It's also an island of mists and fogs. Boom. Hold on, let me make that big. Mists and fogs. Let me type that in. Boom. An island of mists and fogs, which are created when warm air meets cold air. The warm air from the inner earth rushing up, spreading out to the coasts, and then hitting the cold air around it, which hides the island. That's why many of these islands are undiscovered and considered phantom islands, because the people don't just fly their boats off into fog banks. You know what I mean? Not typically. Or if they do so with caution. Let's see. What else we got? Northerly winds. That would be the Septentrion. Blah, blah, blah. Anything else interesting here? All right. I think I'm good. I think I'm good with the Wrangle Island here. So, oh, here's some examples, right? Of the woolly mammoths and stuff like that. Yeah. The final place on Earth to support woolly mammoths. Interesting. All right. Anything else? I think that's it. All right. Let's leave Wrangle Island and move on to our next map. Wait, was I even done with this one? I think I'm done for now. Let me just point out a few other things. Actually, I'm not done. I'm not even close to done. Hold on. Let me just check this out. Here is Mount Meru. All right. This is the plasma volcano of the Earth. This is the center of the Earth. Ancient Egypt was renamed in honor of one of these quadrants, which was ancient Egypt, basically. I think this one was India, or it was called Ind. Some people said Indos, or the strong Ind, or Indus, etc. I believe this is probably Egypt, actually. This quadrant right here was ancient Egypt, the original. And then this right here was the Nile. Anyways, so this is the plasma volcano at the middle of the world that shoots up a beam of energy right from the navel of the world, creating the world tree. I've translated all of this, but this is interesting. Remember we were talking about the Skraeling? Well, this says that there are Pygmy people here. Little short dwarven type gnome-looking people. Tiny people, basically. Brownies, whatever you want to call them. Little pygmies. And it says Pygmy. Hic basically kind of means here. Habitant means to live, or here live the Pygmy people. About 4 feet long. And they are what the people in Groenlandia, see that? Let me make that bigger so you guys can read along. So it says pedes, that means feet, like ped. Ped means foot, like pedal on a bicycle, right? That's where you put your feet. That's why it's called pedal. 4 feet long, and it's what the people in Greenland, Groenlandia, call or quos, call Skrælingers. Vokant, pronounce, or to speak. So they call, the people in Greenland call these inhabitants of this, at least in this area, maybe not on the entire quadrant, but at least in this some area over here, because you can see it's connected to Greenland. And there's legends of the Skraeling over here in Greenland. Matter of fact, it says it on the map right here. Skrælingers. Right there. Boom. Hold on. You see that right above my head? Skrælingers. That's Pygmies, right? Where did they come from? Well, they came from right here because these two are practically connected. Right? They can go from here to here. Interesting. If you're a 21 Pilots fan, this is also where Dima is, by the way. All right, let's see, what else did I want to point out here? Oh, I do want to point this out. So eventually the inhabitants of this central island had to leave. They had to go somewhere, right? If this island right here is the Garden of Eden, if it's Hyperborea, if it populates and increases in population over time, then there must eventually come a time when there's a dispersal, right? Or an exodus, a leaving of this central land. So where are the most likely places that the inhabitants of this central island would have gone? Well, in the Bible, it talks about how the Euphrates would be split into 7 heads so that people could cross over on foot. So this is the Euphrates right here, split into 7 heads, and this is where people could easily have just probably left this central island. If they left over here, then it seems reasonable to speculate that they would have gone and migrated over here into Alaska, right? Canada, those areas, or they would have settled on that island that we just talked about, right? That other place right there. This would be like a little stopping point. And then they would have gone over here to Bargu, or Asia, right? Which is where we have the Scythian Ocean. This is where the Tartarian Empire basically first began. Let's check out this area called Bargu. Now, I don't know what gu means. I'm not sure, but the root of this Bargu, let me zoom in on that. See that town name, Bargu? The root of that is bar. The people from the bar. This is the bar over there. The column, the pillar, right? So the people from the bar settled there. Kerokan, what else we got over here? You can see little cities and stuff. Abram, or Arbam. What else we got? I don't know. Lots of stuff. The Ocean of the Scythians, or the knowledgeable ones, etc. Mongol. Oh, Tartar Villa. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. So, the place where the Tartars settled, or one of the places where they settled, was right over here. Tartar Villa. You see that? Village of the Tartars, or the people from the tree of trees. Tartar. Daru Daru. Which is what that means. The tree of trees. The Tartars. And then the Mongols, which is a whole chapter in my new book, Mongols at Magog. See that right there? So some people are familiar with the concept and the word or the name Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog. Mongols at Magog. The Mongols at Magog. And then over here we have Gog. Right? So here's Magog. And over here, boom, Gog. Right there. Pretty easy when you know where it is. All right, what else we got? Let's see. Anything else I wanted to share on this particular map? There's something interesting over here. What is that? What do we got over here? Where'd it go? There it is. I don't know. Some sort of statue deal. I don't know what that is. Zolatia Baba. I don't know what that is, but it just looked interesting to me. All right, let's see what else. Anything else I want to point out on this particular map? There's a lot of cool stuff here, but I kind of want to move on. Here's the Faroe Islands, or the Fare Insulae, right down here. See, it says Ocean Septentrionalis, right there. Let's see. There's Mercator's name, right? So Gerardum Mercatorum cum privilegio. Friesland, right there, boom. All right, cool. Let's move on. I think I'm good. I'm good on this one. Let's move on to the next one. Fopow. Oh, so this one also shows those islands at the north. So that's really why I wanted to share this one with you. This was also done by Mercator in 1607. This one's called Orbis Terrae, or Terre. The Orbis Terrae. So this is more of a spherical version of the Earth. Compendiosa Descriptio. Now let's check it out right here at the top. Right? There we have it again. Grokland right there, just like we talked about. Here is the Euphrates right over here. And then we have this circular island continent that's basically Atlantis also. That's surrounded by this mountain range. And then we also have that magnetic island over here as well. You can see a little portion of it. It's kind of cut off right there. Polus Magnetis. Now let's scooch on over to the other side because this one's sort of split in half. I don't really like this style of map. This gets more into like the balls of the earth and all of that space ball type stuff. But right here, he put Rupus Nigra right there in the center with a gigantic mountain at 90 degrees. Polus Arctus. This is where the pole, there's even a pole shooting up out of it. Boom. Right there. Right? And it looks like there's light emanating from this unfinished pyramid. You see that? I mean, I know it's just like the lines of the map or whatever, but it's interesting how it's drawn, right? Then we have that circular island, same type of a deal. Many of the same types of structures here as well. And look how close it comes over here. This is that same Mongol area. See how close they almost touch right there? You have to imagine this is probably way bigger on the map than it is in real life, right? I don't know. But maps can't fully be trusted because perception is so skewed so often when you change latitude and stuff. But this is Europe. Here's Italy. Boom. There's Spain over here. Pow. People say in the modern world this is where the Pillars of Hercules are. Wrong. Not there. Pillars of Hercules are up here on the other side of these islands. All right. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to show. Oh, and then this Antarctica. What does this say down here? Does this say anything down here? Antarctica. Okay. Let's see. The southern lands, Terre Australis. Clearly sea monsters and stuff. What else? The Tropic of Capricorn. This is the southern boundary for the sun. Now, if the sun passes and goes past this southern boundary, that's what brings about the flood, which we already have, so we don't have to worry about it. Now we should be looking for the sun to cross the northern boundary, which is Cancer, I believe. The Tropic of Cancer. So Capricorn down here, boom. The southern limit for the sun, right? People would watch that. In the ancient world, they'd watch to see if the sun transgressed its boundary, its marker, where it's supposed to stop. The sun goes, shoo, and then it stays there for 3 days, and then it comes back, shoo, and then it goes to the north, and it stays there shoo, for 3 days. But the next time, the sun's going to get brighter and brighter, and then it'll keep on transcending. It'll go higher, and it'll go higher. It's also spinning around, and it'll go higher as it makes its way to the throne of God, which is Mount Meru, right? Anyways, I'm good on this one, I think. Enlil! Oh, what an honor. Nice to meet you, Enlil313. Just subscribe to my channel. Let's see. Is this pretty much it? I think there's Australia for all you people. Oh, that's New Guinea. Australia, same type of deal. Lots of these little islands down here in the Philippines. I think I'm good on... Oh, this is the dome, by the way. That's what I believe, okay? This is my perspective, is that this down here, the southern pole, is actually the top of the world. Okay, so they can't show you the top of the world because then they would just cover up everything in ice and you wouldn't see any of the land at all because you'd be on the outside looking in or looking downward. But for me, this is the dome. This is Humpty Dumpty, or at least a portion of Humpty Dumpty. Anyways, let's move on. Next up. Is this the same map? No. This is not the same map. It looks like the same map. Hold on. Let me zoom out a bit. Yeah, this is a different map. They're very similar. So this one by Mercator was done in 1607. This one right here was done in 1594. This actually predates Mercator's version. Let's check this one out. This one also. This is all... I like seeing all the little things that they draw on the tops and the outsides of the maps and stuff. You see all that? Little cornucopias. Oh, there's the staff of Hermes, right? So this is the blue beam symbolism. That's the beam of energy shooting up, and then that's just the anode and cathode hyperborean electrical arc following it or whatever, up to the top where you have the bird, the cosmic bird, which is the wings. That's why they put wings on the top. That's also why the totem poles have the thunderbird at the top, and then there's the eye in the sky at the center, right? Which sometimes they put a face on it and stuff. That's the depressurization point. That's the inverted dome at the top of the firmament, etc. We got some grapes going on. Here's a cornucopia, right? This is Fruit of the Loom, right? The Mandela effect. You guys know that there's no cornucopia on Fruit of the Loom. It used to have one, but they've erased that from history. I don't know what's going on there. It looks like some sort of a goddess imagery. Europa. What else we got? There's some wars going on over here. Don't know, but let's check out the middle, right? Polus Arcticus. There it is again, right? The 4-quadrant island, circular island, surrounded by a huge mountain range, the Riffian Mountains. Raphaim is where this comes from, by the way. So for those of you that study the Bible, you've learned about the different classes of giants or titans, etc. Raphaim are one of them. Rapha means heal, to heal. They were the healers. These were the healing mountains. These were mountains, or this area was known to impart healing, basically, to the people that visited it. This says something about Grokland. Grokland is strong. Angli, Hodi, I don't know. I'm going to have to take more time to translate that. Anyways, here you can see the Euphrates over here. The 4 lands. Looks like this might be Barago. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Grönland. So this is Greenland right here. Friesland right here. And here are the stars, the constellations, with the snake right in the middle. That's interesting. Let's see what we got going on over here. Asia, we got some elephants. Oh, there's a unicorn sticking its horn in the water. I wonder why it's doing that. It's almost like it's drinking, but it's using its horn. Or it's fishing. Right? Maybe it's fishing or something. I don't know. But that's definitely a unicorn. And we've got real animals, right? Real modern animals. Giraffes, elephants, camels. Over here in Asia, gigantic birds, horses. And there's just a unicorn tossed in there. Unicorns are real, okay? I don't know what you guys believe, but I'm convinced. Unicorns exist. Teams just subscribed. Welcome to my channel. Or to memes. This person's holding a branch. Looks like possibly a branch of the olive tree. Olive branch maybe. Riding on top of a rhino. A decorated rhino. There's some sort of a box down there at their feet. Here's Hyperborea. Once again. Rupus nigra at the top. With an unfinished top right there. Because it's a plasma volcano. The island of the Pygmies. What else we got? Anything else? I think I'm good possibly on this one. Let's check out the south. Oh, this is interesting. What do we got going down here? Africa. So we've got this person. Looks like they're holding on to what may be an umbrella. Either that or some sort of giant mushroom. And they're riding on top of what looks like possibly an alligator. We have obelisks. We've got unfinished pyramid right there. Lions, serpents, lizards. Interesting. Magellanica. This is named after Magellan, I guess. I don't know. What else we got over here? We got people riding on top of, like, armies. Look at this. This is an army riding on top of elephants. Interesting. Possible phoenix. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be right there. That looks like Dumbo. Person riding on the elephant, holding on to the branches, more constellations. And then last but not least, we've got another. This looks like what was that mythic creature called that had part lion face and like the face of a woman, like a man lion? I forgot what it was called. Lion, I forgot. Anyways, there's a mythic creature that looks that to ancient times in the Middle Ages, it looked like it was part human, part lion, basically. What is that called? Man lion or something? I just brain farted. Anyways, let's see what else we got here. There's a monkey up here in the tree. Boom. There's some boats. Ah, here we go. You see that? Mountain with the fire on the top there? These are high places, by the way. So if you read in the Bible and stuff, they talk about high places. It's not like some small hill. Like if you read these biblical stories about and people feel that they're talking about modern Israel and the Middle East and stuff, it doesn't match up with the descriptions, right? These high places and stuff, like these hills and mountains, they're little tiny hills and stuff. They're small structures in comparison to like gigantic, magnificent plasma volcanoes, like how I talk about. Oh, these people are cooking humans. Check that out. You see that leg right there? There's another leg right there. And there's a fire underneath. These might be cannibals. You see that? Yeah. What else we got here? There's another volcanic island or volcanic mountain. Some ships off in the distance. Oh, these guys are holding on to a leg. So it looks like they just came to the... Oh, there's a leg on the fire over here. This is definitely cannibals. And this guy's definitely chopping a leg right here. And there's a head on the ground. Did you see that? So yeah, the giant cannibals. I'm assuming these are giants too. Possibly. Yeah, so we got some cannibalistic action going on down here in Peruana. And then looks like a giant armadillo. What does that say? Ionas duete cum ion. I don't know. I'm not going to figure that out right now. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Oh, so over here they're cooking, looks like fish and some sort of animals and a snake and stuff. There's an animal there they're bringing to the fire. So these don't appear to be cannibals, whoever these are. Oh, wait a minute. There's a leg. Yep, that's definitely a human leg right there. So I misspoke. Let's see what else we got. Looks like some farming action going on over here in the background. Mexicana area. Interesting. Cannibalism used to be way more popular than it is today. It used to be way more normal and it was not unheard of in the ancient days. All right, let's move on to our next map over here. Wow, there's still 327 people watching. That's mind blowing. I feel like I'm just talking myself to death. How are you guys? How is everybody in the chat? Everybody's putting their like number down in the, wow, high five to everybody. All right, let's jump back into the presentation since we're having a good time. I'm actually going to close off some of these just to save some memory on my computer here. Yeah, see how long it took for that one to load? All right, let me close that one. Let me close that one. We just did this one, so we're going to close that one. Oh, this one, by the way, if you want to know the cartographer's name, it is Petro Plancius. And this was done in 1594. All right, so Petro Plancius, 1594. You can see it over here. It's called Orbis Terrarum, in short. All right, let's move on to the next one over here. So this one I just wanted to briefly show because it's another ancient map. This one was done by Gormont Freres out of Paris, France. Where is it? Gormont Freres right here in 1587. This one also features the mysterious island quadrant country at the top of the world right there. Hey, Eye of the Pyramid. Hey, that's a cool name. I like it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to my channel too. Oh, Septentrion at the top. There it is again, right? I feel like this should be a bigger deal to people, this whole Septentrion thing. It does not mean north. There's the 4 islands, Pau. Now, when they show you this, it's more spread out. Just look for the river that has these 7 mouths. That way you can orient yourself. You know, that's the Euphrates right there. Amerique, America, etc., Africa, the freaking dome, which I guess they named after Magellan. Which is interesting. You know, Magellan was murdered right? A lot of times the people will teach in academics and in schools that Magellan, hold on. Silver Sister donated $5 in the super chat. What are you saying in here? I wonder if the map makers thought future generations would doubt the existence of... Yeah, I know, right? I wonder that too. So check this out. People teach, Magellan circumnavigated the world, etc. No, he didn't. He didn't make it all the way. His crew may have made it the rest of the way, but Magellan was murdered right around here. Okay? For good reason. At least according to the locals, he came in trying to change their ways. He came in and asked the local leaders in these Peloponnesian island areas. He basically tried talking to their leaders and saying, hey, my king and queen want to take your land and hire you so that you act under their rule. And the locals were not having it. Joshua Adams, thank you. High five for your donation. The locals were not having Magellan's crap. Many of these ancient explorers were known to, I'll say this politely, take serious advantage of local people, okay? Which includes all the worst types of taking advantage of a person, okay? From slavery to just straight up kidnapping to other worse forms, right? Anyways, Magellan was no exception. Neither was Columbus, neither was any of them. And they weren't explorers, I think I'll just randomly go to different parts of the unknown world just to discover new lands. No, you know what they were looking for? This, up here. They were lost. They had no idea. They were looking for the same thing that the Germans in World War I were also looking for when they went the wrong direction down here. But yeah, these explorers, as a byproduct, when they're out looking for the fountain of youth and whatnot, they would also gather things. You really think that people's nobility spent all that time and energy and money and manpower, etc., to risk people's lives to send them to uncharted, unknown places for salt and pepper? Sugar? Cinnamon? Spices? Get out. No. Anyways. Yeah, Magellan was murdered. And probably for good reason, according to the locals over here who were not having it. They weren't about to be incorporated into a part of some system. Not at all. Right? And Magellan tried to, if you read the story, this is the real story of Magellan, okay? If you read the story, he tried to buy off the local leaders in these Peloponnesian island areas. He tried to buy them off and make them promises and stuff. But the people on the beach, they were like, nah, you're dead. Anyway, so they took care of Magellan. Good job, people on the beach. Anyways, what else we got? This one is, this is another one that features the island Hyperborea at the top of the map up here with Rupus Nigra at the top, at Altissima. This is also, what's that dude that made the Marvel comics? Stan Lee. He always says, Excelsior, right? I don't know if you guys know that. I don't know if you're as nerdy as I am. Okay? I happen to know this kind of stuff. But there's this guy that drew a lot of the Marvel comics. His name is Stan Lee, which all those comics have all the truth that we're talking about right now. Just cartoonified and stuff. He says Excelsior. Well, Excelsior is his little root word. It's a little, man, I'm losing my vocabulary. I've been talking too much. It's a little word to let people know he's talking about this Excelsior, which means in the highest or the highest point, right? It's a way of him giving a shout out to Mount Meru, or the island of the origin of his people. Rupus Nigra et Altissima, or Excelsius, or Excelsior, you could say, the highest mountain, etc. This one was done in 1607 by, let's see, who was the cartographer? It looks like, it says the author is Mercator, but there's also another author that says Jodocus Hondius, and then there's also a publisher, Cornelius Claes. I don't know. Anyways, very similar, so I'm gonna skip this one, I think. Unless I see something that catches my eye. I don't. Yeah, we're skipping that one. All right, so I'm gonna skip that one, boom. And then here's another one. This one is also done by Mercator. This one I just want to zoom in here to the ocean, where you can see he named the ocean after Hyperborea. Hyperboreus Oceanus, the ocean of Hyperborea, or the land beyond the northern winds. Actually, it's not really northern winds. I don't know why it's translated like that. This word bor, like aurora borealis, right, has nothing to do with wind. That's where wind comes from because the earth breathes out from inside of itself. The air transitions between the different, there's pressure differential between the surface world and the inner earth. Anyways, the earth breathes, right? Hyper does mean beyond, but this doesn't mean wind, boreas. It doesn't mean north. It's come to mean that over time by association, but it's really this word right here, bor, which is bar, which is column and pillar or pole, etc., right? The poles. This is the Arctic Circle. This is Iceland once more. Oh, Vitsark. We've got Vitsark Mons Excellis. Oh, Excelsior. Excellis right there. Right? Vitsark Mons Excellis. High and lofty mountain right there. Skrælingers right above my head once more. The origin of dwarves and the dwarven people, munchkins, little people, tiny people. The White City, Alba. What else we got? Groenlandia. America, there's a portion of America over here. Here's another sea monster. Oh, this is interesting too. So over here we have the Hyperborean Ocean, right? The ocean where the Hyperboreans come from, right? But over here, the greater portion of this ocean is called Deucalioneus Oceanus. Deucalion is another name for Noah, as in the flood, the great flood of Noah. This is Noah's ocean. This is the flood of Noah, basically, is what it's saying. There are no 7 seas. There are no many different oceans or parts of the oceans or whatever. There's one ocean. It's the flood, when the world was flooded, and those flood waters receded and left the high places, which are continents and stuff like that. But it says Deucalion. Deucalion. There's many names for Noah. I list many of them in my new book here, because I actually do talk about this. Let's see what else we got. Some sea monster action. What the heck? What's going on? I never even saw that before. I'm sure that's a part of this word, but that's just funny. Sorry. Let's see. Barba? What does that say? Oh, Barbaria. You see that? See? Bar. Ya. You see that? Barbaria. This is where the barbers come from too. Like the people that cut your hair, that's why they're called barbers. That's why they have a pole. That's why they're represented by a pole. A pole that's spinning upwards usually. Bar, or Barbaria, or barbarians. The people who are from another place that's unlike the Southlands. This is where they settled. This is the Berber coast. Right? So some of these Tartarian type people, the nomads, they came down from this direction. They swooped on down, and over time, they just made their way over here. They settled in different areas. One of them is the Barbary Coast, or Barbary Coast, however you want to pronounce it. But it's basically the barbarian coast of North Africa, which is also where Egypt is. A lot of people forget that Egypt is in Africa. I've been to Egypt, so I've been to Africa. I'd like to go back there, actually, sometime and really check out the Great Pyramid. If we can make that happen, ooh, I will go. I will so go in a heartbeat. What else we got over here? Anything else of note? Just kind of going through. This says Nova Europe, which means New Europe, which is interesting. Why would it be New Europe? Well, because maybe there was a portion of that northern fantasy island that was called Europe, or Europa, possibly. Let's see, anything else I'm noticing up here? I like to go through and check these out and read these and translate them. You can pretty much just translate this straight into Google, and it will translate a lot of this. There's Magog right there. I wonder what that says. You see that? Magog Abhok Ogigia. Ooh, that's interesting. Ogigia. Og. That's like King Og. That's related to King Og. I wonder. Anyways, I don't have time to really translate it at the moment. I don't want to do that on the fly. What else we got here? I think I'm good with this one. Septentrio at the top. All right, yeah. I'm good with this one. Let's see what else we got. Next up. Here's another one. So this one is by... Who does this one? Abraham Ortelius. 1527 to 1598. This map was printed in 1570, and as you can see at the top, Septentrio and a little portion of the island paradise where the Pygmies live, right? This is that horn of the island that reaches out and touches Greenland, just like we talked about right there. There it is again. This is the ocean of the Hyperboreans, or the Hyperboros. That US is just Oz, it means strong or strength. So the strong bar, those who come from beyond the strong bar. Let's see. Oh, Deucalion. There's Deucalion's name again. Another name for, I think it's the Greek version of Noah. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the ocean of Deucalion, aka the floodwaters, is what that really means. But I thought this was cool. It's got Grokland up there, Greenland right there. Vitsark is also prominently featured on many of these places. Vitsark Mons. And you can see the top's missing. You see that? I wish I could zoom in more, but I cannot. You can see it shoots straight up, and it goes down, and then way up, and then down. That is a volcano. That's a plasma volcano. A major contender for the Anode and Cathode Islands. What else we got over here? Sea monster. Anything else of note? Just checking it out. Nothing off the top. This is supposed to be a depiction of Capricorn, I believe. Is it? I don't know. It's a weird thing here. Septentrionalium. Descriptio. Alright, I think I'm good with this one too. But I just wanted to show you all the different maps that actually include at least a little portion of that island paradise. All right, let's move on to this next one over here. This one is done by a guy named Ruish. And I can't remember what year this is. I want to say 1500, somewhere around there. But check this one out. This is the oldest one I could find that actually shows the island in the middle. Where is this one? Damn. Can't remember this guy's name. Maybe it says it on the map somewhere up here. But this one's really old, even older. This predates Mercator's maps. And check it out, right at the middle. Well, let me show you the whole thing. Okay, so here's the whole map right here. You can see Africa right there, America, etc. And then right in the middle, it's like a little Pac-Man map. And if you check it out, in the middle, you can see Hyperborea. And I'm going to zoom in all the way so we can actually read as best as we can what it says here. This one says Insula, or the island of Erta, or the Earth Island, I guess. Aron Fe, the priests of light, something like that. Insula Deserta, that means a desert island. Two of those quadrants at the middle of the Earth, of those four islands, right, of that circular island, two of them were said to be desert, right, and then two of them were said to be lush. Hyperbore, Europe. Now there's Europe right there. That's the origin. So one of those was known as Europa, right? They have different original place names, but you can see Hyperbore, which means Hyperborean, Europe, right there, Europe. Right? So you can imagine the inhabitants of this place left beyond the walls, beyond the boundaries of Fantasia, you could say. And it looks like it used to be connected right over here, where Europe actually is. So that makes sense, if it was. So, boom, once that energy descends and comes down, they just come on through to the other side, and they settle in the local areas. Up here, there's Spain, Hispania, right? Europe, Scotland, Ireland, etc. Right? Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me. These were the original place names. They all had different names. They migrated out here, and then they started renaming the rivers and the mountains and the lakes and all of that stuff once they settled the new lands, or the southern lands. The New World, Mundus Novus, Terra Sancti, what does this say? Terra Sancti Crucis. I don't know. Let's continue on. Oh, look at the detail too. Let's see all these little dots and stuff. I just wanted to show this just to show you. This is the center of the world. It's at the center. It's actually in the middle, right there. Boom. There's a giant mountain at the center, and this is Hyperborea. These are the walls of Eden, etc. Right. All right. Next up, The author of the next map, the cartographer, his name is Gerard de Jodis from 1593. This is his map right here. Gerard de Jodis. This is the South Pole, Antarctica. So we're going to focus on this area right here that actually shows the north. This one's called the Hemisphere Aquino Tiali Linea something something, the North Pole, the circular North Pole, etc. So here it is right here. Boom. You can see the 4 islands of the circular country that was once connected to these other continents. Now you have to imagine whenever the waters rose, then they cut off these little land bridges that once existed in different places, right? So those waters rise. You can see the 4 rivers splitting just like that in the similar manner. It's interesting they named California so long ago, right? This is California up here. Joshua Adams, hey, good to see you. Oh, Joshua just gifted a free JayDreamerZ membership. Robin Bird picked that up. Congratulations. All right, let's see what else we got here. So here's California, the old California, which is named after the god or goddess Kali, right? You ever see those goddesses and gods sticking their tongues out all the time? You ever wonder why they do that? This one, I like to read all of this stuff too. So this one even says Europe on it. This quadrant right here. Check this out. Lord Racer, also in the chat. Good to see you, Lord Racer. Thanks for being a member for 13 months. Oh my God. Check this out. Oceanus. It's kind of hard to read. Oceanus bar hos something Europos. You see that? Europe. Boom. Right there. This says Septentrionalis. I'm sure this one, I don't know, I can't make it out really on this particular map. Grokland, etc. Let me zoom out a bit. Where were we here? Oh, Japan. That's interesting. They got Japan right there. Or what appears to be Japan. Yeah. So the 4 islands in the middle, boom. Okay, cool. That's pretty much all I wanted to share with this particular map, I believe. So let's move on to the next one. Next up. Oh, this is a globe, actually. They say this is the oldest globe. I don't know. I can't verify that. But let's check it out. This is from 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Right? Let's look at the top of this globe, shall we? And see what's at the North Pole. Oh, look at that. Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden. Right? Now, this one's interesting because it looks like it's more flooded and broken up, doesn't it? Right? You can still see this land bridge that connects here and here, which would be the places naturally where the inhabitants would become nomadic and go off into the southern areas, right? I'll zoom out a bit so you can just kind of see it. This is the ball earth idea. This is allegedly from 1492. What the heck is down here? I don't know what that is. Some weird stuff going on. Look at all that water, man. That's crazy. That's a lot of water. What do we got here? Whoa, I just zoomed in way too far. All right, anyways, I just wanted to show you that this is also on a globe. The first globe, allegedly, right? The oldest globe. This is called the Apple Earth, or the Potato Earth, actually. That's the name of it, if you look it up. And it has Hyperborea right there at the top of the world, right? I mean, the mountain is obviously covered by where they would stick something in there. Kimma! Hey, thank you, Kimma. Thanks for being there for me too, Kimma. Kim has been like my friend and listening to me vent, and she's been my shoulder to cry on lately. Here it is again. I want to show you this. So this is another 3D representation that somebody did. And this is the top. This is the North Pole. And appropriately enough, there's a giant hole in it that goes down inside of the earth that you can see right there. Those are the lands. That's the southern area with a little hole at the bottom, but I thought that was pretty cool right there. Boom. You can see it's connected there and there, right? So those waters rose and messed up that connection. Now here's another one. Let's see. Let's look at the top. Yes, sure enough. Now this one's not labeled or anything with the lands at the top. You can see Asia, America. So this would be like this area right here. Not that. This would be like Alaska, right? This is interesting. Let's call this Albion. There's California. Boom. Oops. And right here, Hyperborea. Boom. Same land. It's not named. You don't have all the details of the mountain range or anything, or the rivers or anything, but they still have a circular continent at the top of the world on this particular one right here. This one is called, this is by Vera Todius Hondius. Vera Todius Expeditionis Navtike. I have not translated any of this, but hey, here's that. Oh, here's that same symbol that we just broke down on my last Truth in Movies, except it's a dragon. Instead of having, say they have a lion on one side, this is now a unicorn. But back then, and here's that same motto: God and my right, mon droit. So here's a dragon, right? And they've changed this to a unicorn, but it used to be a dragon. If you, at least according to this right here. So interesting. We just broke this down too. This little sigil. That's so interesting. I find it to be interesting. Florida, boom. Now remember, there's many cavernous openings within the earth. I believe a major one was down here in the area of Florida, which is basically the flowery area. And that's also where people believed that there was the garden, not the Garden of Eden, but the Fountain of Youth, right? Any place where the terrestrial energy would shoot up out of the earth would be considered a small fountain of youth. All of those smaller ones would dissipate, right? So the way that this works is that the energy bursts out of the top of the world. However, because that's the biggest opening in the world, it's the last one that you see that beam of light shoot up from. All the smaller ones, you'll see light emerge from those first. Just like if you were to fill it up with water or fluid or anything else, right? All the smaller cavernous openings will shoot out their ionized oxygen and beams and stuff first, and therefore they will be the first ones to recede. Those will be the first pillars and poles and beams of light and sky pillars and stuff that recede and disappear and are sacrificed, etc. Those will be the first places where the fountains of youth disappear and become legends and stuff. The last one to disappear is the biggest one, right? So it's the last one to show up, to be introduced, which is Mount Meru, right? At the center of the world. And it's the last one to go. Anyways, I think that's about all I wanted to share with that one. Let me see. Anything else popping out here? Not really. 1580. Boom. This was allegedly done in 1580. There's the name of the guy that did it right there. So if you want to check out this map, it's by Judicus or Iodicus Hondius. Right there. Take a screenshot. 1580. Boom. All right, let's move on to the next one. This one says the type of orb terrarum, or terrarium, basically. This one also shows you the mysterious island at the north. It looks gigantic just because it's all spread out like that. You know what I mean? But here it is. Septentrio at the very top. Boom. See that right there? Septentrio. The 7 mountains, the 7 mountain mandate, etc. Tartaria. Here's Tartaria over here. Europa. Tartaria right here. Mongol over here. Let's see if I can get over here. We'll check some of this out. Boom. The Mongol or the Mongols, etc. Anything of interest? I'm just skimming over this real quick. That looks like Japan over here. Japan. Japan. What else we got? Man, I wish in high school they would have offered Latin or Greek or anything. All they had was Spanish, German, and French. So I took French. And I only took it because I lived in California. All the Mexicans took Spanish, and I didn't want to be in there with people that were cheaters and just getting an easy A, learning to speak their native language. German was, there's not a lot of places in the United States that speak German, and we've got France up there in Canada, so I don't know, I went with France. Let's see, anything else down here of interest? Let me just look around real quick. Not so much, same typical stuff with the sea monsters and other places. But I just wanted to show this so you can see that the Hyperborea is shown at the top of the world right there. Boom. All right, next up. Oh, man. I've already really broken this one down. We'll take a look at this. This is my favorite map of all time. I have one of my subscribers sent me this map, and I have it hanging on my wall. And we're going to take a look at this. This is by Urbano Monti in the year 1587. This map, although it looks small, is like 10 feet by 10 feet, I think. Hold on, let me ask Google. How big is the Urbano Monti map? Boom. Yeah, 10 feet. So it's 10 feet by 10 feet. This thing right here. Think about how much went into this. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to zoom into the middle. Okay. And I've done this map before. We've talked a lot about this one, and there's still a lot more to cover. You notice that little sun symbol right there in the middle, like we talked about. There's also a G right there in the middle. This is where the Freemasons get their little G from. If you've ever wondered why they use that letter G, yeah, you could say it's for God, but it's also the letter Gimel, which is a foot, which implies a destination, travel, basically. Some people think Gimel means camel. It's not. A camel was a mode of transportation. That's why it came to be known as that. But in the ancient languages, this was the letter G was Gimel, which was a foot. Also, the third letter of the ancient alphabet. So this is where Mount Meru would be if you didn't have this big ugly 8-pointed star in the way. But regardless, you can still see the 4 island continents right there that make up the circular Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden, etc. The ocean of, now this one spells it differently too, Settentrionale, right? So they spell things differently. And then it also says here glaciato, which means glaciarous, but it also says non sempre, which means not always. So it's a glaciarous ocean, but not always, right? Interesting. What else? The northern glaciarous ocean. Oh, here's those poles. So these are strong candidates for the anode and cathode islands. The Polo de Magnete, you can see a rock formation just jutting up with a little hole in it. That implies a volcano. The island of life, the island of green, the green island, the island that grows, etc. And this is the island that we find between Asia and America, just like we looked at earlier. Now you can see where they actually, it looks like they had drawn something right about there, but maybe erased it or something. I'm not sure. Remember, this is 10 feet by 10 feet. There's another example of what some people call the alicorn, right? Or the stronghorn, the alicorn, or the unicorn, you could say too. This is really interesting too. Check this out. Translate this. This is a fun thing for people. It's stuck. Hold on, my mouse just got stuck. Why is my mouse stuck? I do not. Look, it's stuck. Anyways, how do I unstick this? I gotta reset. Hold on, let me refresh the page. All right, I'm going to show you a place where the 12 tribes of Israel had been known to have settled, which is right over here. Look for this little unicorn. Now remember, on that sigil I showed you earlier, they showed the unicorn strangled by the crown, and then the crown has chains that chain the unicorn to the ground. Just by the unicorn is a place called Araset, right, which is in the Scythian Ocean, the Phoenician Ocean, etc. And just down here, it says, this is where the 10 tribes of Israel live. See, Tribu d'Israël. That means the tribes of Israel. And I believe this is 10. The 10 tribes of Israel. The 10 lost tribes. So that's super interesting. Here we have Magog once again. This little city right here representing Magog. What else? Oh, here's that liger. Is it a liger? No, not a liger. Man-tiger. Manticore. Manticore, that's what they're called. Man-tiger, manticore, that's what they are. So this is an example of like the manticore, basically. It's a type of phantazoid, basically, that went extinct or died out. On this map, they show you the Great Wall of China. Now, take note, there are monsters in the area, right? So they build a huge wall all the way around this territory. This is the Great Wall of China right here. I could just zoom in and show you. There's little towers and ramparts and whatnot, right? Connects to this little area of water. And they block this off to keep out, I believe, phantazoids, gigantic insects and animals and stuff that flood into this world. They would say it's to keep out, you know, the neighboring tribes of people or whatever, the Tartarians possibly, etc. That's a possibility, but I'm more inclined to believe it's something like this to keep stuff like that out. Either way, here's the Great Wall of China. This is interesting. Check out this little floating city with these 3 bridges. This is made reference to, I think, in Sea Beast, that movie Sea Beast. There was a town called 3 Bridges or something. Let's see what else. This is like Asia, China, which means our life, by the way. So Na means us or our, and then Chi means energetic force, our life force. China. All right, what else we got in here? Lots of stuff to see in this map. This is of particular interest right here. This is a non-existent island. This is a phantom island. However, look how many city names are here. Remember, this map is 10 feet by 10 feet. Look at all the different names of actual places. This isn't the Lord of the Rings. This isn't just for entertainment purposes that somebody just made this up. Look all the millions of dots on this map. Look at this. This, I believe, my theory on this is that, now it says Japonais. This is not Japan. Okay, I can't imagine this. This looks nothing like Japan, first of all. There's no Japanese island names or anything. There's evidence of monsters and possible vampires and stuff that lived here. I believe this is Lemuria. So it looks like an elephant with like a elephant nose and a tusk and feet and stuff. Anyways, it's right off the coast. It's between Asia and California, the coast of California, off there in the Pacific. It looks to me like a strong contender for Lemuria, right here. See that? Just above the Tropic of Cancer. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh, let's check that out. So there's that one. Yep, there's that one island. So let's check out the other side and see if we can find the anode and the cathode islands. Should be right across from it. Here we go. Boom, there it is sticking. It's upside down. So here it is. Husi Arca. Hus meaning house. And then Arca meaning container or hollowed out place, right? So it's a plasma volcano sticking up out of the ground. There's Greenland, Gronland, etc. Terra Verde, the Greenland also. Gronland. Alba, that's featured on many of these maps. Oh, here's that vortex, Virago. There's that whirlpool. Remember how at the beginning we saw that whirlpool? It's right here. Same place, different map. Interesting. Let's see. What else we have of note? Oh, I found Noah's Ark on this map. Check this out. Where is Noah's Ark? Hold on. I got to orient myself. Where are we? Somewhere over here. Ah, there it is. Boom. Check this out. I think that's Noah's Ark. Right there on the top of the mountain. Doesn't it look like it? In Armenia. I'll zoom out so you can see where it is. So it's by like the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. So it's sort of in between all 3 of those right there. Interesting. What else we got? Let me check out Italy. I think, was Vesuvius on here? I'm just playing with the map right now. There's Spain. Spain looks like a face, don't you think? Let's see if we can find Vesuvius. I believe I did find it on here before. The country shaped like a boot. There it is. Look at all these names. There's a sea monster, another one. Look at all these. Look how detailed this is. Right? Hold on, let me scooch this around so we could read it. Look at all these place names. Look at all the tiny little cities and stuff. Look at the detail that went into this 10 by 10 foot map. From the Middle Ages. From freaking 1,000 years ago. Somewhere around there. There's another boat right there. I don't know. There's all kinds of cool stuff on this map. Some things of note I will point out because I've seen this map many times. There's dinosaurs and stuff, or what I call phantazoids. Oh, here's the rock. Remember I was telling you about that bird that picks up elephants and drops them on the ground? Yeah, look how big that bird is. Either that or it's a tiny elephant, but it's not a tiny elephant. It's a gigantic bird. So the rock was known to frequent the southern areas, or Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire. Right, that's because that's where the plasma is that comes around the dome. It comes all the way down. That's why you guys in Australia and New Zealand and stuff, that's why your Aurora Borealis, which is really Aurora Australis, is red. It's because that's that red plasma that's closer, high up in the sky. Well, the sky comes down towards where you live. And on this map, Australia was actually connected. Where is it? Where is Australia? It's just basically a piece over here that was flooded. Oops. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So here's like the Peloponnesian island areas, right? So this should be, a portion of this is like Australia, I believe. I don't know. Anyways, lots of detail in this map. I was going to show you guys some of the strange creatures and stuff. There's giants also that are featured on here. There's some sort of monkey doing some weird... What is this? This is a creature looking into a mirror. Do you see that? And this is a creature bending over backward doing something to itself. Let's move on from that one. I don't know there's weird stuff on this map. I want to show you the giants in South America. Where's that? There's giants all over the place, really. There it is. So let me scooch it over here. South America. Is that South America? Yeah. And it says the region of the giants. This is where giants were known to frequent and live. This looks like a zombie giant right here. I don't know what's going on with that, but the region of the giganti, right? And they make huge, gigantic people right there, right? Real close to the edge of the world. Boom. During the medieval times are so interesting to me. That was like a fantasy world. That's probably why I like the medieval times so much, is because it was fantasy in comparison to any other time that I've really even studied or read about. And it's like it's swept under the rug. It's like it's been hidden. People don't really want to focus on the medieval times or the Dark Ages, right? They call them the Dark Ages. Now, to me, a light turns on in my head. A light bulb goes off when I hear people say, oh, the Dark Ages. We don't know much about the Dark Ages. Because knowing that we live in a world that is inverse of everything that I feel and resonates with me to be true and good and pure and wholesome, when I hear academics call that period of about 1,000 years the Dark Ages, I'm like, wow. Well, so it was probably an age of light. It was probably a good time, you know? I don't know. Anyways, I'm just throwing that out there. Jim Donovan in the chat. I see you, Jim Donovan. High five. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting my work. I will also say, if you'd like, the things I talk about, if you're interested in the plasma apocalypse, check out my book on Amazon. You can preview it. You can buy it. And I'm finishing up a second book right now. You can also check out my website, which is pretty sweet too. All right, now let's get into the medieval times. Right? Just after the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, stuff like that, right? I got some notes I'm just going to pull up here. And I'm going to let these pictures play in the background. These are just, stuff to check out and, look at and stuff while we discuss the topic. Many of these I made, just so you know, with artificial intelligence. I made some of these, not all of them. But they're just to give you an idea, a visual. Because we don't have a lot of pictures of these places. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh, look at the popcorn splash. I wonder why we don't have too many pictures of these times and these places. These institutions are interesting. Let's jump into it. Medieval times. Now, the mentally ill. Who defines that? You know what I mean? Society is a dangerous place. The majority is a dangerous mob and can be, and often is. I've experienced the mob. I don't know if you guys have, but society is a crazy, dangerous thing. When you have numbers on your side and people become crazed. They become fanatics. Society itself becomes one big gigantic cult where people get all excited and they're very emotional and they team up together and they're quick to justify any types of actions, including things that if we just discussed it casually, most people would say, oh no, that's terrible. Oh, that's wrong. But all you need is a slight change of scenario. And all those people will jump on the same boat. They'll be on the same page. They'll do and support and stand silent while despicable, horrible things are happening to people. Now, there's two sides to every coin, and we're going to talk about both of those. The mentally ill were often held captive in cages. So, let me back up just a sec. Remember last time we were talking about the medieval ages and how it seems like there were a great number of good people that were called saints, people that were known for being healers and helping people out and, like healing sicknesses and stuff. Oftentimes they were dubbed witches, especially later on. And they went on all these witch hunts to try to kill all these magical people. That's something to consider as well. During the Middle Age times, right? They tortured them. And we went over how they could not die. How there's just so many different reports and stories of martyrs who were tortured and they seemed to not even feel the pain, and they were cracking jokes while they were being whipped and burned and boiled in oil and all kinds of things. Something was happening energetically around these times dubbed the Dark Ages, and some people transitioned from a time that was much different where the devil was not in charge of the world to a time when he was, and they made it and they survived into that time, and they were the leftovers of the good energy, and they were sought out, it seems to me. They were picked on, they were sought out. When the tide changed, when that energy changed and all of the bad invigorated itself, all the bad sought out the good. And God, I'm sure you guys in the chat, I'm sure everyone can think of personal experiences where people were done wrong. Good people today were done wrong. Locked up, locked away. The court system plays a huge part of this. I've been through it and still am going through it. So the mentally ill were often held captive in cages, locked in towers, or compelled, that means forced, to amuse members of courtly society. That's like your jesters, your court jesters and whatnot, right? So let's talk about two sides to this, right? One is that there may have been people that had strong energy in their souls. Their souls were on overdrive, and therefore so were their bodies, and they could probably do and perform miraculous magical acts, right? And if those people had good energy that was charged up, like I suppose that they did, if they lived during a time of the quote unquote millennial reign and the time of the beams of energy that I always talk about, that erupted, terrestrial beams of energy that erupt from the earth and fill the world with a good vibration and good energy. When those beams retract, that's the season of Satan. That's the time when the energy flips around and things are no longer good and sickness is introduced and plagues start manifesting the world across. Consider the Black Plague, the bubonic plague that kicks off right around this time, right? And also remember this, right? At least consider, this is my perspective, that all of these things are cyclical, that they happen in cycles, which means it's not just one point in history. Well, that's when it happened right there. That's the spot. I found some evidence for it. It's there. No. It's there and it's there and it's there and it's there. And the other version of it is right after and right before and right after and right before. They're cyclical. So many people were captured, locked away, and made to amuse kings, queens, presidents, etc. Now, the psychopaths are the kings and queens and presidents, etc. Towers. They would lock them away in towers, oftentimes, or even in the walls of the cities. Oftentimes the cities had corridors and stuff too. Towers where fools or madmen. Mad used to not mean angry. Mad used to mean crazy. Like the Mad Hatter, right? The Cheshire Cat, and pretty much everybody in Alice in Wonderland. Which is how I feel in this world, in the modern world. And that's how I imagine that all the crazy psychos that live in this world, which is a bunch, will feel when those blue beams of energy return and everything is pleasant and beautiful and harmonious, etc. I mean, there's always exceptions, right? But I'm pretty sure they will feel like they have just entered into a madhouse and everyone here is crazy, and it'll be the opposite. You know what I mean? It's the same story. It's just flipped upside down. So people were locked away and kept in towers called Fool's Towers. Now, I'm also going to list, here in a little while, I will list all the reasons why people were locked up. It just only in like the 1800s. Okay? And this list of reasons should blow your mind. Should have you going, wow, and questioning, you know, the system and whatnot. Because the system we live in now it's no different. They try to sweep all of their all this. They try to sweep it all under the rug and act as if, oh, that was a different time. Oh, we've grown since then. Oh, things are so much different now. No, they've perfected their systems of torture and poison and toxicity. Okay? Or when I say they, I mean the citizens of Dema, the citizens of the devil and Satan. Ew. Like, I don't know better evil words to use except for the religious ones. They're pretty appropriate. Anyways, now, people who were mentally ill, lunatics, crazies, often... Now, hold on. Before I get any further, I just want to differentiate, okay? On one hand, we have people who truly are mentally ill, and I see them all over the place. Like it's the Sixth Sense, and I'm the little kid, and I'm like, I see psychos everywhere. Like, I see them everywhere. They're all over the place, and it can be overwhelming for me. Okay, it can be overwhelming for me sometimes. Drive out on the road, you'll see 10. Just going on an errand, doing something. You'll see 10 at least. Like, people, oh, anyways. What was I talking about here? Oh yeah, the two different types, right? So remember, there's always like it's like a quarter. There's the heads and there's the tails, and they're both a quarter. They're both two sides to the same thing or whatever, right? So on one hand, we have people who throughout history, inevitably, there have to have been. Okay, I can't just tell you examples. I just know this intuitively, in my spirit, in my soul, and from personal experience. I know. And I also know that when things happen to me or when I feel a certain way, it's that like there's hundreds of other people out there that have gone through similar things and feel the similar ways. Howard White says, "Hey Jay, put me in the loony bin for bipolar." That's funny. Thank you guys all for your support. All right, let's continue on. Anyway, so there's the people who are really intelligent, people who have powers, like in Stranger Things, right? We're breaking down Stranger Things. She has power, she has abilities, but they lock her up and they manipulate her and they use her as a slave to benefit the real psychos and the real nutcases and crazies and anyways. So we have those people who are called lunatics. The people who are dubbed by these retards, fudge that. Anyways, by them, okay? See, that's how messed up the world is. Like, even now, I have to think about my vocabulary. It's messed up. I don't like that. Because most of the world is retarded. So when you speak the truth and you use labels and words and descriptors that accurately describe something, because most of the world is bad and evil and messed up, they get mad because they hear the truth, because they're freaking evil. Okay? Anyways, so you have good people that are dubbed crazy because most of the world is crazy. So most of the world jumps on the same train, and they have officials and doctors and pedigrees and certificates and diplomas and this and that. And all the people are so dumb that they just say, oh, wow. And they oogle and they awe over people in lab coats just because they have a lab coat on. I guarantee you, if I wore a freaking lab coat on YouTube, I'd probably have 1 million subscribers. Put on some glasses and a lab coat and called myself Professor J or some stupid made up garbage. it's anyways, I don't want to go that route. What else? Oh, and then you have real actual people that are crazy. Okay? So because we live in the season of Satan and we live during a time of exponentially increasing entropy, which is the breakdown of your cellular tissue and why people are growing old so fast, and why there are plagues, and why there are diseases, and why nothing grows, and so on and so forth. You inevitably are going to have people whose minds have also broken down. And the closer we get towards the apocalypse, right, you have two things happening. Because energy is increasing. Because Mother Earth is getting ready to give birth once again. Because the energy is increasing, it's increasing whatever energy is existent within the soul and the body. So if most of the world is already crazy, it's only going to get worse. Physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, etc. on the negative spectrum. But the good news is, if you hold out, if you fight the good fight, so to speak, your good energy that you have cultivated and practiced and worked on and formed and shaped within and around yourself will also increase. I like that thought. Anyways, so let's get back to the notes here. Let's see. Oh yes. So these crazy houses, and this goes all the way back to the Middle Ages. So I'm sort of generalizing from the Middle Age times all the way up, and especially until late 1700s, all the way up until the mid 1900s, basically, right? Oftentimes people would use these as freak shows, and the public would pay money to come to your local mental hospital. Like it's a zoo. And they would walk through, look through the windows and stuff, look at the people, laugh at the people, eat snacks, I'm sure, you know. I mean, even zoos piss me off. I hate zoos. I've been to the zoos. I think they're cool because it's cool to see like different animals and stuff. But on the same time, if it was up to me, I'd free every single animal in every single zoo. Because to me, personally, that's wrong. So it's also wrong to go through and just look at humans and, you know, treat them like they're animals or whatever. Anyways, think about this too, right? Who gets satisfaction out of putting others down? Out of like looking at other people and pointing the finger and laughing and getting energy. Like really just, it's like they're eating a meal. These are energetic vampires. They go and they laugh and they throw things. Oh, let me tell you a story. One time I was invited by a friend to go to the Renaissance Festival. And they had this booth, or, you know, like they have games and stuff like that, right? And one guy, he was like a heckler, and he stuck his head through this wooden wall. And he would insult people who walked past. And you could buy tomatoes to throw them at the heckler. And my heart was just, I was angry. And I was also heartbroken because I saw so many people lining up to pay money to buy tomatoes to throw at this other guy, to try to injure him and hurt him and humiliate him. Even though he was evil, who cares? That's not what good people do. So I walked up, I paid my money, I cracked my knuckles, I did a little stretch, I picked up my tomatoes, and I dumped them all out on the ground. And I told that guy, I forgive you. Change your ways, buddy. I forgive you. And I took off. Anyways, that's just an example. I'm not trying to like brag or anything, but I'm using that as an example of decisions that we can make to shape and form our very consciousness, our energy, our soul that is in us and around it. Anyways, God, I'm like hyped up right now. Women, Women. How many women are in the chat? Raise your hand if you're a woman. A real, actual woman, please. Speaking of witches. I'm just kidding. Not really, though. So check this out. Speaking of witches, right? The women oftentimes were the ones where they pointed their fingers during the witch trials, right? And it's not just Salem. It's not just in Massachusetts in the United States. This happened all over many places across the world, okay? Mostly European places or places of European descent. Listen. Oh, I don't even know where to begin. We go through these polarity shifts, right? And during one, you have a positive or a plus. Positive doesn't have to mean happy and perfect and healthy and good, but you have a positive energy, which is male energy, which is dominant, which is forceful, which is pushes things away, and it's out there and it puts energy out. Then you have a female energy that is receptive and it pulls in and it is intuitive. Both of them work well together if you're balanced. If you're imbalanced, both of those are not good, okay? When you have way too much of one or the other. Anyways, the times we live in now, I mean, times are now changing because you're starting to see the energy go into flux, but the times that we live in now are male-dominant energy, masculine. It's got nothing to do with, I'm not talking about physical sex, I'm talking about energetic properties, right? Women. This is why women for so long have been dishonored. And I mean, they now it's to the point where many of them dishonor themselves, but they were dishonored by men. They were subverted by men in general, by evil men. I should specify, okay? Evil men that were under the control of this satanic dominant evil energy rose in power and subverted the women. And they no longer were equals. They were no longer helpmeets to one another. They were no longer fit. I don't know how else to say this, but so the men rose up. The men took control. It became a patriarchy. And you see, this is cyclical. You can see many examples of this throughout the past, right? Women could be admitted to a crazy house for just about any reason, keeping them subservient. The crazy houses, the lunatic bins, the insane asylums were tools of control. They were not, they're introduced at first just like they do today. Nothing has changed. When they introduce something that is toxic and bad and can be easily manipulated and taken control of by evil forces and evil people, they always throw it out there initially like, oh, hey, here's the benefit to this. Hey, here's something that this could be used for good because it appeals to our naivety, if I could say that, of our good senses, of all the good people out there, because they need the good people's vote. Not so much these days, okay? There's not a lot of good left, okay? There's a remnant, but they don't need to do as much convincing as they used to, okay? These days, actually, convincing would be just being forthright with how evil and disgusting and terrible it is. Because the crowd will love that. They eat that up. My wife's on her period. Crazy house. Can you believe her? Like, that's pretty much how it was, okay? And this is why women were hunted down during the witch trials. Also, women are more intuitive. So whenever the energy reverses in this world, matriarchy comes back. At first, I believe things are more balanced, but over time we shift. We go back and forth between a utopian dystopia. So today, in today's world, the technology, the time of the gods, all of our conveniences and whatnot, it appears to be a utopia, but it is not. It is a utopian dystopia. And then the opposite end of that spectrum, because the pendulum always has its extremes, okay? Just because we go into the next times and the times change does not mean they will always be the golden age. That golden age will eventually become twisted and corrupt, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, and you will have a dystopian utopia on the other side of things, okay? Anyways, women are more receptive. So whenever you have a world where everyone is telepathically charged and has, powers and stuff like that, how we talk about here on my channel, women will naturally be inclined to those things and be more powerful than the men in general, right? There's always exceptions and anomalies. But it will come easier to them. I just watched a movie that's all about this, but I can't remember the name of it. But it's got that dude from Spider-Man, like the new Spider-Man, and his whole like tribe on this other world, they can hear each other's thoughts. They called it the noise. Man, do you guys know the name of that movie? Anyways, basically they were telepathic and they didn't know how to control it. These men had no idea. They could just hear each other's thoughts, and there was exceptions, right? But in general, you could see the other people's thoughts, and it was loud. It was noise to them. But the women controlled it easily. They didn't just project their thoughts all over the place, because that's a male trait, energetically speaking, to project. The females are intuitive, so they keep it in. And the males couldn't read the females' thoughts, and that really bothered the hell out of them, and they went around killing all the females, basically. It's true. It's totally true. Yes, Tom Holland. Yes, thank you, Lucy Rose. I don't know. Oh, Chaos Walking. Yes, Silent Lou. What's up? Thank you so much. It's called Chaos Walking. That's a great movie example of exactly what I'm talking about. All right, let's move forward. So women, they would use this to control all kinds of people. Okay, so at first it's like, oh, do you have a loved one that genuinely, truly has mental problems and genuinely is, needs help or whatever? Well, come to Penrose Fields. I don't know, I'm just making up a name. Sounds like some garbage. They would name a crazy house. Come to Penrose Fields, where our loving doctors will tend for your loved ones 24/7. And this is like one of those modern day medicine commercials where they make it sound like it's just a miracle drug and so happy, and if you take this you'll be happy, and everyone's smiling and laughing. Meanwhile, the guy in the background tells you all the side effects, right? Some side effects are your loved ones will die, they will bleed internally, will be electrocuted to death, they will go actually retarded and become actually crazy and actually lose their minds. It's the exact opposite of what they advertise. Like, God, I hope they don't put that on my channel. All right, but that's how you can imagine. I can imagine. I hope you can too. That this is how they were initially put out there to the public, right? Why we need crazy houses. We need these, right? Yeah, because of all the good people running around. That's probably how it started. Like, that's my feeling on the subject. The first crazy houses, I don't know what else to call them. There's all kinds of names, right? The first insane asylums. Oh, the word asylum. Let's talk about that. Asylum is supposed to mean protection. It's supposed to be a place where you can go that's your safe place, right? So it's the opposite. When that satanic evil energy is in charge of this world, you might as well just flip whatever you hear, and it's the opposite, okay? So when they talk about asylum for crazy people, it's the opposite of that, okay? But yeah, it's supposed to be like protecting the crazy people. It's not, okay? These were terrible places. Like, I mean, this is the same as, prisons and jails and all that type of stuff that they have today. They still have mental hospitals and stuff, but it's easier to just press charges on people and throw them into jail and stuff. Like, the United States has more jails than all of the rest of the world combined. They're just places to throw people, right? And people there's going to be witch hunts. There's always witch hunts, okay? And the devil feels to me like, it's not really the devil, but it's this negative energy is a little too comfortable these days. So everything's died down a little bit, okay, as far as witch hunts go. But everything is cyclical. It's going to return. It's going to happen again. And it'll be easy for people to just point their finger and say, oh, he's a hateful person, which means truther. That's the list. We're going to go over that list. Yeah, you're using hate speech. Okay. Ooh, buddy, put me back in the dark ages. Like, oh, you want to, okay. Anyways, the first crazy houses were built around the 8th century in the Islamic world. Who at that exact same time, were just beginning their golden age. Now, if you read about the Islamic golden age, it sounds nothing like what happened afterwards, after their golden age was over, and medieval Europe copied them, and they were like, hey, insane houses. Yeah, we need those too. Yeah. Wink, wink, right? No. The Islamic people were actually helping people that were disturbed. They were actually, according to what I've read, their mental asylums were nothing like the European version. And those are the two main ones I'm talking about. I'm sure they got these in other places. Except for like Central and Southern Africa, they don't have as many as everybody else, which is pretty awesome. The first crazy houses were built around the 8th century in the Islamic world, right? Now, after Islam shared their golden age, you can see I can see evidence. I'm trying real hard to personalize things. I don't like it when other people say you when they really mean them. You know what I mean? They really mean me. So I'm trying to work on that. So if you hear me correct myself, that's what I'm doing. When I look back across history, and especially focus on the time of like the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, and the time just before that, I see blocks of time periods where it seems like there was a block where really good things happened. And on both sides of that block, there were famines and volcanoes and floods and wars and death and destruction and rape and terrible things that were happening. So it's interesting to look at those patterns. In the 1800s, so you can imagine, I keep doing it. This is how I imagine it. Okay. Imagine if you will. That's how I should say it. Like, Twilight Zone guy. Imagine if you will, the Dark Ages, when it was actually light and everything was pleasant and wonderful. And then came Satan. Anyways, I'm just goofing around. Where was I? In the 1800s. All right, so we talked about how this is a theory that I have, that this is how it began, okay? It began as a means of control. At first, they would torture people. At first, they would round up all the good people, magic people, people who had abilities and whatnot. And that doesn't always mean that they're morally good, but in general, it seems to be the case, okay? They rounded them all up. They went and looked for them, and then they captured them, and they would torture them, and they would kill them, and they would try to use them as an example to sway the rest, who may be neutral or undecided or whatnot. They're trying to control the people, right? But you can only round up and capture and torture people for so long, and so many people, that was a lot, before finally they decided to just, they used law, basically. Okay, at first it was just the rule. The king says, and they try to hype everyone up, but as the population grows, they want to make sure that they can be easily controlled through magic spells, which are laws. Like, to me, that's it. That's a big fat period. Okay. Laws are all spells. They're all non-existent things. They're words that control people. And I hate laws. I hate all of it. I don't like any of it. I know hate's a strong word, but you know what I'm saying, right? All right, in the 1800s, the number of people that were locked away, which could be also, my mind's all over the place today. 1800s could just be 800. Also, it depends on how you look at the time tables, right? In the 1800s, the number of people locked away in crazy houses jumped drastically to hundreds of thousands. Before it was just like hundreds, allegedly. But in the 1800s, something happened. Something flipped. Something turned on or off. And the number of people went into the hundreds of thousands, at least. It says here, the U.S., the worst of all, housed over 150,000 people in insane asylums by 1904. That's like taking a whole state back then and just like it's like a concentration camp. Like, that's basically what it is. Okay, except for it's an evil horror version of a concentration camp. Okay, like World War I Germany? Nah, nothing. That's nothing compared to these places that you're seeing pictures of right behind me, or examples of right behind me. Okay, this is the stuff of horror movies. This is the stuff of scary horror flicks. Okay. So the U.S. housed over 150,000 people in insane asylums by 1904. Germany built over 400 insane asylums. In the mid-1800s, the average number of patients in asylums, I'm just reading my notes, in the U.S. alone, jumped 927%. Like, my gosh. With similar numbers in Britain and Germany. And in France, they took over double their maximum capacities. They're just cramming people in to crazy houses left and right. All the time. All over the place. It was a witch hunt. They were getting rid of people. So, the mainstream populace, they would say, no, here's an example. Look, this actual crazy person, like actual person that has mental issues and actual this and actual that. No. I don't buy it. Okay? They were getting rid of people. Okay? What else does it say? In Britain, in the 1850s, people had anxiety. Your general public in Great Britain, almost everybody, developed complexes, anxiety, fear, due to the public knowledge that doctors, whoever they are, were declaring normal people to be insane. This is historic record. Not historical record, but historic record. So in Britain, if you lived during the 1850s, chances are pretty good that you would have a legitimate fear that, you know, the paddy wagon would roll up and toss a, you know, extra large t-shirt around you, tie it off in the back, and send you off to a padded room somewhere. Which I don't believe that most of these places were padded. Like, that probably came in later, whenever, you know, the world got a little bit more politically correct and stuff. But I'm pretty sure they were dungeons. Okay? This is, trust me, all this overpopulate, like, they did not, it was not a sanitary place. The further back in time you go, these places were terribly freaking evil. Okay? You can imagine. I can imagine. I do imagine. I love imagining. How bad it was. These people were seen as people that did not have souls, and oftentimes it would be the opposite, that they were seen as actually being possessed by Satan. Satan just means adversary. So there's two Satans. It just depends on which side you're on. To one, the other is Satan. To that one's Satan. You know what I mean? So these people are just being locked up, caught, going around, basically knowingly or unknowingly doing the work of the devil, catching all of the good people in the world, people that have strong spirit, strong energy, people that are psychic. And that somehow turned into, oh, they're hearing voices. Oh, they've got multiple personalities and stuff. Yes, there's two sides to every coin. People can be possessed by evil. Can they be possessed by good? Something to think about. In Britain, I already read that. Shock therapy. Now let's get more into the modern age, okay? Are you guys having a good time? Let's see. Papa's in the chat and says, JayDreamerZ, how did you overcome the fear of these places coming to you? It's, you know, it takes experience. It takes practice and developing. Like, I'm cautious. I would say I like to turn my fear into caution, right? It still slips. I still get scared sometimes. Okay. Just of the world. Cause I have anxiety. I feel now like they did in Britain. Okay. Papa in the chat. I feel now like they did in Britain in the 1850s. Okay. It's like easy. It's easy for the system to pluck anybody up, lock them away, take their kids away, throw them in jail or prison or, mental hospitals and just declare that they're crazy. You know why? Because doctors, googly-eyed, crazy, freaking people appear to me and others to be in charge. Okay, they send them through academics, schooling, which is indoctrination. Okay, they send them through all of these things that have been approved by who? By the king, by the president, by the people who are above them even, to say this is fact, this is absolute truth, this is what do they call it? Empirical. From the empire. The empire has declared. This is the word. We act on behalf of God, basically. It's evil, man. To me, I'm just speaking my truth, okay? It's evil. I hate all of it. I can't stand it. The whole world. It's an Illuminati world, okay? All these people are like looking for little clues to the Illuminati and all this stuff. I mean, the bad Illuminati, right? It's the whole world. It is a one world government. It is totally ran by one entity, one energy at this moment now. It is a season of evil from my path, where I'm looking all over the place. That's why it's so beautiful and so nice when I'm on this path and I see something beautiful and good. It's like 1,000,000 times more beautiful and good to me. When I come across something nice on my path, oh yeah, it's like I breathe a sigh of relief. Like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I don't know how else to describe that. Let's talk about modern psycho wards. Shock therapy. Let's start with that one. You may have seen The Wizard of Oz, right? Pure movie, healthy, good family-oriented movie, you know? And starts off in black and white, goes into color, I gotta adjust here. Very, very wholesome, seemingly, at least. It's, there's dark parts, but have you seen part 2? Check this out. Dorothy, who actually went to the land of Oz. Okay? I know they try to make it like, oh, she dreamed it or whatever. No. She freaking went to the land of Oz. Okay? Part 2 has her being admitted to an insane asylum by her what was her name? Auntie M and her uncle fucking loser. I don't know what his name was, but Uncle whatever his name was, Uncle Douchebag. Auntie M and Uncle Douchebag heard little Dorothy, just a kid being honest, sharing what she just experienced with grown-ups. Okay, it was real. Whatever happened, okay? Whatever happened was real to her. In part 2, The Return to Oz, Dorothy is admitted to an insane asylum because she shared the truth. She shared with her aunt and uncle, which were totally ingrained and indoctrinated into that way of life and that system. And they heard about these places for people like this. You better watch out. So they sent Dorothy, they had a doctor come visit, and he had like a whole presentation, and he was using his nice guy voice. And then they got Dorothy into the insane asylum where there were other children all over the place. And they would take these cotton swabs and they would get them wet, I don't know, and they would stick them on their temples. And they hooked Dorothy up, and they were about to give her the electric shock treatment, which is not good. Like, in case you didn't know that, the general population at some points in our recent history, this is right around the corner in the past. Okay, all of this is, and still happening in some places. Man, the people are so dumb. God, they're so dumb. The general population has been convinced time and time again that terrible, toxic, horrible, destructive, and murderous things and inventions are actually good for people. That's sickening. Anyway, so they strap Dorothy down, right? Awesome Dorothy, our protagonist, the girl that's like, people are like, oh, I wish I could go to Oz, and you know what I mean? Like, man, Part 2 really showed you what's up if you want to say some stuff like that. They will lock you up. They locked up Dorothy. And they were going to kill her. If not, make her retarded. Okay? They were going to slow her brain functions down to drooly Dorothy. Anyways. Where was I? Oh yeah, shock therapy. So they would shock the crap out of it. This is the death penalty. Or was, right? I don't know what happened now. Anyways, but the death penalty is a whole different subject. But that used to be how they killed people. It was called the electric chair. Shock you to death. Right? Being shocked is not good. And, you know, I mean, electricity can be very helpful. It can actually heal and do all kinds of things if used properly. You don't just hook up electrodes to your head and just shock the crap out of people. It was technically called electroconvulsive therapy. You know why? Like, that's why. Okay, it wasn't mild, you know, just little tickles. Fudge that. They were shocking the crap out of people to make them do the jitterbug, which they did in the original Wizard of Oz. Anyway, shocking people. It blows my mind. It's actually shocking. And you know what else is more shocking? Not that people did this, but that most of us, being the general public, let it happen. Supported it. Blindly just said, oh, I'm sure the government would, you know, that's our government, honey. They've got our best interest at heart. Boy, are you fucking wrong. Anyways, to me, that's the most disappointing part. I know that there are crescendos of evil, but it's all the in-between that just allows evil. You know what I mean? I hate that the most. I hate just general acceptance of evil. I hate weak spirits that just call it normal. I don't know. Shock therapy, lobotomies. Let's talk about lobotomies. You know what that is? It comes from two words that mean to split open the lobe, being the lobe of your brain. This is like modern medicine, not too long ago. They would take what is basically a small ice pick. And they would strap a patient down, take them underground, you know, probably muffle screams and have them all strapped down. This is stuff straight out of a freaking horror movie. But this was the medical profession. Professionals. That everyone just trusted. Oh, I'm sure they're taking care of our little Dorothy right now. Ice pick to the brain. That's exactly what lobotomizing a person is. You take like a long pencil, a sharpened long pencil. Just imagine, okay? It doesn't really matter what it was. And you stick it right there. And this is still, they have pictures in medical books and stuff that academics taught people was okay. They stuck an ice pick and they would hammer that frickin' thing like, what was that movie? Castaway. Remember whenever Tom Hanks has to knock out his own tooth? Right? Right? That whole scene? That's the same thing, except for put the thing in the eye. That's where it was. Crink! And they would sever pieces of your brain, mixing up and giving you scrambled eggs for brains. Gee, you think a lot of geniuses and healthy individuals came out of that process? No. What kind of people, what do you suppose they probably were like after having a huge toothpick shoved up into their brain through their eye and scramble it all up? Can you imagine maybe somebody that's like droopy face with like spit hanging off of their beard all the time and can barely speak and can't remember fucking anything? Excuse my language. This subject really, I hate it. I hate evil. It just gets to me. But we got to be better, right? Yeah, that's how they turned them into retarded people. That's what they did. They made people retarded. Okay? It's not natural. Like, it's not natural. People are that way because of things that we are doing to ourselves in general. We create these diseases and conditions. Oh yeah, that's one they love to use. Oh, he's got a condition. Yeah. What? You mean like he's retarded because you stuck an ice pick in his brain and scrambled it up? Is that the condition? Is that he was tortured? Like, that's the condition. They use these stupid words that are just so vague and open to any kind of interpretation. I hate it. It's all Harry Potter, dude. It's a evil wizarding world, man. It's crazy. Shock therapy, lobotomies, insulin-induced comas, and deep sleep therapy. You know what deep sleep therapy was? Bam! Go to bed. I'm sure that happened. But they would also just they would give them so much insulin, right, that their body would go into shock and they would convulse. Isn't convulsing a sign that there's a problem with somebody? How do you make them go into convulsions and that's supposed to be the solution? This is a sign that we live in the season of Satan, that the world's upside down and fudged. You know what I mean? Okay, they're it's the opposite. Ta-da! I don't know what else to say. It's the freaking welcome to the opposite world. Yeah, they would give people convulsions. Like that was the cure. That's insane. Shock therapy, lobotomies, sleep therapy. Not like they would put them in a padded room with a nice pillow and, have someone play piano right outside their door and hopefully, sing them a song and they would go to sleep and they'd wake up feeling rejuvenated. Maybe during the next age, the things like that would exist. Okay. But sleep therapy was not good. They would induce, that's one right there. That's them giving insulin to this person until it shocks their body and they convulse. And then they have comas. They go into comas. They purposefully slip people. That's Dorothy, by the way, from the movie. That's also the chick from The Craft. She's the evil one. So awesome. I love that movie. Shock therapy, lobotomies, comas, inducing comas. They're just like, oh, you're the enemy. Let's just put you to sleep. That's a crazy one. They put electrodes on people's eyeballs. Man, they had so many crazy contraptions, dude. You can tell the difference between the inventions of godly people and the inventions of satanic people. Because the inventions of satanic people look like torture devices. It's crazy. Shock therapy, lobotomies, insulin-induced comas, and sleep therapy, which is other types of drugs that cause people to lose their minds and just pass out. Malaria. They would give you malaria to cure you. Have fun with that. That's insane, dude. They would inject you with a known disease to try to cure. This is oh my God. It has nothing to do with common sense. It's got nothing to do with, that's funny, I did that right when I was showing that. It's got nothing to do with common sense. It's got nothing to do with how intelligent you are. It has to do with your spirit. It has to do with your energy. If you have good energy, then you just know, you feel that giving someone a disease is no type of cure. It's bad. I mean, you know what I mean? It's got nothing, you don't need to be a genius to figure it out. You just need to have a good soul, okay? That's what a lot of this boils down to. Let's see. Malaria injections, that's insane. Just give you malaria. Strange drugs causing convulsive therapy. So they would just shoot people up with all kinds of. These people were just being experimented on, under the guise of, medical practice. Okay, well, these things all come from somewhere, and eventually they do have to test on people. And I'm pretty sure most of us know that it's prisoners. It's people who are captured, locked away, and then the governments of your world just convince everyone, oh yeah, oh it was a bad person. Oh, don't worry, it was, yeah, oh they volunteered. Yeah, no, they totally volunteered. We live in the upside down world. We live in a time where lies equate to truth. It takes wisdom. All right, next up. A reported 20,000 lobotomies. That's just what was reported. So you already know. Excuse me. Sorry. A reported 20,000 lobotomies in the United States happened by 1951. 60 to 75% were women. Keeping you in check. Right? We go back to that again. Lobotomized. That's I don't even like the word. It's scrambled egg brains. These are your brains, these are your brains on drugs, all that. They would scramble your brain. It was scrambled brains. That's a lobotomy. Scrambled brains. Now, if they presented it like that during their ad campaigns, how popular do you suppose it might be? No, they have to lie to people. They have to sugarcoat it and paint it pretty colors, when on the underneath part, on the inside, it's rotten and black and dark and dirty and dank and base and corrupt. But they paint the outside like pastels. Like 60 to 75% of these 20,000 lobotomies only in the United States, and only the ones that were reported, were women. And more were conducted, even more than that, in the UK. Guys of guys, that's funny. Now, in the 1950s, Japan authorizes the sterilization of patients. Patients means prisoners. Okay? They're trying to keep them from procreating. They're trying to keep them from making babies. Which is funny because now they can't make babies, if their life depended on it. They're actually giving away prizes to people who can make babies in different Asian countries right now. Because we talk about that on my Omen segment all the time. That has to do with Mother Nature comes in and she's like, that's enough. You satanic little offspring, the hell out of here. And so Mother Nature keeps people from procreating after a certain point, which is happening right now. They don't talk about it a lot on the news. But the fertility rates are going bye-bye. So Japan authorizes sterilizations of all of its mental patients in the 50s to keep them from procreating. And in Germany, 300,000 people were sterilized around this time. This is good versus evil. Okay? That's really what it boils down to. And it's comforting to me as a truth seeker to draw closer to the concept, not religion so much. I know a lot of people who have gone down various, their own little truth seeking paths. Many people are like, it brought me back to God, which in some cases is religion, which makes me sad. But I just believe in good and evil and neutral. You know what I mean? Like I so far, I am compelled by those three things that exist. I have seen and I'm convinced that evil is real. And good is real. Okay? And being neutral is also real, which is the lesser of both of those. And I see evidence in my studies, in my research, from the plasma apocalypse to the golden age to the season of Satan to ancient Oblivion and every place in between. I see these trends of energetic ebb and flow, of the law of cycles and rhythms. And I look around in today's world and I can find comfort amidst all of the chaos and muck and dirtiness and toxicity. Because there is a resonant energy within me that sees past it to what is inevitably going to return. Right? It's the optimist. It's just it's being an apocalyptimist. Seeing and knowing that things are cyclical. And so if we live during crazy, satanic, evil, corrupt, bad times, don't lose heart. I'm trying to give you a little encouragement, okay? I'm also doing self-talk. Don't lose heart. You hold on, because times will change. And I hope that you make it through these times so that you can bask in the glory of what you wished always was, which are better times. Sounds like I'm wrapping things up, but I'm not. Like, everyone's probably like, he's leaving. I got to say something. No, I'm not leaving. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I want to check out these pictures real quick. And I specifically would like to go over that list that just passed by a second ago of all of the reasons why people were admitted. They admitted, like the word admit, right? To confess, confessors, and forcing people to confess things like their allegiance to different types of gods or whatever, or people or whatever, right? Where is it? Where is it? Some of these are real actual pictures of like abandoned insane asylums, like this one, with actual like padded rooms or whatever. Man, it's terrible. I would rather people go Old Testament. That's me. I'm like, I love the Old Testament. I like all those old laws and stuff. I like that people were black and white. I like how, you know, people were like, hey, if you steal some stuff, cut that person's hand off. I support that. Go for it. But not the government doing it, just individuals. If that's how you want to take care of it, and you caught the criminal and they were stealing from you or hurt your family or whatever, I'm very much of a mind of like an older mentality. I don't like it when I don't like it when groups of people decide that they're going to do it for your safety. I can't stand. Let me tell you a story while I'm looking for this. I go to the gas station down the street, and every time, every time, there is some chick that usually has her little face diaper on her face. Oh, this is so cool. I like that. I like this kind of stuff. I hope I can remember to come back to that. This chick, every time, instead of just saying, have a nice day or goodbye or whatever, right? She says, be safe out there. Woman, excuse my language or my, inflection, but you be safe out there. Okay? I'm not the one. Okay? I don't need to be safe out there. That's a magic spell that people are throwing out there. Everyone's saying that like it's the new goodbye or strength to you. Like, I like the older greetings and ways of saying goodbye or hello or things like that. You say, be safe out there. Why? Because the world's fucked up and satanic and evil? Let's talk about it. Say that. See what kind of reaction you get. Be safe out there. You're one of them. What do you mean, be safe out there? Sucking in your own nastiness and your nasty stuff on your face. Anyways. Yeah, I just thought I'd share that. I told her once, I said, listen, I'm an anarchist. Okay? I insist on not being safe. I feel alive when my life is in danger. I want to survive. I don't want to be fed, for my entire life. I told her that one day. I was like, stop telling me to be safe. You be safe. Like, this one right here reminds me of Harry Potter. Hogwarts specifically. Clearly, Hogwarts. Yeah, be safe out there, everyone. Be safe. What they mean is be subservient. Do what you're told. Don't cause ruckus. Don't cause waves. Don't make waves. That's what they really are saying to you. You be safe to the system. Do what you're told. I hate all that. Ew. Where's this list? There it is. All right, hold on. Let me turn off the little slideshow. Boom. All right, cool. Now, let's zoom in on this. This is a real list from a real mental hospital. I'm going to zoom in a bunch here. Hold on. Let me do a little fixing so we can see it all. Oh, uno momento. All right. I'm just going to slide that on up. There we go. And we'll stick it right back up there. And I'll just slide it on over. Oh, I can't. All right. We'll just leave it there. All right. Now, let me get back over here. Can I move it? Yes. All right. So, reasons for admission. Reasons why. Real, actual, these are the reasons during these years at the very least. You can imagine all of the crazy other reasons that they've come up with at other times. But this is documented history. Okay? From 1864, only from 1864 to 1889. These are reasons. Hold on, let me put it over here. These are reasons why you could have been thrown into a mental hospital. Hold on, let me make this. That's fine. Intemperance. You're intemperate. You know what that means? They had a better vocabulary 100 years ago, so I will translate into modern, okay? It means that you didn't tolerate bullshit. Okay? It means intemperate means that you didn't keep your temper. You weren't one of those people that were safe out there. Okay? You had a temper, right? You had anger problems. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm angry at evil. Like, this is why we have, there's the whole crusades and there's good and evil wars and this and that. Business trouble. You causing problems in business? You're probably nuts. You're probably crazy. What else we got? Kicked in the head by a horse. That must have happened often. Come on. Stay away from that side of the horse. Horses don't flick you from the front. You know what I mean? You need to be more careful. Anyways, any blunt force trauma to your brain can obviously mess your brain up. Hereditary predisposition. God, I hate those kinds of wordings, right? That means that your parents were stupid and so are you. Okay, basically. People didn't like your parents. So anything that you do wrong, and this is happening to me now, by the way, I'm actually going through this now. Say, if people don't like your parents, then they will be disinclined to enjoy time with your children. I don't know how to say that. Ill treatment by husband. Is your husband treating you bad? Come stay in Penrose Fields. We've got some defibrillators lined up for you. Imaginary female trouble. These are real reasons why people were thrown into mental asylums. Imaginary female trouble. Hysteria. People just being hysterical. Immoral lives. Isn't that open to some kind of interpretation? Like, who are the ones who determine this? This is why I don't like this. I don't like any of it, okay? I am a law of the land kind of person. You do what you wish to do, but you better keep in mind others can too. That's the law of the land, and it demands respect. It demands, you don't get a lot of psychopaths and crazies and people, doing stupid things because they know that they're protected by a system that is corrupt and evil and captures good people and throws them and locks away the key. Right? You don't get that in the Wild West. They didn't have, what do you call that? When people go into mass shooters or whatever. They didn't have that in the Wild West. They had gunfights. Everyone, you never see in the Wild West, usually, it's not even portrayed in the movies often, where someone just kicks in the doors of a saloon and they bust out a gun and they say, everyone put your hands up. I'm robbing you all. Because everyone would shoot that person. It's insane. Anyways, jealousy. So you could be thrown into a crazy house for being jealous. Oh, and religion. It's religion that they don't like. Whatever the religion was, Basically, if they don't like you, you're crazy. Right? This reminds me of one of the first videos I ever did called, what was it called? Rhinoceros? Or I Am Not a Rhinoceros or something. There's a play about a man who comes into a town where everyone believes they are a rhinoceros. And he can't believe it. The struggle is that over time, everyone in the town is trying to convince him, like, don't you know that you're a rhinoceros too? And he has this struggle where he's like, clearly I'm not a rhinoceros, but he spends so much time amongst people that are crazy and believe that they're all rhinoceroses that in the end, he just gives up. And he's like, screw it, I'm a rhinoceros. You know what I mean? Laziness. You could be called insane for being lazy. Marriage of a son. I don't know what that's about. Sexual practices, certain sexual practices, or having certain diseases could have you tossed into the crazy house. Certain sexual practices for a certain amount of time can have you tossed into a crazy house. What is this one? Medicine to prevent... Why am I on that? I'm trying to move the wrong thing here. Oh, medicine to prevent conception. Check how times have changed. They would throw a person into an insane asylum for taking medicine to prevent conception. Let that one just sink in for a bit, shall we? Menstrual deranged. So, for you females, when you go through your hormones change once a month. If they change too much and the men don't like that, you're going to get tossed into the asylum. Novel reading. Yeah, you read books? Oh, wait, especially if you're a woman reading books. Especially if you're a woman on her period reading a book. Oh my God, what are you thinking? You're clearly not thinking. There's a place for you. There's a place for people like that. People who study. Nymphomania. Do you like sex? Guess what? You must be crazy. Opium habits. Overaction of the mind. Oh, that's a huge one. Even today. So this is people that think. That's what that's called. Okay, that's just called thinking. Overaction of the mind. You think more than I do? I'm telling on you. I'm telling on you. This guy's thinking more than we are, everyone. Look at him over there thinking a bunch. You know what movie that reminds me of? You guys tell me, what movie does that remind you of? We broke it down one time. So overaction of the mind can get you tossed into a loony bin. Overstudy of religion could also. Do you see all of this stuff? Like studying, thinking, you know what I mean? They toss these types of people into crazy houses. And they abuse them. And they torture them. And they experiment on them. These are the things of actual horror movies. Modern horror comes from reality. Idiocracy, yes. Who said that first? W. Valmost Heaven. Got it first. Followed up by True Spreader. Yes, it is idiocracy. That guy thinks he's thinking more than we are. I don't even know how to speak in dumb language. Which dumb actually just means silent, but I don't know. You saw the movie. Anyways, let's continue on. These are reasons why they threw people into mental institutions. Overtaxing mental powers. Do you see that? That doesn't have anything to do with money tax. Okay, that's not money tax. That means your mental powers. And I like how they put powers. Like people who had mental powers, because that is a real thing, okay? All the superhero movies and stuff are based on reality. Okay? All the stuff that they consider to be pseudoscience and fringe science and stuff like telepathy and telekinesis and all that stuff is real. But they rounded them all up. Any that were left, right? It's diminishing qualities over time because of exponentially increasing entropy. And energy just getting sucked out of our surface world is really what that is. Overtaxing mental. What's he in for? Oh, his mental powers are overtaxing me. Throw him away. You know what I mean? Being intelligent, basically, is what that equates to. What else? Your parents were cousins. That clearly means you're crazy. Periodical fits. Tobacco and other sexual practices. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Political excitement. Oh, do we see that in today's world anywhere? Yeah, right? People are nuts over their politics. God. It's like sports. I mean, people get in fervors. People get, damn, what's the word for it? Is it fervor? No. I forget. I'm trying to think of like, there's like Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering and, you know, all this sort of fantasy games that I really enjoy playing. There's like spells that you can cast. Oh, and one is like Berserker or Fervor or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. So let's see. We got fever and loss of a lawsuit. You lost a lawsuit? Man, you must be crazy. The court system, basically. Man, that's crazy too. The court system is just all professional witch hunts. For those of you who don't know, my book and my YouTube channel that you're watching now and similar things that we're now discussing were used against me in court to take my son away from me. Because it was, you know, random accusations because another person just doesn't like me personally. Fuck. All right, enough of that. Asthma. You have asthma? You might be crazy. Bad company. If you keep bad company, you might be crazy. That's pretty much everyone in the world these days. Like, the whole world's full of bad company. Bad habits. Political excitement. Okay, we talked about that. Bad whiskey. You got bad whiskey? You drink bad whiskey? We're throwing you in the loony bin. Bloody flux. I don't know. That sounds like maybe, you know, the time of the month or something. Brain fever. Business nerves. Carbonic acid gas. I don't even know what that is. Congestion of brain. Oh, you got a headache? You got a headache? Hey, folks, I think he's got a headache. Death of sons in a war. Yeah, that could get you put in a mental hospital, you know? If you don't just do your duty and accept that, you know, your family member or son or daughter died. Decoyed into the army. So people that wanted to be in the army and they pretended to be like a man when they were really a woman or whatever, and they wanted to help out. Yeah, they must be crazy. What is that? I've never even heard of that. That reminds me of I'm not saying that one. That reminds me of that Adam Sandler movie. What was it? Anger Management? Oh my god, it's like one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Did your husband leave you? Well, that's probably because you're crazy. Especially because that also implies you're probably a woman. Dissolute habits. Domestic affliction. This could land you in a crazy house. Domestic trouble. Dropsy. Egotism. You notice how like all these things don't apply to like the politicians and the people in charge and the kings and queens. You know, there's a list. Hold on, where's my list? There's a list of people, famous people, notable psycho ward patients. Let me read a couple. John Frith was a would-be assailant of King George III. We also have, let me scroll down a little here. James Hadfield was locked away in an insane asylum, and he was a would-be assassin of King George III. We also have Margaret Nicholson, who was thrown into a loony bin for being a would-be assassin of King George III. But there's also, it wasn't always people who tried to, you know, take out King George III. We also have Bannister Truelock, who was thrown into a psycho ward, or dungeon, for being a conspirator to plot against us, to plot the assassination of King George III. You see, this is funny to me. Mostly because you might not know, but King George III had mental problems. So he threw all these people into mental wards. Anyways, there's a lot of these people are artists. They have a list of all these like famous cases of people who were locked up. And it doesn't even scratch the surface. But this person was locked up for being an artist. There was another person. Let's see. Let me just read over a couple. High treason. Someone has attempted to assassinate Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. So they threw them into crazy houses. See, why do that? If it was my family, I'm not like, oh, someone tried to kill my family member. Like, I'm going to try to capture them and just lock them away in a dungeon for the rest of their lives. No, no, no. That's why I'm like law of the land time. You know what I mean? But this is weird. There was a surgeon. Let's see. York Minster was set fire by Jonathan Martin. He was tossed into a crazy house. What else we got here? Pretty much if you just go against the system. Let me jump back to this list because this list covers it. So we got epileptic fits. That means convulsions. Right? Convulsions. So they would throw you into a loony bin and give you convulsions to try to cure you. Isn't that stupid? Exposure and hereditary. I don't know what that means. Exposure and quackery. Wow. Well, geez. How far we've come, right? Quackery means like bad medical practices. That's everywhere. That's the whole world today. We live in a big old fat loony bin. Okay? And you and I, some of us, are the inmates. The inmates of the loony bin when all the doctors and understudies and, you know, certified nurse practitioners or whoever they are, when they're all crazy and walking around with syringes and, you know, coming after you like you're in a freaking horror movie, if you're the inmate, if you're the one that's, you know, admitted, you're probably in good company. Me and you, okay? Oh, that song that I wrote, right? The chorus of that song, at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that I wrote a song about escaping from this mental ward and locking up all the doctors who were actually the crazy people and all the patients were actually sane and intelligent and geniuses and stuff, right? The chorus was like, people are strange. Oh, it was like a remix to, damn, what's that group that sings, you know, people are strange when you're a stranger, something. I forgot. The Doors, right? It was a remix to this Doors song. And it was like, people are strange. And then all the googly-eyed doctors, they would sing the chorus and they'd say, if you're a stranger, we can arrange to put your brains in a cage. But if you're strange, you're not really deranged. And when I'm in danger, I'll remember your name. And that was like me. You know, after the doctors were saying, I'm saying, hey, if they call you crazy, then that's my clue. You're probably good people, you know. Exposure in the army, fever and jealousy, fighting fire. That's psychotic, fighting fire. Let those fires burn. You're insane. Hey, thanks everybody for your support. Incomparable. Super appreciate it. There's a lot of sexual stuff on here. Suppression of menses. I'm not exactly sure what that means, except for maybe like not sharing your thoughts. Penny for your thoughts. Don't worry about it. You know. The war. What war? You know damn well which war. Time of life. Whatever that means. Uterine derangement. Venereal excess. Vicious vices. Sounds like supervillains. Women trouble. If you have women trouble, you might end up... This sounds like a Jeff Foxworthy presentation, I just realized. Superstition. You superstitious? You might be psychotic. Shooting of daughter. Well, yeah, I mean, that could get you in there. Smallpox, snuff eating for 2 years. Yeah, that sounds nasty. Spinal irritation. Gathering in the head. Greediness, grief, gunshot wounds, hard study. Rumor of husband murder. Rumor. A rumor of you murdering your husband could get you landed in the psycho ward. Psycho dungeon. Salvation Army. I don't even understand that one. Scarlatina. Don't know what that is. Seduction and disappointment. Wow. So she didn't put out? Put her. Send her away. Paddy wagon. Hey guys, I got another one. She said no. Like, it's wrong, dude. What's wrong with people? Self-abuse. I think there's another word for that. Sexual abuse and stimulants. Sexual derangement. False confinement. Ooh. Yeah, I wish they'd still did that one today, because, man. See all these videos on, like, Facebook and stuff of, like, all the bad boys in blue. False confinement. Feebleness of intellect. Interesting. Fell from a horse in war. Did you fall off your horse in war? Poor man. Can't believe you were born like that. Female disease and dissipation of nerves. These are all different reasons why people were locked away in, look at that. They're just shocking your brain. Just shocking people's brains. Just stick this, you know why they stick that in their mouth? Because that electric shock tightens up the muscles, and you don't want your teeth to break, because your jaw will clench up. Because that's how hard they shock you. Right? Poor Dorothy. This is probably why she grew up to be evil in the craft. I just made some of these pictures. This is from a movie. I think this is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Stay calm. They always say that whenever there's reason not to stay calm. Be safe out there. Be safe out there. Bye-bye. Be safe out there. Nasty. Not me, lady. I'm the one they need to be safe from. No, I'm just kidding. The whole world's messed up, dude. Upside down, inverse, backwards, crazy Joker-faced, nutsoid psychos with syringe fingers are coming after you. Or people. Coming after people. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, yeah. This is a real picture. This is not AI. This is how they lobotomed. This is how they fixed you. If you had a problem, straight to the brain. Boot to the head. This is more of a modern insane asylum. It's just basically a jail cell. Yeah, court jesters, they would just tap on your brain. That's insane, man. God, it gives me goosebumps. Oh, and so yeah, the orphan trains. Let me come back to that. So, we got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people the world across that are being captured, kidnapped for stupid reasons that we just went over, and thrown into jails that are basically dungeons for legal experimentation and torture and death and murder. Where'd all their kids go? Right? And people had way more kids back then. You know, a normal household would have like between 6 and 12 children. As opposed to today where it's like roll the dice and hope for one. Like, I'm telling you, people are not going to be able to have kids pretty soon. It's going to be a thing on the news. Anyways, where did all their kids go? Right? Hundreds of thousands of children just, I found a kid. I found another one. Gee, like you can imagine when they just busted into people's farms because, you know, the husband fell off his horse during the war, so they locked him away. The wife said no whenever the people came to investigate and they were flirting with her, so they locked her away. And then you got like 12 kids. You know what I mean? And all of the orphanages, that was just normal. And no one today seems to look back, like, you know, in general. Most people don't look back at what were clearly way too many orphanages for any country or city or state or anything, for a continent. Way too many. Nobody second guesses that. Nobody looks back and says, what are all of these abandoned children doing here? Like, I don't know, but there goes the bus full of, captives that they've taken. There goes the Droolies. What else we got? Yeah, so I'm not surprised. All the little orphans everywhere. And then if you pay attention too, you got most of the protagonists in many movies are orphans. All the time. It's like every other movie I watch. Maybe more than that. Where they're like, oh yeah, I never knew who my parents were or whatever. Like they're all orphans. It's crazy. I feel like that dude with his head on the That's what I feel like. Like, imagine how many of these people may have actually been healthy, intelligent people that just thought differently, right? So their time is soon coming. The time has come, the walrus said. When being a truth seeker, when talking about fringe topics, having your own beliefs, your own ideas, right? We're headed toward, this is what it heads towards every time, right before the apocalypse, during the utopian age and the dystopian age, both of them. They all head towards unity, right? One is our unity today is unity in the guise of like, oh, well, we all dress different, so we're different. No, you're not. It's unity of energy. It's an energetic unity, right? Satanic and evil unity. Anyways, the time is coming when if you go against that system, they will be okay with the ends justify the means, as they have shown us, all of us, across time and time again. They will do whatever they want to do. And they don't like it when you talk about them. They don't. Okay? It, them, the energy, and the people who are possessed by it to a psychotic degree, where they all become a psychotic mob of frickin' lemmings that all follow each other. They're all evil zombie sheep. And I'm generalizing, right? But still, the time is coming whenever you won't be able to say things that are true. I mean, that's actually, the time is, it's here, okay? There's things I can't even say. I can't even give you some examples right now. Like, I mean, I could, but then I wouldn't be able to provide for my son and get paid every month and pay bills and turn on the lights and put gas in my car and buy food and stuff. You know what I mean? My life would drastically change depending on what I shared or what I said, even though it might be true. I feel there's many things that are true I don't typically talk about. I have to watch my vocabulary. I have to watch my wording. I was doing a podcast with one of my buddies one time, and he was like, "Oh my God, bro, you said retarded," or whatever. Which I've never gotten in trouble for saying that word. It means slow. Okay, so just a word. However, society changes, times change, people change, etc. And I'm like, I used to call certain things, certain words back in the 90s or whatever, that it would not be acceptable today. The crowd, the mob with like pitchforks and like torches would come storming up. You know what I mean? That's basically what our world turns into. So be cautious, be wise. Do you know why? A lot of people are like, man, I'm surprised your channel is still around. I'm surprised this and that. I don't tend to be forthcoming. I don't tend to be obtuse or just direct or just, say the first thing that comes to my mind. I don't reference and use a lot of like famous names and stuff of like popular islands where people have gone to do bad things, or names of people who are known to have committed atrocities, because there are algorithms in place and they have an artificial intelligence that puts it all together, and it's not stupid. It can figure it out. It knows what you're talking about. So wise people across time spoke in a code called stories. Come with me.